Chapter 1 Dual System, of course, both rain and dew must be exposed. Year 1497 of the Highwan calendar, 1 year later, the era of great pirates begins. The country of Wano, the island of ghosts. Father. The clear girl's voice sounded, startling Kaido, who had his eyes closed to relax. He opened his eyes and looked around. The white-haired loli standing on the ground had a sculpted smile that was so contagious that even Kaido, who had always been cold-hearted, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart after looking at it. Who knows? As soon as you open your eyes, you can see the bright smiling face of the little angel. My baby daughter Yamato is so cute and clingy when she is only 3 years old. When she grows up, she will definitely be very filial. It is said that raising a daughter is troublesome. You must not only be wary of those yellow-haired pirates who can sail a boat with one hand. It's easy to turn to outsiders when your elbows are raised, so Kaido raises Yamato as his son. She can't cheat Lao Zi again in the future, right? Of course it's impossible. Kaido is very confident about this. He couldn't even imagine how sweet his retirement life would be when his daughter Yamato grew up. Baby son, are you so happy today? Do you want me to teach you how to practice domineering? Kaido leaned down, knelt on one knee, and placed his warm hands on Yamato's head. Seeing Yamato's carefree and innocent look, the idea of sending her to school suddenly came to his mind. At this time, Kaido was still very young. He had just come to Wano country for a while, and he made the nearby Onigashima island the base of his beast pirates. His daughter Yamato had not yet been to Wano country, so the relationship between the two was very special. Good. Domineering? What is that? Yamato's eyes were full of doubts, her attention was completely diverted, and what she originally wanted to say to Kaido was forgotten. Domineering, it is the fighting skill that surpasses all in this world. Only by mastering domineering, can Yamato grow into an upright man. Kaido added, seriously deceiving the inexperienced little Lolita Yamato. So awesome! Yamato must also work hard to become stronger, stronger than his father. The white-haired loli jumped up excitedly, and began to imagine how she would learn domineering in the future and defeat Kaido Laodan. Many boys dreamed of surpassing their fathers when they were young, and Yamato, who was raised as a son, was no exception. So you want to become stronger? If you want to learn, I can teach you now, Yamato. Seeing Yamato's enthusiasm, Kaido decided to strike while the iron was hot. Yamato is so anxious to become stronger, even stronger than herself, because she must be thinking that when she gets older, she will be able to protect herself and her beasts pirates. Kaido felt warm in his heart. He took Yamato's little hand and rushed to an open place, starting a domineering tutorial without stopping. Well, did I forget something? Yamato scratched his head and almost recalled the experience he wanted to share with Kaido, but Kaido's rich voice pulled him back to the teaching class. Yamato, next, I will only demonstrate once. This move, Thunder 8 trigrams, you have to watch carefully. While Kaido was teaching Yamato to practice attentively, in an open space near a Nagashima castle, a child with a delicate face woke up from a coma and touched the thick gauze wrapped around his head at a loss. Hiss! I said my head was itchy. I thought my brain had developed a second time. It seems to be the work of this little devil Yamato. If you were just a second too late to bandage me, this small wound would have healed on its own. After understanding what was going on, Jiro took off all the thick gauze on his head with a bitter look on his face. He scratched the back of his head. Sure enough, the tiny scar fell off with just a slight pick. The injury suffered by Zero was not serious at all. As for why he was unconscious, it was because Yamato bandaged the wound too hard, causing the latter to become unconscious. After traveling through this time, I not only have the body of an ordinary person, but also the appearance I had when I was 3 years old. I was killed by a white-haired Lolita female kid at the beginning. How will I go forward? P.S. the 20-year-old protagonist is wearing a very special figure. Soul penetration. Explain doubts within 3 chapters. After all this trouble, Jiro looked at his weak and thin body and felt that the future was dark. As a member of the army of time travelers who were transported to a different world by a truck driver, Zero, who only has the body of an ordinary person, is simply not enough to face these monsters that are often 3 or 4 meters tall in the pirate world. You know, before time travel, Jiro was 20 years old and only 1.8 meters tall. This height is considered above average in Blue Star, but in the pirate world, he is no different from a dwarf. What did this big truck driver learn in Subject 3? When he was learning, he searched for local channels. As an experienced driver, Jiro complained bitterly. At this moment, 2 completely different mechanical female voices sounded in Jiro's mind. The intellectual and steady Yuji Yin, and the soft, waxy, and numb lowly Yin. Ding! It is detected that the host wakes up from a coma, the investment system has been activated, and is at your service at any time. High-quality potential stocks have been discovered. Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, has extraordinary qualifications. Host can get double the strength income by investing in it, and get double the combat power of Yamato at a guaranteed price. There is only one initial investment opportunity. Would host choose to invest now? Ding! The loading is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the sign-in system. Ding! The check-in location has been refreshed, the birth point is Ghost Island. Ding! This sign-in can trigger the novice starting benefits, and you can get a guaranteed 5-star rare reward. Do you want to sign in? Yeah, there is a system. It's still a double portion. It's stable, it's completely stable this time. Jiro feels that his future is bright. So what if some people are born monsters? With dual systems, I'm not afraid even if I'm wearing one. After comparing the voices of the 2, Jiro decided to answer the question about the investment system first. Tongzi, invest in Yamato and bind to get twice the combat power. Jiro thought silently in his mind. After all, in the original book, Yamato lived a hard life of not having enough to eat and having to avoid being hunted by Kaido's men. Later on, he was able to fight against Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. I can't imagine how terrifying Yamato's strength will be after his potential is fully tapped. Not to mention, double the happiness of double the combat power. Ding! Congratulations to host for investing in Yamato, getting double the combat power of Yamato at the same time, and adapting and transforming according to host's physical condition. As Yuji's voice fell, Jiro's originally weak body underwent changes that were visible to the naked eye. After acquiring Yamato's double ghost physique, Jiro's bones creaked, his muscles expanded rapidly like balloons, and his height increased from a bean sprout of 1 meter to 1.8 meters in front of him, even with the clothes on his body. It was also modified by the system to fit perfectly. This is just to gain double the strength of 3-year-old Yamato, allowing you to regain your pre-travel height. Jiro estimated his physical strength and returned to Blue Star. He could break a rooster and lay eggs with one punch. One can imagine how powerful the pirate world's physique is. By the way, Tongzi, after I invest in Yamato, what will she get? Jiro suddenly thought of something and quickly asked about the investment system in his mind. I can't get anything for the time being. If I insist on it, it may be protected by your host in the future. The investment system replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, Jiluo was happy. What kind of reward was this? If he ignores others in the future, wouldn't Yamato's work for him be in vain? Then we haven't given anything to Yamato now, how can we call it an investment? Isn't this free prostitution? Excuse me, host, we didn't give you any money or training resources, so how can we call it whoring? After listening to Tongzi's explanation, Jiro suddenly felt that it made sense. Okay, I get it. Investment master, please go down first. Come to me when investment opportunities arise. Next, sign in Tongzi and start signing in. After receiving a reward, Jiro quickly dismissed the investment system and went to look at the signs for the sign-in system. Both systems have the opportunity to reward Jiro, and the main one is to get even rain and dew. Ding! Congratulations to host, you signed in successfully and received the 7-star rare reward, Conqueror's Domineering Power. Boom! The moment the system sound sounded, Jiro felt an unparalleled domineering aura erupting from the depths of his body like a dull volcano. For a moment, the birds and beasts within 100 miles radius panicked and scrambled into chaos as if they sensed some danger. Is this feeling a sign of the awakening of Conqueror's Haki? An incredible guy has appeared on a Nagashima. Not far away, Kaido, who was teaching Yamato to practice, was alarmed by the aftermath of Conqueror's Haki awakening. He frowned and looked in the direction of Zero's position behind the mountain. Chapter 2 Jiro lost his mind and tricked Yamato into exercising. Conqueror's domineering spirit is a unique qualification in this sea. It's just that all it can bring me now is a deterrent effect. Looking at the birds and beasts that were frightened by his aura, Jiro couldn't help but sigh. The system's sign-in reward is a ticket to become a world powerhouse. It does not directly give him the 4 Emperor's red-haired shanks means that can cause substantial damage to the enemy, and the attack moves of Conqueror's domineering wrapped around the weapon. With a sound of bang, the mountain wall not far away collapsed. The gravel rolled, and Jiro quickly turned around to avoid it. Oh! I thought it was some serious guy who made such a big noise just now. He looks like he's just a kid. But he is quite tall, and he has the same demeanor as when I was a boy. After Kaido looked at Zero, he stood on the ground with the mace in his hand with some disappointment. He originally thought there would be a hearty battle. Cough 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 cough. Because Kaido punched through the mountain wall just now, Yamato, who was following Kaido, ate a lot of dust in the wind. She was about to complain about her father's sudden move, but she inadvertently glanced forward, but her eyes widened in shock. Jiro? Why did you suddenly grow so tall? I remember you were as tall as me yesterday. The little lowly's voice was pitiful, and she looked a little aggrieved, as if she had been deceived by a bad person. I don't know, maybe this is talent. Jiro spread his hands and said Versailles. He couldn't tell the truth that his ordinary body underwent such a change in order to withstand Yamato's twice the power. Yamato, do you know this kid? Kaido asked in surprise, looking at Zero again. Yes, I picked it up near the rocks on the beach some time ago, Jiro. He's obviously not that tall. Yamato is still worried about Jiro's height, and his strong desire to compete makes Yamato feel that Jello is full of secrets, and he is eager to explore it. A special race? It also possesses Conqueror's domineering potential. After hearing the sudden change in Zero's height from Yamato's mouth, Zero's evaluation in Kaido's heart became even higher. Now is the time for the beast pirates to employ people, so a guy like this must be taken under his wing while he is still young. Boy Zero, are you interested in joining the beast pirates and following Laozi to turn the world upside down? Kaido quickly extended his right hand to Zero and issued an invitation to join the beast pirates. I wish you all the best, Mr. Kaido. Zero agreed quickly and stood in front of Kaido, neither humble nor arrogant. After all, Momosuke, the source of all evil, must be brought to justice soon, and now I also need the platform of the beast's pirates. With the potential to become a top powerhouse, joining the beast pirates is the most interesting thing. Drink the strongest wine, sleep with the rightest girl, and be the freest person in the world. Everything speaks for itself with strength. Now that he is weaker than Kaido, he can only obey his orders and wait until later. GGG. Zero, let me tell you, the position of vice captain of the beast pirates is still vacant. Kaido's words did not conceal his happiness and appreciation for Zero. Mr. Kaido, I would rather support you in your old age than the position of deputy captain of the beast pirates. Zero didn't want to eat the cake Kaido drew for him at all. When he said this, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Yamato, who looked harmless. This kid wants to have them all. Kaido is not a fool, of course he can understand what zero means. No wonder joining the Beast Pirates was so refreshing, it turned out to be because of my position and my daughter Yamato. He looked up and down Jiro's body and appearance again. It was the mother-in-law's look at the golden turtle son-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. Actually, there is no need to keep raising Yamato as a son. After thinking this, Kaido turned around and left. Only Zero and Yamato were left on the field. Jiro, we agreed to grow taller together, how come you? Laozi left, and Yamato didn't chase him. Instead, he clenched his fists and came to Jiro's side. Jump up and hit Jiro on the knee. Obviously, Yamato is more concerned about the fact that Zero is now taller than him. What are you doing? If you hit your knees, do you still have to jump up? While Jiro was in pain, he wondered if Yamato was sick. It's okay to stop hitting your knees. Big bad guy, I'll hit your chest with my little fist. The white-haired Lolita opened her teeth and claws and gestured at Jiro. Faced with Yamato's provocation, Zero just gently raised his right hand. There was a soft pop sound. Being held down, Yamato subconsciously looked up. Jiro's father-like gaze gave Yamato goosebumps. Oh, why are you looking at me like that? Big bad guy, tell me why you suddenly became so tall. Looking at Yamato's fierce breasts, Jiro really realized the joy of cultivating a line. Yamato, listen up. People's physiques are different, so height cannot be forced. One of the evidences to prove that the physiques are different is that I have kunkan, but you don't. Jiro half leaned down, grinned, showing his white teeth, and said to him. On this point, Jiro wins. Kunkan? What is that? Yamato looked into Jiro's eyes anxiously. Jiro's words touched Yamato's knowledge blind spot, and Loli's thirst for knowledge rose. A weapon that accompanies me will resist when oppressed. When encountering a narrow road, the brave will win. If you don't exhaust yourself, you will never back down. The best proof of a true man. Jiro smiled confidently. Yamato doesn't believe Zero's lies. How could someone be born with such a weapon? Unless Jiro can show it to me. It would be best if you could lend it to Yamato. Yamato had a slight smile on his face and rubbed his hands expectantly. At this moment, all she could think about was growing taller as fast as Jiro. Jiro was speechless and choked, stunned on the spot. This so-called female brat wants everything. If Jiro hadn't known that Yamato was just like a blank piece of paper, he would have suspected that all this was a trap for high-end hunters. Hey? Jiro doesn't want to give it. Yamato's slender brows furrowed and he looked up at Zero eagerly. Because of his anger, his cheeks are bulging like a pufferfish, making people want to PK them. I really can't give you this thing. Jiro curled his lips and said helplessly. You are so stingy. Don't forget that I bandaged the wound you made when you hit the rock. Then you can show it to me, right? A naughty kid won't give up until he reaches his goal, and Yamato in this period is no exception, and he bargained with Zero. No. Jiro still refuses. Ah. Yamato gets really angry after a while, and I can't coax him anymore. Yamato pouted his lips and threatened Zero in a coquettish manner. Yamato, I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry yet. Listen to me. As long as you can do 200 push UPS every day. 200 sit UPS. 200 squats. Then run 20 kilometers around Ghost Island. Your height will change significantly. Seeing Yamato's reluctance, Jiro took advantage of the situation and made up a reason. Really? Don't lie to me. Yamato put his hands on his hips and looked at Zero questioningly. More precious than pearls. Jiro gently rubbed Yamato's head, just like he used to do with the little tabby cat at home. I don't know why, but there was a nice blush on Loli's fair face. Then why don't you stop growing taller and wait for me? Looking at Zero's innocent smile, Yamato stretched out his little finger and begged him. There's really nothing I can do about you. Whether you agree or not depends on your performance. Jiro also stretched out his little fingers and hooked them together. Chapter 3 Awakening Armed Domineering Power While Lying Down. Congratulations to host for successful investment. Gains: Endurance +2, Strength +2, Speed +2. For more than half a year, Jiro's ears have been hearing such system prompts. Jiro, who was lying on a chair to rest, looked at Yamato sweating and exercising hard under the sunset, and couldn't help but remember his lost youth. An unforgettable historical song. 199. 200. Hoo ho ho, finally done, 200 push UPS. Today's exercise goals are all accomplished, and I will be able to grow taller tomorrow. The little loli got up from the ground, sweating profusely, with a sweet smile on her face, feeling happy about her progress and changes. In fact, Yamato can clearly feel that she is growing taller little by little, and this positive feedback is the source of motivation for her self-discipline. However, Yamato would not have thought that even if she did not exercise, her height would increase with age as she was in the growth and development period. By the way, let's see if that guy Jiro has kept our promise. Yamato suddenly thought of something, and like a thief, he secretly glanced in the direction of Jiro with the corner of his eye, for fear of being discovered by the other party. Yamato breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Jiro was showing off again today. Yamato, why did you secretly observe me and got caught again? Zero's voice suddenly sounded, frightening Yamato, who was acting like a thief. Nonsense, no. Although Yamato admits that Zero is a bit good-looking, Yamato doesn't like Zero, so how could he secretly look at it? Yamato quickly blushed and argued. The cute appearance of sweating profusely made people confused for a moment whether it was because he couldn't lie or because he was too tired after exercising. Yamato, take a shower first, relax, and we'll have dinner together soon. Jiro stood up from his chair, but did not reveal Yamato's lie. Yeah, okay. Yamato nodded obediently and trotted behind Zero. Hehe, Jiro is a bit clumsy, and Yamato fools him every time. Yamato thought to himself. Arriving at the courtyard where Zero lived, Yamato couldn't wait to rush to the bath. She took off her clothes in 3 quick steps, jumped into the bath water that Jiro had prepared for her in advance. The water vapor is rising, and the fatigue left by Yamato's exercise is being eliminated bit by the warm water. It's so comfortable to take a bath. Why don't you come with Jiro? In line with the principle of sharing good things with friends, Yamato invited Jiro outside the bathroom. Come together? Let's forget it. Faced with the little loli's invitation, Jiro quickly refused. Since receiving Yamato's double power, Zero's body has undergone earth-shaking changes due to systematic corrections. Not only did the face change from a childish look to a full-on youthful look, but the body organs also began to develop, gradually reaching the level where Jiro was 20 years old when he was hit by a big truck. This is the difference between wearing clothes and wearing souls. It can be said that the investment system initially helped Zero disguise himself as a 3-year-old child in order to get closer to Yamato and conduct investment binding. In essence, the body was still the 20-year-old body of Zero before time travel. P.S. In short, the protagonist is 20 years old. And Kaido and Yamato mistakenly thought he was only 3 years old, which is exactly the opposite of Bonnie's situation in the original work. Okay, Yamato knows. After being rejected, Yamato replied in a depressed mood. If Jiro doesn't agree now, then wait until later. Giving up easily is not Yamato's style. Yamato, who had no sense of expectation in his heart, no longer missed the steaming pool water. He wiped his body and walked out wearing a bathrobe. At the dinner table, Yamato picked up the crystal clear fat with chopsticks and held it in his mouth, letting it melt slowly. By the way, Jiro, I seem to have figured out the hard stuff you told me last time. Do beginners need to use their hands? Yamato's words made Jiro startled. Nani? Jiro had a question mark. Yamato had guessed such a secret thing, so it was not difficult for her at all. When eating, eat with your heart and don't discuss topics other than those at the dinner table. Jiro took a tough tone and tried to put the matter away. Oh, Yamato knows. After being educated, Yamato obediently shut up and never mentioned the matter again. Her keen sixth sense told her that she was right. After dinner, Yamato returned to his bedroom and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hard things, beginners use their hands. Yamato looked at his little hands and kept mumbling, falling into a deep thinking state. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. Yamato had an epiphany. I understand, what Jiro is talking about must be armed and domineering. My father also said that only domineering power can conquer everything in this world. Immediately afterwards, Yamato tried to use the method Kaido taught her to concentrate her domineering force on her hands. Soon, Yamato's fair and delicate hands turned black and hard. She developed armed domineering power and punched the wooden bed lying beneath her without saying a word. Boom! The wooden bed was shattered and torn. Success! This is indeed Yamato's armed color haki. Yamato looked at the scattered sawdust on the ground and was shocked by his own strength. When you go to see your father tomorrow morning, you must show him this power. By the way, Jiro and I study together. If Yamato performs too well, will my father put pressure on Jiro? Apart from being happy, Yamato also wanted to consider Jiro's feelings. A true man. Zero's words suddenly echoed in Yamato's mind. No, I borrowed it from Jiro before. He also knows that beginners always cover their hands with armed domineering. Could it be that Zero always uses armament haki? He just pretended not to be able to use armament haki so that Yamato wouldn't be embarrassed in front of his father. Yes, that must be the case. After figuring out the cause and effect, Yamato was really moved. Zero's armed domineering color must be darker and harder, right? No, we can't let Zero hide so hard. Yamato must also work harder to become stronger. Yamato, who thought that Zero had been hiding his strength to take care of his own feelings, cheered him up and developed his own armed haki while the iron was hot. While Yamato was working on himself and working hard, Zero was lying down on the bed. Ding! Congratulations to Yamato for realizing armed color haki, and host has gained double the realization. The investment systems prompt sounded, and Jiro turned over. He tried to cover his arm with domineering energy, but in just a moment, the entire arm became black and hard. It's Yamato. Yamato is still training now and has even developed armed haki. It's cool, the power has been integrated into my body in an extremely relaxed manner. After sighing, Jiro lay down contentedly. Chapter 4 Beisha Kaido's class has started. After practicing for a while, Yamato completely mastered the technique of using armed color haki. Just as she was putting on her pajamas and preparing to rest, she couldn't help but scratch her head when she looked at the big bed in the room that had just been destroyed by her punch. Looking like this, shouldn't he be able to sleep? Yamato twitched the corner of his mouth. Then you have to rest and sleep tonight, right? You will continue to get stronger tomorrow. I have no choice but to go and sleep with Jiro. Yamato muttered to himself for a while and couldn't wait to run towards Zero's room. Hehe, that big idiot Jiro is asleep, and the door is not even closed. Yamato glanced inside through the crack in the open door of the room, and could see Jiro sleeping soundly wrapped in a quilt. Ahem, Jiro, Yamato is coming in. Yamato, who was standing outside the room, called out politely. At this moment, Jiro was sleeping soundly, so naturally he would not respond to Yamato. If you don't refuse, do you agree? Jiro, you are so kind, you are willing to take in Yamato who has no place to sleep tonight. After Yamato finished mentally building himself up, he no longer had any worries and slid into Jiro's bed like a fish. The next day, the east was white, and on the ghost island under the morning sun, teacher Kaido was waiting here on time. Dad Kaido, I finally mastered the armed haki. Yamato's face glowed with energy, and he ran towards Kaido waving his arms. Yamato, you are indeed my daughter. No, he is indeed my son. Kaido looked at Yamato's excited look and knew that this was absolutely true, so he said with a relieved tone. Mastering armed color domineering at the age of 3 is such a talent. I just want to ask who else. Look, look. Look at my punch. After Yamato came to his father's side, he covered his hands with armed haki and punched Kaido Laodan's calf hard. Does it hurt? Isn't Yamato awesome? After beating his father, Yamato looked up at Kaido expectantly, hoping to get his father's approval. Well, my son Yamato looks like a king. Kaido leaned down, touched Yamato's head, and laughed heartily. Kaido recognizes the talent of a monster like Yamato from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Kaido. At this time, Zero yawned, walked slowly to Kaido, and said hello lazily. Hearing Zero's voice, Kaido quickly adjusted his appearance, put on a majestic look and responded to Zero. Jiro, you heard it too. You have been practicing with me for such a long time. Now that Yamato can use armament haki, you have to work harder. Although Yamato's physical talent may not be as good as yours, Yamato's stupidity took the lead and now he has completely surpassed you in the field of armed domineering. Thinking of Zero's lazy behavior during this period, Kaido said to Zero with hatred. If Yamato is a genius in cultivation, then Jiro can be said to be born for cultivation. This kid never bothers to train, and his own strength can be improved visibly. He is simply hanging on the wall. I can't imagine how strong Jiro will become in the future if he trains hard. Okay, Mr. Kaido. Please teach me the skills of using armed color haki again. This time I will learn it carefully. Zero quickly asked Kaido as if he was asking for advice humbly. Hey, now you know it's not too late to learn. Look good, this is really the last time I teach you. After saying that, Kaido will show it in front of Zero. Boy, think of armed color haki as a part of your body. Then. Okay, you kid. As Kaido taught, his eyes suddenly widened and he shouted okay 3 times in a row. At this moment, both of Zero's arms are covered in armed haki. It can be seen that Zero's understanding of armed haki is still better than Yamato's. As expected, Zero can use armament haki. He didn't use it before because he didn't want to embarrass Yamato too much in front of his father. Zero is so nice to Yamato. Yamato, who was looking at Gerald from the side, had a real expression on his face. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to practice harder in the future until he surpasses Gerald. Damn it, I can actually do it. Zero first pretended to be surprised, and then looked at Kaido who was stunned with a grateful look. Mr. Kaido, your teaching is still good. Ahem, cough, you are quite good at talking. Kaido pretended to cough and continued to act majestic in front of Zero. Isn't Zero great? I, Kaido, taught him. Under the camouflage shell, there is almost unbearable joy. Don't be too happy. If you want to become a strong man like me, it's not enough to just master the armed color haki. Later, I will teach you and Yamato how to use Shimono's haki. It is much more difficult to awaken this kind of domineering power than armed domineering power. The next step is all practical teaching. Only a strong enough stimulus can activate this dormant power in the body. After saying that, Kaido picked up the mace Haseiji and took a stance, staring at Zero with a pair of tiger eyes. He is confident that only 3 sticks are needed to awaken Jiro's domineering power. Danger! At this moment, black thunder flashed on Kaido's body, and the strong aftermath made Zero's body instinctively sense the danger. A signal was sent in his mind that made Zero couldn't help but want to run away. Hey! There are signs of awakening haki. It's coming, boy Jiro. Kaido reminded. Jiro didn't expect the teaching to progress so quickly, so he nodded subconsciously. Thunder. Kaido spoke every word, and the eye-catching black thunder flashed on the edge of Hakija. Concentrate on avoiding, the name of the move is not finished yet. Jiro gave himself a shot of chicken blood and went all out. The next second, Kaido's stick mixed with black thunder hit Zero's body with thunderous force. Isn't the full name Thunder 8 trigrams? Did you hit the moves without even shouting them out? Damn it, Kaido, you don't have martial ethics. Seeing the sharp black thunder turning into snakes and rushing towards him, Jiro's eyes widened. The move is so fast that there is no time to dodge. There was no other way, so Jiro could only cover his arms with his armed domineering energy and take the attack bravely. With a sound of boom, Jiro was knocked away by a blow, and his body fluttered in the sky like a kite with its string cut off. Bang! It hit the ground hard. Brother Jiro, are you alive? Yamato hurriedly ran over, looked at Zero who was spitting out black smoke and his body was burnt, and asked distressedly. It's not gone, Yamato, come on. After struggling to squeeze out these words from his teeth, the heartbreaking pain in his body touched the pain nerves. In order to prevent Kaido from hitting him again without knowing the severity, Zero simply rolled his eyes and fell into a coma. Chapter 5 Overtaking Yamato lying down? Kaido is determined to become stronger. I didn't expect that my random attack would be so powerful. Is nothing going to happen to this kid? Looking at Zero with black smoke rising from the deep pit in the distance, Kaido's heart was in his throat. If I had killed the most promising brat I had ever seen because of that blow just now, I would regret it for the rest of my life. He didn't dare to take another look at Jiro, who was covered in black smoke, for fear that it would explode in the next second. Father Kaido, while Zero is unconscious, you should help me develop the haki of knowledge and color. From Kaido's perspective, Yamato didn't seem to feel sad for Zero's coma for a moment. That's pretty much the truth. The words that Jiro said before he fell into coma, to Yamato's ears, were an encouragement to him. In her opinion, Jiluo must be domineering, but she just doesn't want to perform too well in front of her father and make herself lose face. When he really mastered the domineering power of seeing and hearing, Jiro stopped hiding his clumsiness and became a blockbuster. Oh? Jiro, who is stronger than you, was knocked unconscious by one move. Aren't you afraid of Yamato? Kaido looked at his son carefully, trying to find the fear on Yamato's face. But unfortunately, it didn't go as Kaido wished. Don't be afraid. I just want to work hard to become stronger. Yamato held his head high and replied firmly. In order to follow in the footsteps of Jiro in training, Yamato has always been willing to go all out without fear of all difficulties. She really wants to make progress. Well, you are worthy of being my descendant, Kaido. After hearing Yamato's request, Kaido's eyes were fiery and his tone revealed countless pride. Yamato, follow my move, Thunder 8 trigrams. With Zero's lesson learned, Kaido no longer made any moves in advance. He waved his weapon and dragged the black thunder towards Yamato. Papa Kaido is so fast. Seeing the domineering black thunder attacking him, Yamato's heartbeat quickened, his adrenal hormones surged, and his body's potential continued to be tapped. But it's a pity that even so, Yamato still can't avoid it. There was a boom sound. Forget it, Yamato, even if you sense the trajectory of my move, you can't avoid it with your speed. The exercise of seeing and hearing the domineering power may be a bit too hasty for you. Seeing Yamato's body vomiting blood because he could not bear the impact of haki, Kaido decided to use lies to stop this haki teaching to protect Yamato's self-esteem. In fact, Kaido himself has already controlled the power and speed of his moves to the limit. If he really awakens his haki and predicts it in advance, he can indeed avoid it. No. Come again. Yamato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said unwillingly. Yamato. Kaido felt the determination of his son and raised the weapon in his hand again. The experienced Kaido naturally knows that haki often awakens in high-pressure environments. Since Yamato has so much confidence in himself, he might as well believe in her again. Thunder roared, and the aftermath of the domineering force hit Yamato again. This time, there was no avoiding it. Although Kaido has tried his best to reduce the power of his moves, the gap in strength between the two is like a chasm. And Yamato, who chooses to persist, is under great pressure. Kaido gave her some time to recover her strength. After an unknown amount of time, the comatose Jiro was awakened by a mechanical female voice. Ding! Investment target Yamato has awakened to the domineering power of knowledge. Congratulations to host for getting double the enlightenment. Rewards are being distributed, please wait patiently. As the voice fell, Jiro's body fell into a mysterious feeling and experience. The sharpness of his senses allows Jiro to even feel the emotional changes of the people around him. Just like in the comics, Kirby awakened his haki during the war. At this moment, Zero also began to gather an invisible aura. On the other side, Kaido looked at Yamato, who avoided his teaching attack in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. He saw the shadow of himself in the unyielding Yamato. With this talent, this hard work, and this persistence, Yamato will be able to defeat Jiro sooner or later. After making this comment, Kaido couldn't help but recall the glorious years when he and Big Mom worked together on the Rocks pirate ship. During those days when there was no hope, Kaido was often dragged into a small dark room and bullied by Charlotte Linlin. The current Yamato is so much like himself back then. There is a natural monster beside him who can become stronger without exercising, inspiring him to keep improving and surpassing. Just like Kaido is confident that he can surpass Big Mom in the future, Kaido also believes that his son Yamato can also surpass Zero in the future. Suddenly, a powerful wave of air burst out from Zero lying on the ground, attracting the attention of both Kaido and his daughter. This kid Jiro has also awakened his domineering power. And look at this posture, it's even twice as strong as Yamato. Zero, who was lying down, surpassed Yamato, who was working hard. After seeing Zero's outstanding performance, Kaido's mentality almost exploded. Starting from the same starting point, why is Zero always stronger than Yamato? Could it be that this kid has been hiding his clumsiness? Very possible. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yamato to just realize it every time with his front foot, and Jiro, the kid, would be able to crush Yamato with double the performance of his back foot. Isn't this just a Yamato mentality? Just when Kaido was angry about Yamato, who was simple-minded at this moment, had completely opposite thoughts. As expected, Jiro is really a genius in cultivation. In order to encourage Yamato to become stronger, in order not to throw Yamato far away all at once, Jiro must have been very depressed during this period, right? Originally, Yamato was full of curiosity and affection for Zero. After experiencing these things, Yamato not only did not dislike a boy with outstanding performance like Zero, but actually liked him even more. Yamato? Kaido asked tentatively, fearing that Yamato would be hit hard and no longer be willing to train to become stronger in the future. I will work harder to become stronger until I surpass Zero. Yamato replied decisively. Yamato, we are both in the same situation. The unexpected answer made Kaido throw his head back and laugh. But compared to you, my ambition to surpass Big Mom, Roger, and the others is a bit insignificant. From today on, I, Kaido, will become stronger and lead the beast pirates with you and Zero to stand at the top of the world. The domineering words echoed in the world, and the world's strongest creature in the original book awakened in advance at this moment. Chapter 6. It's so cold at night, Jiro doesn't want Yamato to catch a cold, right? The land of peace, the capital of flowers. The general's palace was filled with singing and dancing. Kurozumi, the big snake, was sitting on the main seat, accepting the service of the wandering girls, with a happy face. For many years, they, the remnants of Kurozumi, have been hiding, and finally used Kurozumi's imitative ability to deceive the people of Wano. Then they succeeded in usurping the throne, and Kurozumi Orakai became the new general of Wano. I have worked hard for so long before, now it is a good time to enjoy it. Outside the general's mansion, the black-clothed ninja responsible for investigating intelligence ran in a panic. Report to General Orakai, something serious, something bad is going to happen. The urgent shouts plunged the entire general's palace into a tense atmosphere. The musicians' performance suddenly stopped, and the wandering girls also stopped their performances and stood still. What do you mean by panicking? Didn't you see that I was busy? Kurozumi glared at the reckless guy fiercely, and immediately called out to the wandering girls. Keep playing music, keep dancing. Now the Kurozumi snake is on the rise. As long as there is no risk of losing his head, what can be more important than watching these wandering girls dancing their slender waists? Yes. The musician responded and continued to play music. The colorful wandering girls in the palace danced to the music like butterflies. The black-clothed ninja who was loyal to the Kurozumi family was left alone. Looking at Kurozumi Orakai, who couldn't hold up the wall with mud, his heart was full of contempt. He had no choice but to go to Kurozumi Chanmaru, the man behind Kurozumi Orakai, and truthfully report the news of the return of Kuri Daimyo Kojiki Oden to Wano country. The two siblings, Kurozumi and Kurozumi, who were sitting drinking tea, got up in a hurry when they heard the news of Kojiki Oden's return. Since that guy Kojiki Oden has returned, it won't take long for him to know what happened to Madame Shi when we sent our men to Kuri some time ago. In addition, the matter of Kojiki Sukiyaki's succession is unclear. With Oden's character, it is impossible not to come to settle the score with His Highness Orakai. Kurozumi Chanmaru analyzed calmly, and his sister nodded frequently in agreement. Chanmaru, you have the power of the barrier fruit. Now go to His Highness Orakai to protect him. As the actual helmsman behind the Kurozumi family, Kurozumi made a decision quickly. After explaining the matter of Chanmaru protecting Kurozumi Orakai, she set her sights on the black-clad ninja waiting aside. Go to Onigashima to invite Lord Kaido. On the other side, there was lightning and thunder in the sky above Ghost Island. Kaido, who transformed into a blue dragon, raised his head proudly, grabbed the flame cloud with two dragon claws, and glared at the sky. It's a thunderstorm again. For those who don't know, I thought it was some scumbag who swore poison on the Ghost Island. Using the power of the phantom beast Qinglong to activate the sky thunder to temper the physical body. Ever since Kaido Laodan suddenly decided to exercise and become stronger, the thunder clouds over Onigashima have not dissipated. Jiro, who was lying on the bed, was awakened by the sound of thunder exploding outside. And couldn't help but complain. The old boy Kaido trains day and night, but Zero feels that his sleep quality will be difficult to guarantee in the future. Ghost Island is not a place suitable for lying down. After thinking about this, Jiro gently removed Yamato's legs from his body and got up quietly. Isn't Jello going to sleep? Yamato, who was wearing pajamas on the side, stretched, sat up, and patted Jiro's back gently. I'm not going to sleep anymore, I've had enough sleep. Jiro subconsciously replied. Ah? Remember that Jiro used to get up when the sun was shining on his buttocks. You're up so early now. Did Yamato clamp his clothes too tightly when he went to sleep? Did it affect Jiro's rest? If that's the case, Yamato feels sorry for Zero. Yamato shouldn't use Zero as a pillow. The white-haired loli lowered her head guiltily and stretched out her arm to hold Jiro's hand. In her memory, since she stayed in Jello's bed, Jello seemed to wake up earlier than before every day. After hearing Yamato's words of tiger and wolf, Zero was shocked. Looking at the innocent white-haired Lolita, Jiro's heart was filled with countless grass and mud horses galloping past. Physical fitness in the world of pirates is no small matter. Even if Yamato is still young, the pressure he can put on Zero when he sleeps every day is very great. Mainly under the covers, there is no place warmer than Jiro's body. It's so cold at night, Jiro doesn't want Yamato to catch a cold, right? Yamato held Jiro's hand and acted coquettishly. Jiro knew very well that being afraid of the cold was just Yamato's lie. This little girl was afraid that she didn't really like herself, so she always tried her best to get close to her. Although Jiro, a poor boy, would definitely not dislike the fair-skinned and beautiful Yamato. However, she is still a child. You have to wait a little longer for ripe fruits to taste sweeter and more juicy. I'm going to go out. Your bed can't be repaired, so I don't need to repair it, so I'll just lie here. By the way, I'll find a real pillow to cuddle with. It will keep you warm at night. Zero squatted down, looked into Yamato's eyes, and spoke to him patiently. Ah? Actually, it's not like my bed can't be repaired. Jiro, you'd better not leave. Yamato requested nervously, pretending to be aggrieved as if he would drop his pearls in the next second. After listening to Yamato's words, Jiro instantly understood why the bed in Yamato's room could not be repaired. Not being able to fix it is another lie from Yamato. This little loli has wanted to get close to her so much since she was a child. Will she become a yandere when she grows up? After thinking for a moment, Jiro decided to reject Yamato's offer to stay with an awe-inspiring statement. A good man has ambitions in all directions and cannot stay in one place forever. With a sigh, Jiro turned around. Jiro! Yamato's shout sounded from behind Zero. What's wrong? Do you want to leave Ghost Island with me and go out to experience it? Jiro guessed and asked. But Mr. Kaido probably won't agree. Immediately, he added. After all, in the original work, Yamato seems to have gone to the country of Wano when Kojiki Oden was executed, and from then on she worshipped Kojiki Oden who had no favors for her. Later, she accidentally read Oden's logbook, ate the phantom beast fruit that Kaido left for her, and went further and further on the road to becoming a white-eyed wolf. Kaido may not have imagined that he finally defeated all the hostile forces in Wano country, and only dared to let Yamato pass when he felt safe. As a result, Yamato finally succumbed. No, I'm not going out to practice with Jiro. Yamato is not strong enough now. Yamato just wants to know that there should be more than just boxy pillows. Human, can't it be in human form? I'm used to sleeping with Jiro in my arms. As he talked, Yamato was so shy that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Chapter 7 Beasts Pirates? Warriors Pirates. Zero got a life-size figure pillow for Yamato, and when Kaido finished training, he came to his side. Coincidentally, the informant ninja under Kurozumi's brother and sister came to Onigashima on an official ship and told Kaido about Kojiki Oden's return to Wano. Kojiki Oden. Sounds like an interesting opponent, a man that even the two monsters Newgate and Roger admire. I hope he won't disappoint me too much. Kaido clenched his fists and laughed wildly. He really has a lot of expectations for his battle with Kojiki Oden. Kojiki Oden is back. In other words, there will be a special nude dance tour soon. Calculating the time carefully, it is time to start planning for the country of Wano. Jiro, who was standing aside, quickly extracted the key information from the conversation between the two, and at the same time made his own little calculation in his mind. The fat meat of Wano country can be kept by Kurozumi for a while, but in the end, the only one who will eat it is himself. Jiro, do you have the courage to go to the Flower City with me to meet those warriors from Wano? Kai took a moment to catch a glimpse of Zero with an uncertain expression, and asked him. I wish I could. If possible, I would also like to go to July. Jiro said decisively. He knew that Mrs. Toki and Momonosuke were staying there. Well, it's always good to go out and have some experience. We, the Beast Pirates, haven't captured the territory of Kuri yet. If you have the ability to knock it down in the future, this place and its residents will be yours. As the leader of the Beast Pirates, Kaido skillfully paints a pie for young people. Yet, Jiro replied casually. After all, his ambition is the entire country of Wano, and he will definitely not be satisfied by a small gyuri. Sorry to bother Kaido and everyone in the Beast Pirates. The reporting ninja said respectfully, pretentiously inviting Kaido and Zero and the soldiers of the Beast Pirates behind them to board the ship. No need, the Beast Pirates have their own ship. Kaido decisively refused and looked disdainfully at the Wano official ship on which the messenger ninja was riding. This ship seems to have no choice but to be used as a ship. Apart from being able to attract people, it has no functions or defense. What class is worthy of carrying the soldiers of the Beast Pirates? As Kaido's right-hand men, Quinn and Yin, knew what the boss was thinking and ordered his men to launch the warship of their Beast Pirates. Soon, on the sea near Ghost Island, 10 pirate ships equipped with giant cannons were lined up in a row, and the Shang flag symbolizing the Beast's pirates was flapping in the strong wind. Each ship was carrying dozens of pirates with weapons. The current Beast Pirates group is not very large, but this pirate group of several hundred people can be called a force that cannot be underestimated. Under Kaido's instruction, Zero and Quinn sat on the same pirate ship and headed to Wano country together. Humph! I hope that guy named Kojiki Oden will know better and stop trying to gather samurai to resist. Otherwise, Uncle Quinn will rip off his head and kick it with a ball. Quinn, who was wearing overalls, squatted down, put his arms around Jiro in a very familiar manner, and boasted skillfully. This is the new star of the beasts that Boss Kaido has longed for. So naturally Quinn will not let go of this good opportunity to get closer. You must know that the beasts pirates are not just about fighting and killing, but being humane and worldly is also very important. Jiro, who knew the real difference in combat power between the two, couldn't help but feel ashamed for Quinn. Quinn is a professional when it comes to speaking harsh words before a battle. He is worthy of being a man who even dared to taunt Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, "Old woman, who do you think I am?" to her face. Under Kaido's excellent management model, each of the 3 disasters of the beasts became braver than the other, and Jin, the Yan disaster, kicked down the boat of the ant alone. Art disaster. Quinn ran to fight with her aunt because of a mouthful of red bean soup. Silly disaster depends on the ship King Jack, not to mention a man who interprets the word tough head to the extreme. It can be said that they are all crazy comments. These colleagues he will work with in the future make Jello, a normal person, feel a lot of pressure. Quinn didn't know that Jiro was silent because he was ashamed of him. He thought that this new colleague didn't have the confidence, so he increased the intensity of his bragging. No one dares not to sell us the beast's pirate's face. The so-called, when all the beasts go out to fight, not even a blade of grass will grow. Ouch, FK. In a moment of excitement, Quinn accidentally took the cigarette in his hand backwards and smoked the flamed end, causing a large blister on his purple lips. Quinn felt pain and stopped bragging. Jiro's ears finally felt clear. He raised his head and looked up at the sky, but his sight was completely blocked by Kaido, who transformed into a blue dragon, and Yin, who transformed into a pterosaur. In the world of pirates, it's great to be able to fly. Jello, who was standing on the boat, couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but think of the glorious achievements of Yin and Marco, who used their air superiority to destroy the Big Mom group. In an era where people with devil fruit abilities per capita are able to fly, those with abilities that can fly obviously have more fault tolerance than those with abilities that cannot fly. If possible, I would also like to have a fantasy beast devil fruit similar to Kaido's. The power of trademark dragon. Chapter 8 Personal quality needs to be improved. Sign up for Extreme Mimicry Enzyme. When the Beast Pirates and their crew arrived in the Flower City, Kurozumi treated Kaido with more respect and filial piety than he treated his own father. Since there is no specific whereabouts of Kojiki Oden, Zero and others stayed in the Flower Capital and waited. It's only been half a day, stationed in the small day. No, the beast soldiers stationed in the Flower City may have been lonely for a long time on the Ghost Island. The female relatives of high-ranking Wano officials in high-end places wearing gorgeous kimonos can make them want to move just by looking at them and smiling. In order to build a good relationship with the high Akujua pirates, an official under the shogunate held a banquet and invited a high Akujua Shinta. In the end, after finishing this meal, all the fingerprints on the hands of the 100 beasts were left on the thigh of the official's wife. The official was ashamed and angry, so he went to the shogunate the next day to ask Kurozumi for an explanation. At this juncture, Kurozumi did not dare to offend the beast pirates at all, and was unable to solve the problem, so he eliminated the person who raised the problem. Kurozumi Orikai's concession made everyone in the beasts pirates really happy. They were secretive at first, but later they became inhumane. In addition to the general's mansion, the mansions of those gentlemen are like flower houses, with different people visiting them every day. As a member of the beasts pirates, Zero was caught up in the general trend, which inevitably affected him a little, and his moral bottom line was further lowered. In the capital of flowers, you can visit Women's Street. Quinn and Jiro appeared here with some followers. Smelling the smell of rouge in the air and seeing long, lustful legs everywhere, Quinn and others wiped the saliva from the corners of their mouths and rubbed their hands excitedly. Only Jiro, who was wearing mink fur, remained unmoved. Like an outsider, he is out of tune with the old perverts around him. Jiro, judging from the moral standards of an evil-doing pirate, your personal qualities need to be lowered, otherwise you won't be able to achieve great things. Next, I will show you only once what the pirates of our beasts pirates look like. After that, Quinn tidied up her appearance and led her men downstairs to a luxurious flower building in Yunv Street. The madam of this flower house saw the way the members of the beast pirates were dressed and knew that they were powerful masters who were not short of money, so he went up to them with a smile. Without saying a word, Quinn asked Xia Ran, the signature girl in Hualu, to come and sleep with him. Boss, you also know that Xiaran is a geisha, she only sells her skills, not her body. The madam rejected Quinn on the surface, but in fact her meaning was very clear: more money. Quinn is certainly not stupid. She knows that this is a common tactic used by old madams to drive up prices. If she believes it even a little bit, she will definitely use Poxia Donkey to blow up her own gold coins. Understanding this, Quinn simply raised his neck and pushed the madam away with a slap. If you don't pay me after playing, it's not considered a sale. After saying those crazy words, Quinn led his men into the flower building. Hey, there are so many people, my Xia Ran, what are you going to do? The madam, who was pushed to the ground, couldn't help but sweat for her daughter when she saw how big and thick Quinn and others looked. In Wano country's Yume Street, it is normal for the madams to ask their daughters to pick up customers. Jiro stood aside and did not follow Quinn upstairs. He was thinking about the words in Quinn's mouth. I come from a land of etiquette, and I really didn't fit in here for a while. Pirates are a cruel world, and guys with high moral character can't live long. 3 minutes later, Quinn came downstairs refreshed with a cigarette in his mouth and patted Jiro on the shoulder. How about it? Brother Quinn, were you powerful just now? When Quinn said this, he glanced at the madam on the ground with his neck shrinking, feeling proud. Do pirates need to give money to buy things? Doesn't exist. Sharp. Jiro said sincerely. He really didn't expect Quinn to be so efficient at work. Even so, Quinn was able to stay at Yunv Street all day, and it seemed like she had a lot of fun. Playing like this every day won't cause any problems, right? Jiro thought of the biochemical matrix and Quinn's future research on biological weapons, and couldn't help but connect the two. May she? These willow streets and flower alleys can be regarded as the characteristic culture of Wano country, and you won't be fooled. Quinn smiled casually. How? Brother Jello, don't you think they look down on them? There seems to be something rare in the prostitution house in front, and there are so many people gathered around it. Let's go and take a look. Quinn discovered a new target and called Jiro over to take a look. If quality is not good, quantity will make up for it. This is Quinn's romantic code. Before Jiro opened his mouth, the sound of the sign-in system rang in his ears. Ding! The sign-in location has been refreshed. PRST and Dance Hall. Host, please go and sign in time. Okay, there are system rewards for playing. Then let's see Quinn continue to have fun. Thinking of this, Jiro accepted Quinn's invitation. Quinn, didn't want to see it myself. Everything is for brother Jiro. Quinn was so happy that she and Jiro squeezed into the sea of people. The system sound sounded at this time. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in and receiving a 3-star special reward, Extreme Mimicry Enzyme. Extreme Mimicry Enzyme, the special biological enzyme in Susan, a monster from another world, can imitate her own voice and appearance into any character she touches. Is it similar to Xiaofeng's ability? A good tactical skill is that your name cannot be heard by those little black guys. After receiving the reward, Jiro smiled lightly. In the PRST dance hall, the wandering girls wearing Prujna masks are still dancing. With a graceful figure and a graceful waist, there is no need to say that she has a good figure. Jiro, what do you think of this? Quinn, who briefly entered the sage time, did not have those worldly desires, and when he saw what he liked, he wanted to give it to his good brother. This kind of secretive one, maybe he is a killer with an extremely ugly front and rear view. Jiro looked up and down and expressed his judgment. In her previous life, female anchors who liked to wear masks had a lot of bad looks. I don't believe it. Being a man of action, after Quinn finished speaking, he went to find the owner of the place to find out about the masked wandering girl. Jiro's mind was not on this wandering girl, and he couldn't help but look at the noisy crowd around him. After all, Jiro came out simply for the sign-in reward, and he had no interest in these women who could be obtained by anyone. Suddenly, he was startled and found an acquaintance in the crowd. Isn't that guy Kojiki Odin? In this outfit, if you wear a bamboo hat, others won't recognize him. Zero muttered. Then, it became clear in an instant. Everyone in the pirate world is face-blind. Take Luffy for example. Rizeo Zoro and Roronoa Zoro stood in front of him at the same time, and he probably couldn't tell them apart. It's just. I didn't expect to meet him here. As expected of a guy who walked around the streets and alleys of Flowers at the age of 6 and started a harem openly at the age of 15. Even though he has been out and about for so long, he still has not forgotten his original intention. It can be seen that Momosuke is indeed his biological child. Jiro couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 9 Odin rushed in tears. Shall I leave? At this time, Kojiki Odin in disguise was mixed in with the noisy crowd. The two big headlights of the masked girl flashed in front of him, making Odin swallow his saliva. In the entire Wano country, I'm afraid my wife is the only one who can compare with this woman's figure. Kojiki Odin couldn't help but comment on it. 1 year, exactly 1 year, since he boarded Roger's ship and separated from Mrs. Shi, Kojiki Odin never had the chance to touch a woman again. On the way back home, due to the special location of Wano, he was washed away by the waves to the flower capital, where he was inexplicably pursued by some Ronin warriors. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he put on a bamboo hat and went back quietly to give Mrs. Shi and the others a surprise. Unexpectedly, while walking in the capital of Flowers, his legs stopped working and he came to Yunv Street, which was how Jello met him by chance. 100 gold, whoever bids 100 gold can go to Wushan with the dancing girl. At this time, the manager of the PRST and dance hall shouted at the top of his voice. When the voice fell, everyone sighed. 100 gold. Is this woman made of gold or silver? Dare you sell it at this price? It's just a transaction, only a fool would bid for it, right? The people around him curled their lips and pointed fingers at the masked wandering girl. 100 gold is already a lot of money in Wano country. You can even buy a house with this money. At this moment, Kojiki Odin rummaged through all his pockets and found out 90 gold, which was 10 gold short of the 100 gold ticket price. He didn't even have the strength to be a fool. Since he didn't have enough money, Kojiki Odin subconsciously wanted to grab it directly. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly thought that his identity could not be exposed, so he stopped where he was unwillingly. At this time, Quinn used her privilege to ask the steward about the details of the masked wandering girl, and then came to Jiro. The manager said that the young girl is not as good looking as me. He also said that if we from the 100 Beasts really want it, we can do it for free. Quinn scratched his chin and said happily to Jiro. In Quinn's opinion, he is considered a first-class handsome guy, and the girl is only uglier than him, so he should be considered to be of average appearance. This seller is really cruel. Jiro couldn't help but complain when he thought that the face under the new mask was worse than Quinn's and dared to ask for 100 gold from the people around him. Of course, not everyone has the privilege of being able to know the inside information in advance like Jiro and the two. They really thought that there would be some stunning appearance under the Pruchna mask. Oh, don't look at it. Such a woman is not something that poor people like you and me can get their hands on. A Ronin samurai shook his head after hearing the price and said to the person next to him. Oh, what a pity. If I could sleep with this girl, I would live 10 years shorter. The man sighed and left helplessly. These words entered Kojiki Odin's ears, which made his heart itch. Damn it, it's only 10 gold. Kojiki Odin gritted his teeth and wanted to leave helplessly, but the domineering aura on his body made him feel that someone nearby had been watching him. He couldn't help but look in that direction. This young man is dressed in a precious mink fur coat, and his appearance and temperament are first-rate. Whose young master is he? Kojiki Odin looked at Zero up and down, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Maybe, he can lend me the money. Kojiki Odin thought to himself, and came to Jiro without hesitation to express his intention. Jiro, who was borrowed money by Kojiki Odin, couldn't believe it for a moment. Such a good woman as Mrs. She was waiting in Guri with neither clothes nor food to eat, and she had to be in fear every day because Kurozumi Orikai's men were chasing her. He's so rich that he doesn't want to give his wife and children, so he comes here to give gold coins to a strange woman? Even the other party is not only a wandering girl, but also not as good looking as Quinn. Kojiki Odin, if you don't treat Mrs. She well like this, don't regret it if something happens in the future. Jiluo felt that Mrs. She was worthless in his heart, and threw the 10 pieces of gold to the ground with a look of disgust. Sorry, my hand slipped and fell on the ground. Jiro said expressionlessly. Little brother, I owe you this time, and I will definitely pay you back in the future. At this moment, Kojiki Odin's sperm was in his head and he didn't care about these details. After bending down to pick up the money, he grabbed Jello's hand and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. This encounter gave Zero the ability to perfectly disguise himself as Kojiki Odin. After sending away Kojiki Odin, Jiro, Quinn, and others headed back home. And Odin paid 100 gold and got his wish, and he and the masked wandering girl came to the small attic, where a man and a woman lived alone in the same room. Beauty, how old are you this year? Kojiki Odin asked familiarly while raising and lowering his hands on Yumi. Just turned 18. In order to please the guests, the wandering girl deliberately raised her voice and said coquettishly. 18 years old? Not bad. As soon as Kojiki Odin heard this, he couldn't wait to take off the clothes on himself and Yunu. Soon, the two of them were naked and about to start the last step. Come, let me lift the mask and see what you look like. After saying that, Kojiki Odin reached out and picked it. Ah! Damn it! Kojiki Odin, who took off the Hanya mask from Yuji's face, was startled and couldn't help but let out a loud scream. Ah, your heart is beating so fast. How's it going? Do you like it? Yumi was afraid that Kojiki Odin would be scared away by her, so she grabbed his handle and asked him. It's hard to imagine you are a human being. Kojiki Odin was so frightened by this masterpiece that he couldn't catch his breath. He was so weak that he could only let it be manipulated. Hey, if you say I'm ugly, you won't be much better. You still wear a bamboo hat, don't you have the shame to meet people? Yanu mocked Kojiki Odin with disdain. You don't like me so much? Shall I leave then? Yunu asked with a smile. Ah! Hearing this, Kojiki Odin fell into deep thought. He felt that he was so at a loss. There was a beautiful girl in the family who didn't know how to cherish her, so she spent a lot of gold coins on the old monster in front of her just for the 2 tails of flesh on her lower body. Then shall I go? Yanu asked again impatiently. Well. Kojiki Odin let out a meaningful sigh. You have to walk the road you choose on your knees. Don't let your money go in vain, even if you have tears in your eyes, you have to rush. Chapter 10 Momonosuke cannot escape. After the battle, Kojiki Odin pushed out the door with tears in his eyes. Humph, thin dog. Yunu's sarcastic voice sounded behind him. Clearly, she was dissatisfied. As for why the little wandering girl dares to be so arrogant, a top-notch person like her is originally doing a one-time business, and she is very self-aware and knows that there will be no repeat customers. I endure it. Kojiki Odin's fists were clenched red, and white smoke came out of his head with anger. If he hadn't come back to inherit the position of shogun, and not make things bigger, smear the reputation of the Kojiki family in Wano, and make Mrs. Toki feel chilly, Odin would have broken his disguise and turned against this black shop. Forget it, let's go to the general's mansion to visit my father and discuss the specific matters for the founding of Wano. By the way, let me ask him, what happened to those samurai Ronin who attacked me? After what happened just now, Kojiki Odin felt ashamed to go back to find Mrs. Shi, so he could only make this decision. On the other side, I want to practice a bit and help convey Mr. Kaido. After getting the news that Kojiki Odin went to the general's mansion, Jiro left a letter to Quinn and set off on the road to Kuri without much words. Knowing the plot, he was afraid that if he walked a little slower, he would be forced to enjoy Kojiki Odin's nude dance performance. On the way from the flower capital to July, Jiro had to pass through the Zaime area, which delayed a lot of time. At this time, the great name of Nozomi, Fujetsu Yuyu, had strong soldiers and horses, and it was not easy to deal with them. Fortunately, the samurai of Wano were generally not very domineering, and in the end, Zero managed to reach Kuri without any danger. In the past, I thought Kojiki Odin was a fool. He believed Kurozumi Orikai's lies at this juncture, thus missing the best opportunity to fight. After personal experience, I discovered that this idiot Kojiki Odin not only has a naive dream of a hero, but also a self-righteous holy mother. Looking back on the difficulties along the way, Jiro couldn't help but mocked. In his opinion, the energy possessed by the Nozomi daimyo alone can compete with the power of the Kurozumi Orikai. The combined forces of Kojiki Odin and Suzugo daimyo Shimatsuki Ushimaru can deal with the entire beast pirates. As a result, in order to protect the small group of Wano people, Kojiki Odin compromised with Kurozumi Orikai and gave the beast pirates time to recruit and gradually annex them. As a result, everything was lost and Wano fell into greater pain. Middle. A typical Madonna of troubled times, a guy who harms others and himself but is also self-motivated. Ding! Congratulations to host for triggering the hidden sign-in location, Mrs. Shi's bed. After completing the sign-in task, you will receive a guaranteed 7-star reward. Host, please go to the designated location to sign in as soon as possible. In the border area of July, Jiro, facing the river, covered his face with his hands. The check-in locations of these 2 times are more heaven-defying than the other. It can be seen that the system is trying to cause trouble. There is no other way. In order to get the best reward, I have no choice but to do this. I'm so sorry, Odin. Since you don't even take good care of Mrs. Shi, please don't blame me. As soon as the cold voice fell, he suddenly turned into Kojiki Odin. "GGG, Momonosuke, your boss is back." The river water reflected Kojiki Odin's appearance, and Jiro was very satisfied with this simulation skill. He swaggered towards Odin Castle, silently counting down Momosuke's life in his heart. "It's His Highness Odin. His Royal Highness Odin is back." The warriors who were loyal to the Kojiki family saw this familiar face from a distance and rushed to tell each other excitedly. In Odin Castle, Momosuke, who was trying his best to exert his bad attributes by rubbing against the cross-dressing boss Zyaju, heard the movement outside and popped his head out. "My invincible father is back. Kyu's Hikeng, take me quickly to greet father." Momonosuke excitedly tugged on Kikunokeng's long hair and said hurriedly. Ever since Odin left their mother behind, Tien Yushi had to endure hardships to raise her 2 children, living in poverty for a year. He believed that when his father came back this time, he would not be able to bear to let him continue to live a hard life in this world. "I must not bear to let my mother sleep all night alone again." "Okay, young master." Zyaju agreed repeatedly, hugged Momonosuke and ran out of Odin Castle. It is indeed His Highness Odin. The familiar figure is getting closer and closer. Kikunokeng's slender hands are covering his red lips, and his long eyelashes are covered with tears. I saw Yulien's pretty appearance, and it was hard for people to believe that this was actually a man. "Father." When Momosuke saw a familiar figure, he excitedly jumped out of Kikunashi's arms and ran towards Zero excitedly. "Dizzy, you have grown taller." Zero imitated the look and tone of Kojiki Odin and greeted Momosuke. "Ah! Why does father look like this?" Looking at Jiro's ferocious gaze, Momosuke's anus tightened and she couldn't help but tremble all over. At this moment, Xiaoju also looked at Ji Luo with her mouth open. "Am I very vicious in their eyes right now? It's true that you can't hide the look in your eyes that you want to stab someone." Sensing the change in their expressions, Jiro instantly understood what was going on. "You must come up with a suitable reason immediately, otherwise you will definitely be suspected by these 2 people." Jiro grinned, showing his white teeth. He leaned down and placed his hand on Momosuke's head. "As you know, my father has been a pirate for such a long time, so it makes sense for his eyes to be more ferocious, right?" Momonosuke looked at Jiro's expression and took 2 steps back in fright. "It's reasonable. He is a pirate after all." Momosuke's voice was trembling and he didn't dare to look into Zero's eyes. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while, and Jiro's mind was racing. If it were Odin, what would he say based on his character? With a flash of inspiration, Jiro patted his chest and said proudly, "Are you afraid of the pirate's eyes? Dizzy, be brave and be a man, just like your father." Just as if the password was entered correctly, the expression on Momosuke's face changed rapidly. He looked up at Zero, his eyes full of trust. "Don't be afraid, Dizzy will be a strong and brave warrior like her father in the future." Seeing Momonosuke's transformation, the corners of Jiro's mouth rose slightly. Obviously, what he just said hit the mark. This guy Kojiki Odin might have magic power that can make people like Momonosuke and Akazaka 9 heroes imitate him without any brains. As long as the keyword is triggered, you can gain their trust. Haha, Tao Zi is inevitably a little rusty after not seeing each other for so long. Dizzy, bark a few nice sounds. There will be rewards for those who bark well. Seeing that Momonosuke's worries were completely eliminated, Zero decided to tease him again. "Father!" Momosuke shouted to Zero impatiently. "Change your name. I'm tired of hearing this." Jiro picked at his nails and said casually. "Dad!" Momonosuke's mind turned around and he shouted immediately. It's not a problem for him at all. Chapter 11 Momo assists in death. Laying the groundwork. Okay, good son. Jiro held Momonosuke's hand and said to Zyuju with a smile, "Kikuno-keng, please step aside first. I want to reward Momo." "Award? What a reward?" Momosuke trembled with excitement when he heard that his father was going to give him a reward. "I'll take you to a place where there are no worries," Jiro said with a smile. He did not lie to Momonosuke, so his expression was very natural. "Without worries, wouldn't that be a paradise?" "Yeah," Momosuke cheered. "But, Your Highness Odin, are you going out just after you come back?" A look of doubt flashed across Juzhikeng's face. His Highness Odin's return this time gave him a feeling that something was wrong. Faced with Juzhikeng's doubts, Jiro patted him on the shoulder condescendingly. "Well, I already know about Kaido and Kurozumi. The country of Wano is not safe now. After sending Tao Zi away, within 3 years, I will personally end all the troubles in Wano country." In order to dispel Kikunokeng's final concerns about his identity, Zero released Conqueror's haki when he spoke. "Yes, Your Highness Odin." Kikunokeng felt the familiar sense of oppression from Jiro's body, and respectfully obeyed the order and retreated. Kikunoho, who grew up in Wano country, had only experienced this kind of oppression from Conqueror's domineering power from Kojiki Odin, so he no longer questioned Zero's identity. "Ha, Momonosuke, follow closely. Send away Kikunokori's Zero and take Momonosuke away from Odin Castle to a border town." Kurozumi Orikai's men were also stationed there, and they were the attackers when the lady was wounded with a bow and arrow. "Okay." Momosuke wished he could spread his wings and escape from Kuri. He was very satisfied with his father's arrangements. Momonosuke had long been fed up with the kind of life he lived with Mrs. Toki in Kuri and Toki, where he couldn't even have enough food and clothing. Based on his life experience, the happiest life was still the time on the pirate ship. Not only can he eat well and drink hot food every day, he can also be fair and honest with the beautiful nurses working for the long-bearded pirate captain. At the very least, you don't have to worry about being assassinated and attacked by Kurozumi Orikai's men. "Father, can I return to Wano country in 3 years?" Getting further and further away from Odin Castle, Momosuke thought of something and suddenly asked behind Zero. Jiro looked at him disdainfully. Jiro understands Momonosuke's thoughts very well. This is because he wants to wait until Wano country is settled before taking him back as his young master. He thought he could do nothing and use his status and power for free. "Are you talking in your sleep in broad daylight?" In order to punish him, Zero grabbed Momonosuke's back, lifted it up suddenly, threw it hard, and threw it to the samurai base stationed nearby. Kurozumi's subordinates were drinking and playing cards when they heard a click and Momonosuke's body crashed through the roof and plunged into the soil. "Enemy attack!" The samurai who heard the movement first shouted loudly and kicked over the losing card table. The nearby Ronin samurai heard the movement and hurried to support. Wait for them to come in a hurry with their knives in hand. Take a closer look. This guy seems to be the stupid kid from the Kojiki family. A samurai who had participated in the assassination of Momonosuke saw the onion planted firmly in the soil and immediately recognized its identity. Without saying a word, he grabbed Momonosuke's thigh and pulled out Momonosuke with mud like a radish. "It's true." Seeing the true face of Mount Lu, everyone nodded. Ba, ba, ba. After being able to breathe again, Momosuke subconsciously spit out some of the mud in his mouth, but suddenly realized that the samurai around him were looking at him with intrusive eyes. He swallowed the rest of the mud, not daring to take a breath. The leader of this group of samurai looked up and down at Momonosuke, who was covered in mud, with the eyes of an old pervert staring at a young lady. It's really hard to find anything without wearing iron shoes. It takes no effort to get here. Originally, the task assigned by that adult was not completed, and I didn't know how to deliver it when I got home. I didn't expect that you, the boy, came here alone. The samurai leader approached Momonosuke and asked with a cruel smile, "Tell me, how do you want to die? Lingchi or a headshot?" I don't want to die." At this time, Momonosuke finally recognized the person in front of him. He was the leader of the group that attacked Odin Castle some time ago. There is no such option. If you don't choose well, I will let you experience it one by one. The samurai leader drew left and right signs on Momonosuke's neck with his sword. Red blood flowed along the silver snow-colored katana, and Momosuke felt the pain and was so frightened that he became incontinent. What a filthy idiot! The samurai leader smelled the stench and looked at Momonosuke with disgust. At this moment, Momonosuke was trembling and his mind went blank. If you don't choose, then I will choose for you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, let's start with your ears. After saying that, the katana in his hand flashed with cold light, and Momonosuke's ears fell to the ground instantly. Ah! It hurts so much. Momosuke, who had turned into one ear, covered his wound, cried heartbreakingly, and erupted into a wailing sound like a slaughtered pig. Ha 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 ha, this is the heir to the Kojiki family. How embarrassing! The samurai watching the show on the sidelines taunted Momonosuke at the right time and gave him a spiritual attack. They are all members of Kurozumi, and they have long been unhappy with the Kojiki family. Is it painful now? Is there more pain to come? After saying that, the samurai leader grabbed Momonosuke's hair and mocked him. Damn! Momosuke clenched his fist very hard and looked at the samurai around him with the eyes of lion majesty. If looks could kill, Momonosuke in this state could kill everything instantly. Of course, he was also imagining in his mind that he would suddenly burst into flames in the next second and slap all the guys who were humiliating him to death with one palm. I don't know if Momonosuke was really deceived by his rich imagination or what, but he really dared to raise his hand and slap the samurai leader in front of him in the face. Everything was in vain. The samurai leader had quick eyes and quick hands. He grabbed Momonosuke's hand, then stepped on the ground and rubbed it hard. If you dare to take action, beat me to death. I will crush the Kojiki family under my feet. The warrior leader couldn't get over his anger by fighting alone, so he called the people next to him to join him. Stop, don't fight anymore. Do you know who my father is? My father is Kojiki Oden, the daimyo of Kuri, and the future general of Wano. If father finds out, he won't let you go. Momonosuke quickly brought up his father's name. It was a good thing that he didn't mention Kojiki Oden's name. After mentioning it, the surrounding samurai beat him harder, as if they were beaten to death. After a multi-person fight, the samurai were sweating profusely, and Momosuke was beaten until he began to take on a human form. Pick up your ears, pick up your ears. The samurai leader picked up the handkerchief on the table, wiped the sweat from his face, pointed at Momonosuke's nose, and shouted at him. My father is invincible in the world. He will come to me soon, and none of you can run away. These were Momonosuke's last words. One Piece can be inappropriate, but Momonosuke must die. Jiro sensed everything not far away with his sense of knowledge and domineering. After confirming that Momosuke, the source of all evil, was completely eliminated, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Well done. Chapter 12 Everything that the beasts like will belong to the beasts sooner or later. After Momonosuke was cut to pieces by 1,000 swords, the samurai carefully prepared his cremation and put his ashes into an exquisite small box. The group successfully completed their mission and returned to the Flower City to find Kurozumi Orokai to kill him. At that time, Kurozumi was showing off to Kaido at the Shogun's mansion his record of defeating Kojiki Oden without any injuries. Thankfully, I thought of Kojiki Oden as a person before, but I didn't expect him to be a pervert who wears scantily clad clothes and has strange fetishes. You, Kurozumi, took control of us before we, the beast pirates, took action. Kaido, who was sitting in the main seat, raised his glass and drank it in one gulp, and said viciously. On the day when Kojiki Oden came to settle accounts with Kurozumi Orokai due to his obsession with exercising late, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and hovered high above the Flower City, silently watching everything that happened below. From his perspective, Kojiki Oden first chopped down several guards guarding the general's palace, then broke into the general's palace and yelled a few words like crazy. Just when Kaido decided to take action, the naked Kojiki Oden left in despair and ran to the streets of the Flower City to dance like crazy. Even though Kaido was well informed, he was still disgusted by this scene, which left quite a psychological shadow. The visual damage was no less than real damage. Gee ha ha ha, Kojiki Oden is really a fool. We just used a little trick to not only successfully repel him, but also bring disrepute to the Kojiki family. We won this battle. Kurozumi waved to the wandering girl next to him to fill up the wine glass in Kaido's hand. He stood up and opened the window of the attic, looking down at Kojiki Oden who was dancing on the street. There are people arranged by Kurozumi on both sides of the street, who regularly throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves on Kojiki Oden, hoping to completely discredit the Kojiki family. Even though he was disliked by the people around him, Kojiki Oden still looked like a normal person, grinning his big teeth and jumping around like a chimpanzee with well-developed limbs. Don't be too happy too early. Those famous names like Suzuo and Beiwu are not fuel-efficient lamps. Kaido picked up the wine glass and reminded Orakai. After hearing this, Kurozumi closed the window, returned to his seat, and looked at Kaido with a flattering smile. With the beast's pirates here, I'm afraid they won't be able to cause big troubles. After Kaido heard this, he looked at Kurozumi with contempt in front of him, who was pretending to be a grandson. Naturally, he knew the other person's intentions, but he was playing into his own hands. A mere name can be destroyed with a snap of a finger. It's just, what benefits can we, the beast pirates, get from it? Kaido, who was holding the wine glass, raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Kurozumi in front of him. The Flower City belongs to me. As long as other places can be conquered, Lord Kaido can use them as he pleases. Do you think this deal is still a good deal? Kurozumi smiled and rubbed his hands. He felt that Kaido had no reason to refuse. Unexpectedly, Kaido suddenly became violent. Use it casually. Remember it for me. In Wano. Whatever the beasts like will belong to the beasts sooner or later. Kaido stared at the big snake and roared at Kurozumi. What the beast pirates want is not the right to use it, but ownership. If you want to use the power of the beasts to destroy other daimyo of Wano, you can, but the conditions must be made clear. After all, Kaido had promised Zero that all the territory he owned would be under his control. If the time comes when Kurozumi sends his subordinates to Zero's territory without hesitation, wouldn't it mean that Zero loses face? So when talking about cooperation, Kaido's ugly words should be spoken first. Suddenly being yelled at, Kurozumi was sweating profusely. How could he dare to refuse Kaido's conditions face to face because he was greedy for life and feared death? Yes, yes, yes. If you let the big snake fart, the big snake will never hold it in. Everything will be at the discretion of the beasts. Orakai only wants the flower capital and the position of general. Kurozumi lowered his head and said respectfully. Even if Kaido is not as powerful as Kojiki Oden at this moment. But it is obvious that Kurozumi, who was still very arrogant when facing Kojiki Oden just now, is as humble as Kaido in front of Kaido. Laozi will soon build a weapons factory in Wano to fully expand the strength of the beast pirates. You guys have to find a way to help me. After all, you are the general of Wano country, and those stupid guys listen to you. Seeing Orakai looking like a grandson, Kaido was very satisfied, and even his tone of voice slowed down. How about I issue an edict to the whole country of Wano tomorrow and say that I, Kurozumi, invite Lord Kaido to serve as the protector of Wano. In the culture of Wano, this position is not lower than that of a general. What do you think of Kaido? Kurozumi asked cheerfully. Orakai just wanted to have fun, and in order to live a drunken life in the Flower City, he did such ridiculous things as letting a pirate be the protector of the country. No, 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 I'll do as you say. Kaido got a satisfactory answer, and his joy was beyond words. Ha ha ha, Fu Lu Shao, I'll leave this matter to you. I'd like to give another toast to our protector of the country. The news that Kurozumi invited the pirate Kaido to serve as the guardian king of Wano soon spread to the ears of other daimyo. It's outrageous. It's like digging the ancestors of Wano country out of their graves and slapping them in the face. The position of king protector of Wano has actually fallen into the hands of a pirate. Kurozumi the big snake is so damned. Under the heavy snow, Suzugo daimyo Shimatsuki Ashimaru, who was wearing animal skins to keep out the cold, looked at the edict in his hand, gritting his teeth until his whole body trembled. Not far from the Suzuo area, a pirate ship sailed on the sea. Standing on the bow of the ship was a creature that looked like a fishman. It was the great pirate Moonlight Moria. Report to Captain Moria, we can already see the area behind the bell. One of the pirates put down his telescope and said excitedly. Well, very good. I heard that many ancestors of wealthy families in Wano are buried in the eternal tombs in the Suzugo area. When we dig out the ancestral graves of Wano people, we might be able to make a fortune. At the thought of being able to dig someone's ancestral grave soon, Moonlight Marai rubbed her hands. As happy as a child weighing more than 200 pounds. In the Beiwu area, in the Daiming mansion, Shimatsuki Yasui looked at the edict, frowning and gritting his teeth. As expected, the Kurozumi snake can no longer hide itself. Its legs have been exposed. There must be something fishy about the succession of Sukiyaki shogun. Shimatsuki Yasui looked at the entourage on his left and right, and they both nodded in agreement. No, we can't sit idly by and watch the Kurozumi snake push Wano to a point of destruction step by step. Wait until His Highness Odin comes back, go to the flower capital, and find Kurozumi to settle the score. In order to fulfill his good friend Kojiki Odin, Shimatsuki Yasui has already put his own life and death at risk. Lord Yasui. Actually, His Highness Odin has returned. The attendants on the left and right murmured quietly. What? Where is His Highness Odin? Shimatsuki Yasui asked excitedly. After suffering for so long, he finally heard the good news. His Royal Highness Odin is currently staying in the flower capital. What to do in the flower city? Yasui asked impatiently. Dance, dance naked. The attendant spoke in a low voice, tilting his head and scratching his hands in embarrassment. Why don't you call me for something like cutting a big snake? Wait, I didn't hear you clearly, can you say it again? Shimatsuki Yasui's eyes widened in shock and he couldn't believe his ears. Dancing naked, His Highness Odin is dancing naked on the streets of the Flower City. There were many Flower City residents watching around, and they even threw things at His Highness Odin. Chapter 13 Mrs. Shi, don't look back, I am Odin. On the streets of the Flower City, Kojiki Odin, who had high hopes from Yasui, was not satisfied with just dancing naked, and even hummed a ballad at the top of his lungs. Nowadays, the world is really in decline. The heir to the Kojiki family is like this. It's no wonder that our life is getting worse and worse. It seems that we really don't blame any beasts. I used to never understand why General Sukiyaki didn't pass the position of shogun to his son, but instead passed it on to General Orakai, who has no blood relationship. Now that I have seen Kojiki Odin with my own eyes, I can only say that General Sukiyaki is a good judge of people. An old country farmer who took his wife to the city to go to the market was pointing at Kojiki Odin with a hoe in his hand, and his spittle was falling like raindrops. Oh, that's His Highness Odin, how can you call him by his first name? The old woman on the side quickly stopped her after hearing her husband's rebellious words. Humph, Your Highness Odin. Here, there's something wrong with the designation. Maybe someone fell into the sea when going out to sea, and his brain got a little wet, and he became a fool. Let me see, don't call him His Highness Odin again. If you do, just call him Your Highness Fool. The old country farmer pointed one finger at his own brain and the other at Kojiki Odin, shouting humiliation. After listening to what her old man said, the old woman looked at Kojiki Odin again and felt that what he said was right, so she stopped refuting. An old farmer in the countryside humiliated Kojiki Odin in the street, and this incident spread from person to person. Soon, Kojiki Odin's reputation as Your Highness the Fool spread throughout the Flower City. When even his subordinates despised Kojiki Odin and secretly called Your Highness the Fool in contempt, the underworld boss of the Flower City, Hanano Goro, couldn't bear it anymore. Ah! Why did His Highness Odin become like this? He slammed the chopping board in front of him, his hair burning like blue flames, and his ferocious face made people feel frightened. We don't know either. According to my little brother, silly, no, it's His Highness Odin. Ever since that day, he went to see General Orakai normally, and when he came out of the general's mansion, he changed like this. The Ronin samurai sitting in the hall replied fearfully. Has your temperament changed drastically just after you came out of the general's mansion? Flower Leopard Goro was stunned for a moment, and then he clenched his fists fiercely, his head boiling with anger. The evil Kurozumi snake must have done something unspeakable to our Lord Odin in the Shogun's palace. This lecherous guy not only attacked women, but even His Highness Odin could not escape his clutches. Flower Leopard Goro did not expect that the return of Kojiki Odin not only failed to change the fact that Kurozumi Orakai served as a general, but also made the situation in the flower capital and even the entire Wano country even more difficult. Then His Highness Odin must be in such a miserable state. If I had experienced something like this, I would definitely go crazy. The gang member on the side sighed with regret, but there was excitement on his face that could not be concealed. It's so miserable. Flower Leopard Goro really feels bad for Kojiki Odin. He always feels that he has to do something for him. Odin needs his love and care. At this thought, Hanajibeo Goro waved his hand, looked at a naked Ronin warrior and gave the order, Dumkawa Nehi, prepare a carriage. In the evening, I will go with my wife to take care of the bullied His Highness Odin. Yes. The man named Umkawashoi bowed respectfully and went to prepare according to the boss's instructions. As night falls, the weather gets colder and the number of pedestrians on the street gradually dwindles, but Kojiki Odin is still dancing naked and heartily. According to the promise I made with Kurozumi, I only need to dance for 16 hours every day, and then I can rest. Kojiki Odin looked around and felt that it was almost time to get off work, so his hands and feet slowed down. Deng, deng, deng. Kojiki Odin was just about to take a rest when the sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded, which was particularly harsh. Which damn guy stayed up all night and came here to watch my jokes and appreciate my performance? Kojiki Odin was scolding and his movements of hands and feet didn't stop. The main character was a dedicated person. AQ. In the carriage box, Hanajibeo Goro suddenly sneezed. Caught a cold. His wife heard the movement and quickly asked with concern. It's a bit cold tonight, and His Highness Odin, who is completely naked, must not be feeling well either. Flower Leopard Goro patted his wife's hand gently and said with a sad expression. As a good friend, Hanajibeo Goro really doesn't want Odin to suffer any more injustice. It's too difficult for him. How about we take His Highness Odin to live at home? Madam asked understandingly. Okay, let's do it like this. We will accompany His Highness Odin like this. Flower Leopard Goro nodded in agreement. The journey was not far, and soon Flower Leopard Goro and his party arrived at the place where Kojiki Odin was dancing. Humph, here it comes. Let me see who this damn guy is. Listening to the sound of horse hooves stopping suddenly, Kojiki Odin thought silently. He looked up and saw a blue vest-like tattoo decorated with pink flowers. Flower Leopard Goro. Kojiki Odin looked at the man in front of him and shouted his name in surprise. Is it cold? Let's take you home. It's hard to imagine that gangster Hanano Goro also has a tender side. July? It's better not to go back. I have no shame in going back to see Mrs. Shi in this state. It's best not to let them know about the naked dance. Kojiki Odin said quickly. Don't worry, we won't get any news from the flower capital in July. If you don't mind, just sleep at our place tonight. Mrs. Baogorange quickly comforted her, saying that she knew that the people on the side of Beishao suddenly ordered the news to be blocked from July, so what she said was the truth. That's good. As soon as he heard that he was going to Haogoro's house, Kojiki Odin put aside his worries, agreed to the couple's invitation, and got into the carriage naked. Arriving at Hanano Hogoro's house, Kojiki Odin, who had been hungry all day, went up to eat and drink. When he was satisfied, he came to the room prepared for him, lay on the bed, and rested his tired body. It's so warm under the quilt. Kojiki Odin was wrapped tightly in quilt and fell into a sweet dream. On the other side, in the distant July, inside Odin Castle, Mrs. Shi, who had coaxed Kojiki Hiri to sleep, sat on the bed and stared at the moon in the sky through the curtains for a long time. After a long time, she sighed, "Oh, he won't come back tonight." After that, she slowly took off her clothes, and her beautiful figure was as white as snow under the bright moonlight. Just as she was lying on the bed about to fall asleep, a pair of strong hands hugged her from behind. Just as she was about to resist, the people behind her got closer and closer. "Mrs. Shi, don't look back, I am Odin." At the familiar voice, Mrs. Shi's body trembled suddenly, and tears of joy flowed in her eyes. "Do you know how I have lived these years?" Mrs. Shi grabbed Jiro's hand on her chest and softly recounted her loneliness and emptiness these days. This confused Jiro behind him. At first, he just thought about squeezing on the couch with Mrs. Shi and the others to complete the check-in tasks arranged by the system. Who knew it would be so exciting later on? "Be quiet, don't disturb Hiri." Mrs. Shi gently pinched the back of Jiro's hand and said softly. Congratulations to host for successfully signing in and receiving 7-star top prizes, Dragon Fruit, Phantasmal Beast Species, and World-Destroying Black Dragon Form. The rewards from the system are really good, and they fulfill my wish. Jiro was extremely satisfied. Tonight is destined to be the most sleepless night for him in more than 20 years. One word, run. After sighing, Jiro fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 14 The Phantom Beast Black Dragon, Twilight of the Gods. Whoa! Good baby, Kojiki Hiri yawned. She still woke up very early today, but looking at her sleepy look, she knew she must not have slept well last night. At noon, Jiro got up slowly under Mrs. Shi's meticulous service. Just now, Jiro had a dream. He dreamed of traveling to the Three Kingdoms and becoming his favorite character, Prime Minister Cao, a hero in troubled times. He didn't know why he suddenly had this dream. Maybe his inner self was hinting at what kind of mission he should shoulder? The world of pirates is obviously also a chaotic world, where each other is competing against each other. The celestial dragons in power are full of evil, but Marine, who symbolizes justice, protects them at all costs. Not to mention pirates, natural selection, survival of the fittest, people cannot stand firm if they are not ruthless, and even kindness has become a sin in this world. Such troubled times need a heroic figure like Prime Minister Cao to end it. It is our duty to inherit the legacy of Wei Wu. The one who ends the troubled times must be me, Jiro. Zero, who possesses the magical black dragon devil fruit, is so confident that his vision is no longer limited to the small countries of Wano. He has greater ambitions. After lunch, Mrs. Shi couldn't wait to take Jiro's hand and go to the garden to water the flowers. "Oh, slow down, be careful of falling." Jiro looked at Madame Shi's swaying figure in front of him and didn't understand what she meant. Ah! This is the first time for such a big man that he can't even walk well. Mrs. Shi said happily, gradually slowing down her pace. These flowers just need the care and nourishment of the gardener. The two came to the garden one after another. Mrs. Shi picked up a small shovel to loosen the soil and fertilize the blooming daisies on both sides of the walkway, and pretended to chat with Jiro casually. After you went to sea for a while and came back, you seem to be much better than before. Mrs. Shi's words seemed to have some meaning, but Jiro didn't pay attention. He was studying the devil fruit ability he had just obtained. Well, it's definitely better than before, Jiro said without hesitation. In the past, I never had any sense of security and I always had random thoughts. Until you came back, it was as if my heart was filled to the brim and I felt happiness like never before. A nice blush appeared on Mrs. Shi's face, and she happily confided to Jiro. The happiness seems to overflow in the next second. Seeing Mrs. Shi's strange behavior, Jiro asked curiously, then do you like the me before or the me now? Of course I like you now. Mrs. Shi slowly approached Jerun and fell into Jiro's warm arms, confiding shyly. I also like you as you were before, but you are 10,000 times better than you were before. The body temperature of the beauty in his arms gradually rose, and Ji Luo was afraid that Mrs. Shi would boil like water in the next second. Damn it, you actually challenged my weakness. After all, Jiro was full of blood and looked around. The cherry blossoms on the cherry blossom trees are constantly falling, and the whole garden is as beautiful as a scroll painting, and people can't help but take a closer look. After an unknown amount of time, Jiro was the only one left in the garden, and the unlucky cherry blossom tree beside him was bare. A true strong man will not let his weaknesses go unnoticed. In order to make himself stronger and tougher, Jiro quickly called the system, "Come out the sign-in system, I can't understand the fantasy beast black dragon." Ding! The instruction manual has been integrated into the host's brain, please check it yourself. There are too many. I'm too lazy to read. Please tell me about the system. What Jiro said is actually the truth. To summarize, there are the following 3 points. First of all, putting aside all the basic abilities similar to Kaido's fantasy beast blue dragon, as the world-destroying black dragon, the ability user has a special passive item, Lord of the Undead. When being glared at by the black dragon, the weaker opponent will most likely feel fear and reduce their combat effectiveness, and there is a small chance that they will feel despair and be unable to fight. All disaster and undead creatures must surrender, including shadows, zombies, vampires, etc. This ability can even affect those with corresponding devil fruit abilities. Secondly, there is the Black Dragon's special growth attribute entry, Despair Magic Armor. The ability user can wrap a ball of black energy around his body to protect himself, and absorb the opponent's desperate power to strengthen himself. The parts covered by the magic armor can be immune to most damage. The magic armor grows in a stacked manner. In order to avoid malicious brushing, it catches an unlucky person and sets different upper limits for individual creatures with different strengths. Finally, when the demonic armor of despair reaches its maximum growth, the Black Dragon can trigger the most powerful move, giving it the top entry known as the world-destroying Twilight of the Gods. After the ability user meets the 2 conditions of full layer of despair magic armor and eating the world tree at the same time, he can control natural disasters at will and launch a catastrophe that can destroy the gods. It looks like this phantom black dragon looks a bit like an extremely evil creature. Have similar skills to Kaido's fantasy beast blue dragon? Let me try it. With a thought in his mind, Jiro left Odin Castle, found an open space, and transformed into a huge black dragon, rising straight into the sky. The appearance of the Eastern Dragon and the abilities of the Black Dragon of Despair are simply tailor-made according to my wishes. Jiro bent down the dragon's head, looked at his winding dragon body, and said happily, "Let me try manipulating the elements of nature." After saying that, the Black Dragon opened its mouth wide, and the flames like pillars of fire engulfed the entire sky into a sea of fire. The dragon's tail flicked hard, and the wind blade like a weasel's sickle tore and roared. The dragon's claws were raised high, and the violent natural elements of thunder and lightning were beating on its fingertips. Okay. Even so, I still have great expectations for the so-called human animal form of the Phantom Beast. Jiro, who returned to land again, was full of praise for his own power. The Black Dragon's unique growth skill, the demonic armor of despair. After the words fell, Jiro's right hand was covered with a thick layer of black energy. If you look carefully, you can see patterns similar to the armor of ancient warriors. Can I only arm one right hand now? I wonder what the magic armor would look like in its heyday. Chapter 15 Kanjuro's Performance, Code Name Natural Disaster. 2.5 months flew by in a flash. The country of Wan, July. I'm leaving. I don't know when I will come back. Jiro said to Madame Shi in his arms. Well, I'm waiting for you. Mrs. Shi said softly with her back to Jiro. Leaving July, on the way to the flower capital. Why do you feel that Mrs. Shi has already discovered that I am not Kojiki Odin? Jiro recalled every detail of this period, and this thought suddenly came to his mind. Forget it, I don't think so much. Maybe next time we meet, we can be honest with each other. At this moment in July, Mrs. Shi was alone in the empty room, looking at the place where Jiro disappeared and murmuring to herself. Even if I have tried my best to resist in my heart, my body still can't help but want to get close. Maybe, I'm not that good after all. Ha ha ha, Momonosuke is also dead, now I can really sit back and relax. In the shogunate, Kurozumi held Momonosuke's urn in his hand and laughed loudly. Tell Kanjuro that you don't have to go back to Kuri in the future, just stay in the Flower City and monitor Kojiki Odin's every move. After being happy, Kurozumi commanded the confidant beside him. Originally, the Kurozumi family arranged for Kanjuro to be an undercover agent to find an opportunity to kill Momonosuke. Now that Momonosuke is gone, they can just focus on Kojiki Odin. Since Kanjuro heard the news about Odin's return to the country, he has been staying in the flower capital, away from home, and there is a perfect time difference with Zero. This allowed Zero to steal Kojiki Odin's home without anyone knowing. Yes. The confidant was ordered to retreat. After receiving Orikai's new order, Kanjuro felt extremely responsible and got close to Kojiki Odin at all costs. He even took the initiative to protect Kojiki Odin from rotten eggs and did a full set of acting. Just because of this incident, Kojiki Odin felt a little happy. See, these are the qualities of a true warrior. Even if I become like this, Kanjuro, my retainer, will always be by my side. Unknowingly, Kojiki Odin thought that his personality was so charming. Kurozumi Kanjuro was slowly able to live with Kojiki Odin in Leopard Goro's home. Kanjuro's undercover service allowed Orikai to know about Hogora's ulterior motives, and he was intent on murdering him. One day, just as Odin was about to go out to dance again, Kurozumi Kanjuro appeared in front of him. Your Majesty Odin, if you wear this hat, you can avoid being hit in the face with rotten eggs by passers-by. Kanjuro held a green-colored hat in his hand and said respectfully. Okay, you're still thoughtful. Kojiki Odin was so moved that he took the cuckold from Kanjuro and put it on his head without saying a word. Not too big, not too small, just right. It's tailor-made. Looking at himself in the bronze mirror, Kojiki Odin is extremely satisfied. This time, I finally don't have to worry about being hit on the head with dirty things. Kojiki Odin confidently goes out and hits the streets to start looking for his audience. Haha, what a big fool. The mission assigned to me by Master Mu-chan has been successfully completed. In the days to come, the Kojiki family will only have fewer and fewer supporters. In an inn, Kanjuro, who acted harmless in front of Odin, looked at the funny scene in the distance and said with a sinister expression. While Odin was dancing, Kaido was practicing diligently in an open space on the outskirts of the Flower City. The slight strength gap between the two of them is gradually being caught up by Kaido. Lord Governor, there is a special situation in the Suzuo area. The shouts of the beast minions could be heard in the distance. Ever since Kaido became the protector of Wano, Kaido had asked his subordinates in the beast pirates to call him Governor-sama. Laozi is practicing, we'll talk about anything later. Kaido, who was wielding the mace vigorously, didn't want to stop his training, so he took some time off and shouted into the distance. After a while, the little guy seemed to have heard something again, and his voice came again, "Mr. Governor, Lord Bei Shao Xingxing is back, and he wants to see you." "Not see?" Kaido said almost subconsciously, and did not stop waving the stick in his hand. "Okay, I'll talk to Master Jiro now," the little guy said from a distance. Hearing the familiar name, Kaido was startled, and even the movements of his hands slowed down. "What? Wait, Jiro is back? You didn't tell me earlier." After fully reacting, Kaido stopped the training without any hesitation, turned into a blue dragon and appeared in front of the pirate gangster, glaring at him. Ever since Zero left, Kaido's temper has become a bit out of control. "I said it, didn't you hear it clearly just now?" The little guy was so frightened that he shivered. "You question me?" Qinglong opened his huge mouth and was about to spit out hot breath. Its body suddenly trembled, and Shai Wen's-Baki sensed that something terrible was coming in this direction. "A devil fruit ability that is very similar to mine? This person is actually Zero." After fully sensing it, Kaido was stunned. In Kaido's sight, a black dragon was getting closer and closer. "Mr. Kaido, I'm back." Arriving at the ground, Jiro greeted him with a smile. He has become stronger again, his height has reached 2.82 meters, and his physique has become more burly. The standard height of a strong man in the pirate world, most enemies don't need to look up. "Okay. You really didn't disappoint me. Such a big change, is it the power of the phantom beast species?" Seeing Zero, Kaido also turned into a human form, showing an expression of relief like an old father. "That's right, the phantom beast black dragon. In the future, I will also be able to stand alone for the beast pirates." A confident smile appeared on Jiro's lips, and Conqueror's domineering aura was released at this moment. Kaido looked at Zero with satisfaction. A person with Conqueror's domineering phantom beast ability is fully qualified to command hundreds of beasts. No, 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 I declare. From today on, Zero will be the new poster child of our beasts pirates. Code name, Natural Disaster. Almost roaring, Kaido's voice spread throughout the Flower City. Chapter 16 Lord Daimyo, your ancestral grave has been dug up. Those warriors who still had the heart to resist heard Kaido's roar, clenching their fists and shaking with anger. Damn it, this guy is so arrogant. He really thinks that there is no one in the country of Wano and treats the flower capital as the back garden of all beasts, right? A swordsman's eyes were red with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said to the Ronin around him. He is a descendant of Shimatsuki Ryoma, the greatest swordsman in Wano, and a distant relative of Suzugo Daimyo Shimatsuki Ushimaru, Shimatsuki Ushimaru. In the circle of samurai and Ronin in the Flower City, words carry weight. The Ronin looked sad and angry, watching Shimatsuki fishball in silence. Even Kojiki Oden, who should take action the most, chose to compromise with the beasts. What can they do? Shimatsuki Owen glanced around and knew that everyone was not confident in defeating the beasts. Nowadays, the beast pirates have less than 1,000 available soldiers, and there are more than 30,000 warriors in the entire Wano kingdom who dislike their pirates. 1,000 versus 30,000, the advantage is mine. Looking at the silent Ronin, Shimatsuki Uemaru pulled out the sword from his waist and pointed it to the sky, giving an impassioned speech. The advantage is mine. The Ronin were infected by Shimatsuki Owen's emotions, and their eyes became firm. They also drew their swords and raised their arms and shouted. Let us take advantage of the darkness tonight to rush to the palace of Lord Protector Akira and use Kaido's blood to wash away the humiliation of Wano country. The atmosphere was here. Shimatsuki Fishball waved his hand and looked in the direction of Suzuo. Don't be afraid, everyone, Senior Ryoma's spirit in heaven will protect us. At this moment, it is the second half of the year 1498 in the Heian calendar. Behind the bell in the distance, the coffin board of Shimatsuki Ryoma, once the greatest swordsman in Wano country, shook. Of course, this is not a manifestation of the ancestors. In fact, Shimatsuki Ryoma himself can't protect himself. Report Captain. Shimatsuki Ryoma's grave found. There is not only his body inside, but also the national treasure of Wano country, Shusui, the 21 sword of the great knife. The pirates under Moria looked happy, knowing that they had found another treasure this time. Very good. Don't let go of the surrounding tombs either. Keep digging for me. Moonlight Moria danced excitedly and continued to give orders to his subordinates. It is said that digging someone's ancestral grave is the most immoral thing. Now Mariah not only took his little brother to dig the ancestral grave of the Wano daimyo, but also danced and mocked him. Yes. The pirates responded in unison, first taking out explosives to destroy the tombstone, and then took out shovels to dig at the grave under the broken wall. It's not good, Lord Daimyo. In the Daiming Palace after the bell, a warrior ran in a panic. Shimatsuki Jayamaru looked at him, his right eyelid twitching, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. What happened? Could it be that something unexpected happened to His Highness Odin? Shimatsuki Jayamaru asked excitedly. That's not. The samurai replied without thinking. No? As long as nothing happens to His Highness Odin, everything else is not a big deal. Shimatsuki Jayamaru breathed a sigh of relief, came to the chopping board, picked up the flask and poured a glass of wine, preparing to take a sip of wine to calm down his shock. It's a big deal, more serious than what happened to His Highness Odin. The warrior said in a panic. I'm a little curious as to what could be more serious than what happened to His Highness Odin. Shimatsuki Jayamaru picked up the wine glass and drank it calmly, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the samurai with a relaxed expression. Lord Daimyo, the Shimatsuki family's ancestral grave was dug up. The warrior said without tears. What? Before he could swallow the wine, Shimatsuki Jayamaru spat it out in surprise. This is indeed the most shocking thing that Shimatsuki Ushimaru has heard since he was born. And that group of pirates not only dug up Ryoma-senpai's grave, but also plundered Wano's national treasure Shushu. As the warrior talked, he sat on the ground in pain. The people of his generation could forget about being aggrieved, but they actually let their ancestors be humiliated along with them. He wanted to take out his samurai sword and commit harakiri to apologize. Puff! Shimatsuki Jayamaru was so furious when he heard the news that he spit out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. 2 in a row, one news more explosive than the other, Shimatsuki Uzumaru fell to his knees on the ground, covering his pounding heart, the 5 fingers of his fist dug into the flesh, and his body could not stop trembling from shame. My lord, my condolences. If you are so angry right now, you won't be able to interact with Ryoma-senpai down there. The samurai looked at Shimatsuki Ushimaru's appearance and said anxiously, fearing that something might happen to him. Hearing this, the trembling Shimatsuki Ushimaru widened his eyes and stared at the talking samurai. Poof! *3. Vomiting 3 large mouthfuls of blood in a row, Shimatsuki Uzumaru almost fainted. After a long time, he finally took a breath, exhausted his last strength, pointed his finger at the ceiling and swore angrily. Damn Kaido, traitor, evil thief! I can't wait to peel off your skin, cramp your tendons, and eat your flesh. I swear to use your blood to sacrifice the sword to comfort the ancestors' spirits in heaven and wash away their humiliation. After saying those harsh words, Shimatsuki Uzumaru felt a little better. Lord Daimyo, there is something I don't know whether to talk about or not. Seeing his master's appearance, the warrior said with a distressed expression. Shimatsuki Jayamaru looked at him, and his heart, which had finally calmed down, started beating again. Is there anything more humiliating and irritating than this? Speak. Shimatsuki Uzumaru was so tired from thinking about it that he spoke out in exhaustion. Lord Daimyo, you swore wrongly. You really don't blame Kaido for this. The samurai was afraid that Shimotsuki Ushimura would impulsively go to other beasts to start a group and end up being wiped out, so he quickly corrected his mistake. It's not Kaido, are there other pirates? Shimotsuki Ushimura asked helplessly. I just made a heartbreaking oath, have I been wasting my expressions? Have. A new group of pirates has arrived behind the bell. The leader called himself Moonlight Moria. Wherever this group of people passed, everything was bare. Not only the Tomb of Eternity, but also the corpses on the mass graves. The samurai quickly told all the information he had learned. Okay, I know. Damn Moonlight Moria, ahem. As he talked, Shimotsuki Jayamura realized that his voice was hoarse and he couldn't shout a word. The samurai looked at Shimotsuki Jayamura with a distressed expression, and cursed Moonlight Moria in his heart for being ABD. See how popular you are in my family. I don't know how long it took, but Shimotsuki Ushimura turned his grief and anger into strength. After gaining some strength, he spoke, give me the order to attack with the whole army and wipe out all of Moonlight Moria and the others. Yes. The warrior took the order and went to get busy making preparations. In the Tomb of Eternity, a pirate got the news from Daming Mansion and quickly told Moonlight Moria about it. Don't panic, when the war starts, put these zombies at the front. Mariah put away the scissors and said arrogantly. Behind him is the zombie army of Wano's ancestors, headed by Shimotsuki Ryoma. Chapter 17 It's not Kaido, but I am a natural disaster. The land of peace, the capital of flowers. Kurozumi Kanjuro walked alone. He looked left and right to make sure no one was following him, then ducked and walked into the shogunate where Kurozumi was staying through the back door. Just now, Shimotsuki Uemura, the Ronin leader of the Flower City, found him. In front of all the Ronin, he tried to ensure that he would be the leader of tonight's operation. Shimotsuki Uemura wants Kanjuro to lead them as Kojiki's retainer to settle accounts with the beast pirates, and all the battle plans are handed over to Kanjuro. As a member of the Kurozumi family, Kanjuro did not expect that one day he would be able to go undercover and become the enemy's boss. Happiness came so suddenly, Kanjuro didn't show any pretense and agreed without hesitation. What he is doing now is telling Kurozumi Orokai the samurai's action plan tonight. Gee ha ha ha, I didn't expect those idiots to be so easy to deceive. Kurozumi laughed wildly. Report to General Orokai, maybe they were deceived by my performance in front of that fool, and that's why they trusted me so much. Kanjuro pondered for a moment and gave his reply. Gee ha ha ha, they are all a bunch of fools who are as naive as Odin. Fu Lu Shao, tell the masters of the beast pirates about this, and there will be a good show tonight. Kurozumi gave the order to find Kaido in case of trouble. The capital of flowers, the palace of the Ming dynasty prince who protects the country. This is the base camp of the beast pirates stationed in Wano country. Kaido, who was sitting in the main seat, glanced at the information handed over by Kurozumi Orokai, and then focused on the minions standing aside. Kojiki Odin, is he still dancing? Kaido asked. Yes, as usual, the man replied. After hearing this, Kaido tapped his fingers on the table in front of him and pondered for a moment. Leave the battle tonight to Jiro. At night, the moon is dark and the wind is high. Kanjuro led an army of samurai Ronins such as Shimotsuki Uemura and advanced in the flower capital. As they got closer and closer to their target, the warriors became more and more nervous. The mansion ahead is where Kaido is. Shimotsuki Uemura drew his sword and pointed at the towering building in the distance. The samurai also drew their swords, constantly cheering themselves up in their hearts and preparing for a deadly fight. Look at the sky, what is that? A warrior noticed something, pointed at the huge shadow reflected on the dark clouds in the sky, and shouted nervously. Kurozumi Kanjuro, who was standing in front of the crowd, frowned and hid behind the crowd. The thunder was rolling, the wind was strong, and the warriors' robes were blown loudly. Pants. Lightning and thunder split across the sky and earth, and the panic and thunder made the entire night seem like day. Thanks to this dazzling thunder, everyone could clearly see the shape of the huge shadow behind the dark clouds. Dragon, a huge black dragon, bigger than a mountain. A warrior shouted tremblingly. Unknowingly, his clothes were wet with sweat, and an emotion called despair rose from his heart. The other warriors were not much better, they all stood there at a loss. Kurozumi Kanjuro, the sixth child, took this opportunity to grease his feet and run away. Ding! Congratulations to host for harvesting despair. Ding! Congratulations to host for harvesting despair. The despair of the weak is the reward for the strong. Listening to the mechanical sound of the system, Jiro bent down the dragon's head and looked down at the ant-like warrior army on the ground with his sharp eyes. After a flash of lightning, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was endless darkness with no boundaries in sight. From the perspective of the warriors, the black dragon's eyes were blue will-o'-the-wisps dancing in the darkness. Despair spread like a tide, washing away the last courage in the warriors' hearts. Seeing the people around him unable to lift their swords, Shimotsuki Fishball stood up. Don't be afraid, everyone. This guy is just pretending, he is not Kaido. Let's go together, ah! Before he could finish his words, there was a boom, and Shimotsuki Fishball was struck through the chest by a thunderbolt, letting out a piercing scream. The black smoke swayed and blew up in the wind. Shimotsuki Fishball, who was still talking just now, left behind a charred corpse that was burned by lightning. Smelling the smell of barbecue wafting in the air, the warriors did not dare to act rashly, for fear that they would be the next to die. It's not Kaido, but a natural disaster. Rolling thunder from the sky came and went like firecrackers exploding. The black dragon stretched out its claws and tore the dark clouds covering it in two. Jiro's roar bombarded his ears, and the warriors saw the true face of the black dragon clearly for the first time, and it was also the last time. Ding! The system reminds you that the despair harvesting limit for a single individual has been reached, and the despair magic armor will no longer be stacked. Hearing the system prompt, flames surged in the black dragon's throat. Roar! The black dragon spit out blazing fire from its mouth, and its fiery breath swept around, burning the bodies of the warriors into ashes. Jiro transformed his body, glanced at his right hand covered with despair demonic armor, and said with satisfaction, even though the despair of these guys is not worth much, the armor of despair still has a certain number of stacks. The scene changed, and the flower leopard Goro kept pacing in front of the house. When he saw the two thunderstorms cutting across the sky and the earth, he felt that something was wrong. Lord Leopard Goro. Kanjuro, who had beaten him all over his body, put on a grief-stricken look and shouted to him with a mournful face. Failed? Leopard Goro asked sadly. Yes, it's all gone. At the last moment, my only companion died in their hands trying to protect me. At that time, I wanted to die to apologize, but someone needed to deliver the news, so I forced myself to persist in completing this journey. Now that my mission has been completed, I have nothing to regret anymore. As he spoke, Kanjuro squeezed tears from his eyes, pulled out his sword and placed it across his neck. His acting skills were very explosive. Snap! What a stupid thing you are doing, have you forgotten that you still owe the Kojiki family a debt of gratitude? With quick eyes and quick hands, Hogora knocked the sword out of Kanjuro's hand and hugged him tightly. A loyal retainer like you is the one who can truly help His Highness Odin revive the hope of the Kojiki family. Kanjuro sobbed and choked, crying very realistically and heartbreakingly. Hogora, who hugged Kanjuro, felt bitter in his heart. Thinking of Kojiki Odin, who was still sleeping soundly at this moment, he couldn't help but shake his head. Kojiki Odin, I really want to ask. What exactly are you protecting? Chapter 18 The Addicted Young Man Mariah, Go, Jiro. In Wano country, in the Suzugo area, Heavy snow is flying all over the sky. At this moment, the Tomb of Eternity was filled with bloody corpses of warriors. He, I didn't expect the samurai army to be so vulnerable. Fighting feels good. Moria, who was wearing a black leather jacket, put the long knife on his shoulder and looked up to the sky laughing. For pirates like them, except for those priceless treasures, nothing is more invigorating than a victory. If we defeat Shimatsuki Jayamaru head-on, won't Suzugo be ours sooner or later? The pirates approached one after another and gathered around Moria. Who is the biggest after the bell? Moria looked a little crazy and asked the pirates in front of him as if he didn't need a beating. Of course it's our captain, Mr. Moria. All the pirates cheered. They say a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Our thriller bark pirates don't crush them, we just run over them. Moria waved his hand and his words and deeds were quite impressive. He likes to dig up people's ancestral graves. When he is serious, he is the West Blue hero in the world, and he can be regarded as a generation figure. Run it over! Run it over! Infected by Moria's arrogance, the pirates also raised their steel knives and shouted loudly. Captain, brothers are full of energy now, why don't you take us out now and capture the entire Wano country? One pirate made a suggestion, and the other pirates clapped their hands and applauded. Yes. Captain, let's take the brothers and charge again. Let those guys from Wano know that our rules are the rules. All the pirates were booing one after another, as if they were all dazzled by the victory. Good. Mariah's forehead felt hot and he agreed without saying a word. Immediately, he looked at the pirate responsible for intelligence and asked him, now, who is our biggest enemy in winning Wano? Hyundai Beasts, it's the 100 Beasts pirates. As long as we defeat Kaido, their leader, we will be safe. The pirate said excitedly. Okay, we're going to fight them, the Beast Pirates. Send me a message. 3 days later, behind the bell, the two pirate groups will fight to the death. The winner is king, the loser, get out of the country of Wano. Moonlight Moria said arrogantly, with that mysterious confidence that made him feel like he had a chance to win. He seemed to have seen the beast pirates wiped out, Kaido escaping from the country of Wano in despair, and never recovering from his fall. The capital of flowers, the palace of the Ming dynasty prince who protects the country. Kaido received Moria's decisive battle letter and couldn't believe it for a while. He knew all the words in the letter, but he didn't dare to read them when they were put together. For a long time, Kaido looked at the little guy who sent the message. Mariah's head is broken like Kojiki Oden. Kaido asked the doubts in his heart. The beast's pirates have no time to pay attention to him, but he dares to challenge the beast's pirates? Is your attitude still so arrogant? Kaido even suspected that this letter was forged by the samurai who wanted to drive away the beast's pirates. She seems to be in a normal state of mind. Just like before, she ran to the cemetery on the hill behind someone else's house when she had nothing to do. The messenger pirate said sarcastically. Oh! You're in good spirits. That boy Moria is very brave. A junior who doesn't know what it means to respect a teacher dares to provoke us like this. Tonight, summon the beasts and 3 plagues. Kaido crushed the challenge letter and gave the order to the messenger pirates, with endless murderous intent in his heart. At night, Kaido sat in the main seat and told Zero, Yin, and Quinn about Moria's provocation of the beasts. How unreasonable, how dare you disturb Taisui? I think this Moria can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, right? Quinn slammed the table, stood up excitedly, and uttered harsh words in front of everyone. Then he noticed Governor Kaido's surprised look and felt something was wrong. He quickly sat back and scratched his head with his hands, pretending that nothing happened. Yin, who was under a special metal helmet, couldn't help but smile when he saw Quinn's appearance. Jiro, what do you think? Kaido's eyes skipped the nearest Quinn and looked at Zero next to Quinn. Punch away with one punch to prevent hundreds of punches from coming. The reputation of the beast pirates does not allow them to offend like this. Jiro said calmly, then stood up. Leave this battle to me. At this moment, Zero is eager for a valuable victory to increase his voice in the beast pirates. Ahahaha, well said. Kaido was very satisfied with what Zero said. Then he waved his hand and motioned for Zero to sit down. But Moria is not comparable to the warriors killed last night. You're still a little young, Kaido said earnestly. He could clearly feel that Jiro was no longer the yellow-haired boy who had learned domineering from him with Yamato on Onigashima. Now, Zero's strength and courage have surpassed that of ordinary pirates. However, it has only taken less than 2 years for Zero to go from zero foundation to the current natural disaster of beasts, and Moria is a veteran hero of West Blue. In comparison, the time for Zero to grow up is still short after all. Kaido, who loves his talent as much as his life, doesn't want anything to happen to Zero in the battle with Moria. Otherwise, according to Kaido's past character, when faced with Moria's provocation, he would pick up the stick and fight. It was for the sake of this energetic young man like Zero that Kaido had the patience to hold tonight's battle meeting. Haha, I was actually criticized for this. Jiro laughed out loud after hearing this. He understood Kaido's idea of not letting him take risks, so he acted extremely frivolous. If he listens to Kaido's orders this time, he will have to listen to Kaido's orders countless times in the future, and he will be put on an invisible shackles and live up to his ambitions. Young? Aren't we, the beast pirates, always talking about our strength? Mr. Kaido, I bear the name of a natural disaster. If you don't let me prove myself in front of everyone in the beast pirates, I will have trouble sleeping and eating. As for the so-called youth, it's just an excuse for a shelter-hungry brat to escape the war. I don't need this kind of excuse. Zero. Kaido stood up and looked at him quietly, with an uncertain expression on his face. After a short silence. Well, you are indeed the man I recognize. Go and bring victory to the beast pirates in the name of natural disaster. Chapter 19 Signing in Conqueror's Domineering Advancement, Tank Moria. Abel, the boring world seems to be starting to become interesting. Looking at the black dragon disappearing into the sky, Kaido showed a happy smile on his face. Are you talking about Jiro? Yin asked thoughtfully. Kaido nodded. The little devil I once had has now grown fangs. If he really has that kind of ambition, I won't hand him over to anyone until I fall completely. The strong voice is extremely domineering. Then I'll follow behind and we'll deal with Moonlight Moria together. After Jin finished speaking, he stood up. No need, Abel, I believe Jiro, he is not an impulsive guy. Kaido stopped him. He will triumph. We just have to do our part well and train to become stronger. Heavy snowflakes are falling in the sky behind the bell. Ding! Congratulations to host for triggering the check-in location, the sky above the bell. May I ask if the host has signed in? Sign in. Listening to the system's beep, Jiro started signing in without saying a word. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in and receiving a 5-star rare reward Conqueror's Domineering Advancement. As soon as the mechanical sound fell, with the dragon's body wrapped with black and red lightning as the center, a dark red air wave carrying substantial damage spread to all sides. Is this the second stage of Conqueror's dominance? It's a bit similar to the athlete's foot fight between Dover and Luffy in Tokushima. It seems that the next advancement will be the most basic Conqueror's haki entanglement like Yamato's when he was 28 years old. Zero, who knew the plot of the original work well, made an accurate judgment on the changes in his Conqueror's domineering power. Looking from a distance, the flag of the thriller bark pirates representing Moria is fluttering in the wind. Moria and his fellow pirates, number 100, stood neatly. Why hasn't that guy Kaido come yet? He can't wait to have a big fight. Even the bone-chilling weather could not cool down the fighting flame burning in the hearts of the pirates. "Don't worry, we'll wait for the hard work and kill them all." Moria comforted everyone and said with an arrogant look. Suddenly, a dark red wave of air pushed across. The slightly weaker pirate became dizzy, and his legs became weak and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone is worried about immortality at a young age. If you are in a hurry to reincarnate, I, a kind-hearted person passing by, can reluctantly help you. Cold and relaxed words came from the heads of the thriller bark pirates. All the pirates looked up at the sky, only to realize that the sky was already covered with dark clouds. This voice? It's not Kaido's. But facing this phantom, why do I feel an inexplicable uneasiness in my heart? Moria looked up at the giant black dragon's shadow reflected in the dark clouds with a puzzled look on his face, feeling inexplicably terrified in his heart, as if he was restrained. This feeling was something he had never felt since he ate the shadow fruit. "You want to kill us, are you kidding me? But if that guy keeps hiding high in the sky and doesn't come down, how should we fight this battle?" A pirate is like Watson, who discovered a blind spot and pointed out the problem from a tricky angle. "Don't worry, we have Lord Moria." In the world of those little pirates, their own captains are omnipotent. At this moment, Moria was still a little frightened, but his partners trusted him so much that Moria had no choice but to stand up. "If you insist on interrupting our battle with the beast's pirates, the thriller bark pirates will stay with you until the end." He raised his arm, and the steel knife in his hand was covered with dark-armed domineering force, full of momentum. Moria, who is in his prime, is worthy of being a hero of his generation. Zero, who was looking down from high in the sky, looked at Moria and couldn't help but sigh. According to the performance of the sword fight with Kaido in the memories of the original book, Moria at this moment is not as good as the purple-haired garlic in overalls in the later period. The domineering Grandmaster with 2 colors of armed color and knowledge color can compete with Teacher Kai and is undefeated for a short period of time. If Jiro hadn't known that he could perfectly restrain him, he wouldn't have been 100% sure of taking him down. Not to disturb, but to fight. The dragon head with eyes like hellfire tore a huge mouth in the dark sky, and the winding dragon body appeared in front of everyone in the thriller bark pirates. The sky thunder exploded instantly, and the sound of explosions filled the ears of the pirates. Mariah, who was being watched by Jiro, felt terrified and did not dare to act rashly at first. As expected of the best rewards from the sign-in system, the Undead Master's passive has taken effect. Jiro looked at Moria's face, and he could see the strangeness of the other party. "Damn it, why do I feel uncomfortable in front of him?" Moria was stared at by Jiro with unscrupulous eyes. Just as he was about to start a fight, the fighting spirit in his body dissipated instantly in the next second. Does he still have the power of the spiritual fruit that can make people extremely negative? It shouldn't be. Even if he can eat 2 fruits at the same time, the lingling fruit will still be on Perona, who I raised for 2.5 years. Moria thought secretly. He planned to establish a foothold in the country of Wano, so he took Perona over. "If you don't use any devil fruit abilities, you might be able to fight me." The dragon's body shrunk, and Zero, who turned into a human form, slowly approached Moria. "I can defeat you without using my devil fruit powers." Moria spoke harsh words anxiously and did as Jiro said. As the shadow bat behind him disappeared, Moria could clearly feel that the pressure on his body suddenly decreased a lot, but he was still able to exert 60% of his combat power. Giving up that weird advantage is the biggest mistake in your life. Moria looked at Jiro with cold eyes, licked his dry lips, and showed a bloodthirsty expression. "It's just a testing stone to test my own strength, so naturally I won't take it seriously." Jiro raised his fist, and the black energy representing the despair demonic armor covered it. Just as Jiro said, he planned to test whether this so-called magic armor that reduces most damage is as useful as the passive of Undead Lord. Moria swung his sword and slashed towards Zero in front of him. "He, come on." Chapter 20. Although you are an enemy, you are not bad either. Moria's fighting spirit was high, and the steel knife in his hand was mixed with terrifying armed domineering. With a clang sound, the steel knife collided with Jiro's fist covered with magic armor, and a dazzling flash of light erupted. He, I can't even bring out a handy weapon. No matter how strong the physical body of a person with the ability of the Phantom Beast Seed Fruit is, if I cut him off with this knife, I'm afraid he will still suffer the consequences, right? Having said that, the condescending Moria increased his strength and suppressed the unarmed Jiro. Bang! The powerful move even caused the ground under Jiro's feet to begin to crack, spreading around like the texture of a spider web. Seeing that he couldn't hold down Jiro for a while, he suddenly raised the steel knife, and the armed domineering energy from his body covered the tip of the knife, and a crescent-shaped slash containing black thunder of armed domineering appeared behind it. Crescent moon clashes. When I defeat you, Kaido will be next. When all the beast pirates are destroyed, I can do whatever I want in the land of Wano. Moria waved his hand violently and yelled out classic quotes in an extremely crazy manner. Jiro still raised his right hand high, staying the same to cope with all changes, and dealt with Moria's moves. Just like a stone falling into the sea, Molyana watched as the bluffing move hit Jiro's despair magic armor and only created a layer of waves. The high damage reduction of the covered parts is real. He. Seeing Jiro unscathed, Mariah's smile stopped abruptly, and his face was filled with shock. Is this kid really a master? That weird feeling just now was my body's instinct helping me to make the most correct response. In other words, I should run away quickly. Seeing that he couldn't break his defense, Mariah couldn't help but think about it, and he was already sweating without realizing it. What are you watching me do? Why don't you take action? Jiro asked pretendingly. Boy, what you say hurts people's self-esteem. Moonlight Moria was completely anxious and jumped up with a roar. You forced me, now I'll let you experience what cruelty is. Moria began to use his devil fruit ability, summoning the shadows he usually collected, and crazily filling his body. Soon, Moria, who was originally about the same height as Kaido, became even bigger. At the same time, his muscles expanded rapidly like balloons, and the whole person turned into a huge monster. Moria, who had grown taller, took out his shadow halberd and prepared to stab Jiro, who was standing in front of him. Didn't I tell you before? You can't use devil fruit powers against me. Jiro put away his right hand with a disappointed look on his face and stood up with his back on his back. Moria's strength does not allow him to know where the magic armor's defense limit is. You will regret the choice you make now. Moria, who was holding a halberd, was so confident that he seemed to see Zero being penetrated from above his head and dying miserably on the ground in despair. Oh, really? Zero's right eye stared at the shadow halberd, and the dark red conqueror's domineering energy was released at this moment. The shadow halberd, which was black and hard just now, became soft in the next second, drooping like cooked noodles. His move was easily resolved by Jiro, and Mariah was completely stunned. He couldn't remember the last time he encountered such a thing. You can decipher my special move at a glance. What a powerful conqueror's domination this is. Of course, Moria didn't know the passive effect of Zero's Lord of the Undead. He thought that his strongest move was directly eliminated by Zero's Conqueror's Haki. He thought Jiro was very strong. Zero, who was just like a little potato, instantly grew taller in Mariah's eyes. Unknowingly, Moria no longer had the arrogance he had before, and his body shrank rapidly like a deflated ball. "Cai, you can practice more," Jiro said calmly, moving slowly and getting closer to Moria. "This guy was born to beat me." Moria put down the steel knife in his hand and kept stepping back. He no longer had the will to fight in his heart. He never wanted to experience that overwhelming feeling again. Zero picked up Moria's explosive equipment, put it on his shoulders, and continued to approach him relentlessly. The other pirates did not expect that the battlefield situation would turn out like this, and they all stayed in place. "Quickly go, I'll cut off the queen." Unexpectedly, Moria shouted to his crew members and chose to stay alone in front of Jiro. Although they are enemies, they are quite good. Seeing this scene, Jiro couldn't help but want to conquer Moria. Immediately, Jiro transformed into a black dragon and attacked Moria and others. "Captain, that guy is here. Don't worry about us, you can run fast on your own, leave now." When the real crisis came, the crew members did not want to drag down their captain anymore, so they stepped forward and decided to use their own flesh and blood to buy a glimmer of life for Moria. "What nonsense are you talking about? You believed my words and followed me all the way from West Blue to here. As the captain, I have the responsibility and obligation to let you come back alive. If you abandon you and let me live alone in the world, even if I become the overlord of West Blue in the future, I, Moria, will be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of my life." Moria quickly used his fruit ability and used his shadow to drag all his crew members to him. "If you want to go together, I will take you away." Chapter 21 Thunder 8 Trigrams Quit King Addiction, a surprise from Yamato. "Captain!" The pirates were moved. Moria, who was carrying a heavy burden, was panting from exhaustion, and the footprints left in the snow became deeper and deeper. "Hey, Moria, are you interested in joining the beast pirates?" Jiro's voice sounded behind him. "Impossible, I, Moria, want to become the next One Piece man." Facing the solicitation, Moria acted rebellious. "Okay, I'll remember what you said." Zero responded to Moria's last act of pride with a cold voice. It can be seen that Moria at this moment is very ambitious and a man of action with dreams. If Teacher Kai faced such a young man, what would he do? Ding! Investment target Yamato has successfully initially understood the move Thundering 8 Trigrams. Congratulations to host for getting double understanding of the move Thundering 8 Trigrams. The voice of the investment system is ringing at this moment. Every detail of Kaido's signature skill Thunder 8 Trigrams is engraved in Zero's mind. But it's a pity that Zero doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, so the power he can exert cannot be compared to Kaido. "Yamato, thank you. Another big surprise for me." The black dragon suddenly exerted force, quickly caught up with Moria and others, and stopped in front of them. A mouthful of dragon's hot breath burned off Moria's retreat. "Damn it, I'll fight you." Moria, who was carrying his friends on his back, looked back at the sea of fire that was like a fence, yelled, and rushed towards Zero. Seeing that Moria was planning to fight a trapped beast, Jiro transformed into a human form and imagined the steel knife in his hand as a mace. Thunder. The armed domineering force covers the arms to increase the power of the moves, and at the same time, the power of lightning and fire is drawn out of the body to wrap around its blade. 8 Trigrams. After shouting the last two words, Jiro stomped on the ground, used the reaction force to fly into the air, and jumped to kill Moria with the force of splitting Hwashin. The silver thunder exploded, and the steel knife was unstoppable, leaving a deep blood mark on Moria's abdominal muscles. Ah! Moria was in pain and let out a shrill scream. His body hit the ground heavily, and all the pirates he was carrying fainted in the process. At this moment, only Zero was left standing on the battlefield. The goose feather snow is still dancing. "What kind of king did you just say you wanted to be?" Zero asked Moria, who was still bleeding. He, you won this battle. I am convinced that I lost." Mariah's chest kept rising and falling, and he gasped with his mouth wide open. The snowflakes dancing in the sky fell into my mouth, which was the bitter taste of failure. "You sound quite free and easy," Jiro said lightly. His tone seemed to be free of any emotion, but he was not calm inside. He wanted to turn Moria into the old MO beside him. "If you work as a pirate, you will die sooner or later. Kill me, otherwise. I will come back sooner or later." Moria closed her eyes and looked determined to die. After hearing this, Jiro smiled calmly, held the head of the unconscious pirate next to him with one hand, and lifted it up. I will let you go and let you go back and seek revenge from me. It's just that, it won't be them who come with you to Wano next time. After saying that, Zero's fingers slowly exerted force, and the unconscious pirate's head continued to dent, and blood flowed down his cheeks. Stop! Moria wailed in pain. For someone who valued his companions like him, killing his companions in front of him would be more painful than killing him directly. Ding! Congratulations to host for harvesting despair. Ding! Congratulations to host for harvesting despair. The system's prompts kept ringing, and the despair from Moria continued to strengthen the Black Dragon's power. Mariah, it turns out that you don't want your companions to blame you. Before Zero finished speaking, Moria's urgent voice sounded, I join the Beast's pirates. Please don't hurt my friends anymore. If it had been like this, wouldn't you have had to endure so much pain? After Jiro finished speaking, he did not let go. Use your fruit ability to hand over the shadow in your body that can control your body. A cold voice sounded, and Jiro, who had the Lord of the Undead and was passive, looked at him. You let my companion go first. How else could I trust you? As a pirate, Moria is very wary. If he really handed over his shadow to Jiro in front of him, then he would have no choice but to let it be manipulated in the future, and it would be difficult not to give in. By that time, not only will you be unable to protect your companions, but your own freedom will also be compromised. The loser has no right to bargain. Either surrender or he dies, it's that simple. Jiro said harshly, and the strength of his hand increased a little more. More blood flowed down his wrist, slowly turning the snow red. They are all pirates. If the loser is me, the end will not be any better than Moria's current situation. Moria looked at the blood flowing continuously from his companions, and his own heart began to bleed. For you. Finally, he could no longer bear to see his companions suffer because of him, so he handed over his shadow. You can let him go now. Smart move. Jiro took the shadow with his left hand, and suddenly let go with his right hand. The pirate fell into a pool of blood, still breathing his last breath. Remember, my name is Zero, the natural disaster of the beast pirates. From now on, you, Moria, and the forces you belong to will be under my command and obey my orders. Whenever I feel completely at ease with you, I will return the shadow to you. Do you understand? Moria. Jiro patted Moria on the shoulder and asked him. I understand, Master Jiro. Moria, who was lying on the ground, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, closed his eyes, and said sadly and indignantly, not wanting to look at Jiro's face. It's so cold, this nasty weather. Listening to Moria's cold voice, Jiro looked up at the sky, looking at the fluttering goose feathers of snow, and said calmly. Moria didn't know what Jiro meant by these words and didn't answer. Jiro took off the mink fur he was wearing and covered it on Mariah's exposed abdominal muscles. I will arrange for someone to treat your wounds. The frost and snow behind the bell won't last long. I hope the weather won't be cold all the time. Immediately, Jiro patted Moria's fish skin-like outer skin and looked at him with a nuclear amiability expression. Although I don't like cold food, I prefer to eat frozen fish. What about this frozen fish? The colder it is, the harder the bones are. And the more interesting it is to fold. Chapter 22, Sending Warmth to the Suzuka players who are having a good life in their childhood. On the outskirts of the Flower City, Kaido today is as usual, still training to become stronger. A centaur-shaped devil fruit user trotted all the way and conveyed the news to Kaido that Zero had defeated and subdued Moria. This kid is always unexpected. Let others never know the limits of his strength. Kaido put down his big stick, showed a joyful smile, and after sighing, he looked at the messenger pirate. We have suffered a natural disaster from all kinds of beasts. Where are the people now? It just so happens that the two talented little guys from the Beast Pirates are back. Maybe Zero will be interested in them. After hearing this, the messenger pirate replied respectfully, Master Natural Disaster is still behind the bell. Zero defeated Moria, don't you plan to come back and accept the award from the Beast's Pirates? What is he doing there? Kaido frowned and asked, if Zero didn't come back, he wouldn't know who would give the valuable treasures he collected from Wano country to. Reporting to the governor, Lord Natural Disaster said that he saw that the residents wearing kimonos in the Suzugo area were living a pretty good life, but this year there was a sudden snowstorm, and everyone was suffering from the cold. Perhaps he can't bear to see them continue to suffer in the world. Master Natural Disaster wants them to experience the enthusiasm and warmth from the dragon in winter. After the bell this year, the heavy snow lasted longer than before. The deep snow on the ground can even cover people's chests, and even the lake under the street bridge is covered with a thick layer of ice. The ordinary people behind the bell are complaining endlessly under this extremely bad weather, and they all look forward to the early end of this cold winter. In the Suzugo daimyo mansion, the firelight of the fireplace flickered. Shimotsuki Ushimaru and others took off their thick cotton furs in a hurry, leaving only a thin samurai uniform on their bodies. In addition to these Shimotsuki family members, there is also a bohu Animaru whose body is made of precious fur materials. Each of them frowned, as if they were mourning for their heirs. The Moonlight Moria who dug up our ancestral graves actually formed an alliance with the Natural Disaster of the Beast Pirates. A Shimotsuki family warrior with a crescent moon hair broke the dead silence with a trembling voice. No, it's more of a subjugation than an alliance. That Natural Disaster of Beasts actually conquered Moria who used zombies to defeat us. His next target is us. He has even sent people to tell us harsh words. If we don't surrender, everyone in the Shimotsuki family will die. If we don't give in, the innocent people behind the bell will not be able to escape this catastrophe. Another warrior corrected him in time and told the real situation in a dull voice. When the other warriors heard the news, their fists turned red, but no one was willing to stand up and say a word. The scene became dead silent for a time, and even the ticking sound of sweat dripping on the ground could be heard. Shimotsuki Ushimaru, who was sitting in the main seat, glanced at the expressions on the faces of the surrounding retainers, and a feeling of helplessness quickly spread in his heart. After a long time, he spoke slowly. You and I fight for the glory of the Shimotsuki family, and if we die, we will die. But the people of the small families in Suzugo are forced to be cannon fodder for our Shimotsuki family's internal decisions. Shimotsuki Ushimaru, the daimyo of Suzugo, looked up at the ceiling, wondering for a moment what choice he should make. Surrender. He Shimotsuki Jayumaru is sorry for his ancestors who were harmed by Moria, sorry for the Shimotsuki family, and sorry for his own passion. Resistance. He Shimotsuki Ushimaru felt sorry for the innocent people in Suzuo, and felt sorry for those small caste families who were willing to be stepping stones to send themselves to this position. The left and right are not human beings, which makes him very embarrassed sitting in this position. It is their honor to die to protect their homeland. Ushimaru-sama, don't hesitate any longer. A fierce-faced Shimotsuki warrior stood up and said anxiously. He has dozens of fields in the Suzugo area and hundreds of servants at home. If the beast pirates really come to take over the Suzuo area, none of these things will be his. Oh? Their home. Shimotsuki Ushimaru's distracted eyes were pointed out the window, and he happened to see a ragged wanderer from a lower caste freezing to death outside the warm daimyo mansion. Are we really qualified to drive them to fight? Near the Tomb of All Ages, the flag of the beast pirates was fluttering in the wind, and hundreds of tents to withstand the cold winter were set up nearby. In these tents, in addition to the pirates from the recently conquered Thriller Bark pirates, there are also reinforcements from the beast pirates that Zero transferred from the Flower Capital. With his record as his name, Zero has quite a say in the beast's pirates, and many members of the beasts actively join his ranks. In a world of white snow, Jiro, wearing a black and white woolen shirt, quietly looked at the bonfire in front of the tent, and the fingers of his right hand beat the rhythm regularly. Lord Zero, Suzugo Daimyo Shimatsuki Jayamura refused our surrender. Moria, who was wearing a black jacket and a thick bandage on his chest, leaned down and spoke to him respectfully. Even though he is several meters taller than Gerald, from the perspective of others, Moria, who is nearly 7 meters tall, seems not to be taller than Gerald, who is about 3 meters tall. Now, it doesn't matter if we don't believe that we still can't let go of the little power we have. I always do what I say. Tonight, release your long-repressed bloodthirsty nature and hunt to your heart's content. Jiro stood on tiptoes and gently patted off the thick layer of snow covering Moria's shoulders. If you make the wrong choice, you have to pay a heavy price, otherwise, you won't be able to discipline them in the future. Jiro's tone was quite serious, and his words and deeds were a bit like killing a chicken to show the monkey. Okay, Moria understands. Being helped by Jiro to pack his luggage, Moonlight Moria suddenly felt flattered and quickly gave a respectful reply. Just as he turned around to leave, he suddenly thought of something. After taking a look at Jiro's thin clothes, he dove into the tent. When he appeared again, he was holding the mink fur that Jiro had covered his body with in his hand, and it was stained with little bits of blood from his own Madara. I'm sorry, Master Jiro. These blood apes can't be washed away, so that's why they haven't been returned to you. Moria said apologetically. How can there be any reason to take back something that has been given away? Facing Moria's move, Jiro waved his hand and smiled at him again. If you can't wash it clean and don't accept it honestly, just keep it as a souvenir. If you really feel sorry for me, just give me a similar dress in the future. Chapter 23 Samurai Don't Feel Pain. At night, the atmosphere in the Bell area is extremely tense. Shimatsuki Jayamura bathed and changed clothes, knelt down in front of a huge bronze statue, and prayed for help to the gods believed in Wano country. Ushimura-sama, the pirates are already here. Komaru Animaru came to his side and whispered in his ear. Shimatsuki Jayamura nodded, got up from the ground, and rushed towards the tallest building in the Suzugo area. I hope the gods of Wano can help our Shimatsuki family survive this disaster. Standing on the top of Suzugo, Shimatsuki Jayamura let the heavy snow fall into his eyes and looked at the moon with great piety. Unexpectedly, the next second, the sky changed color, the bright moonlight was completely blocked by dark clouds, and the earth became pitch black. The wind howled, and lightning brewed high in the sky. Pants. A silver-white thunder fell from high in the sky, dividing the entire sky into two like a comb in the middle. Kill. The shouts of killing all over the mountains and plains suddenly sounded from all directions, and a towering pirate flag appeared in Shimatsuki Ushimura's eyes. Moria, carrying a big steel knife, led the way, followed by an army of zombies and pirates. My general is defeated, this time it's your turn, Mr. Moria, to take the initiative to attack. A cruel smile appeared on Moria's lips, pointing at Shimatsuki Jayamura standing at the highest point. Damn guy, he actually controlled and forced my dead second uncle. A warrior saw clearly the appearance of the zombie army behind Moria and said angrily. How should we fight this battle? Before the fight started, another samurai exclaimed, they were not Kojiki Oden, and they really couldn't do anything to insult the corpses of relatives and friends. Catch the thief first, capture the king first, it's up to me. Komaru Animaru, who had eaten the animal type, the human fruit, the phantom beast species, and the great entrance form, roared, jumped down from the building, and pounced in front of Moria. This is a fine piece of fur. Just enough to give to Master Jiro. Seeing the talking fox in front of him, Moria was extremely excited. He placed the steel knife in front of him and stared intently. Animaru felt humiliated, and used the fruit's ability to transform into a tall, rough man, holding a long-handled knife in both hands and glaring at Moria. Humph! A bowl of fish skin soup that can replenish collagen. just enough to give to Ushimura-sama. Animaru licked his lips and said reluctantly. Court death. Moria roared and slashed at Animaru, and the battle started instantly. At the top of the bell, the sword-wielding Shimotsuki Jayamaru condenses the drifting Sakura domineering energy and flows to the top of the blade. The light emitted by the purple-black sword energy keeps flashing in the dark night. What he was facing was a black dragon with eyes glowing with blue light. The thing he wanted to protect behind him had already turned into a vast sea of fire. Many strangers who were still strangers on weekdays were completely cooked under the fire. You want everything, so you are destined to get nothing. You could have given up the little power the Shimotsuki family had behind the bell to ensure the safety of everyone. Now and in the future, opportunities like this are lost forever. Zero's cold voice echoed in Shimotsuki Uzumaru's ears like a devil's whisper. Ha ha ha. Shimotsuki Jayamaru opened his mouth and raised his head and laughed. His heart was cold, his voice was very scary, and his expression became extremely excited. As long as I cut off this evil dragon like you, like Senior Ryoma did back then, everything will be saved. As soon as the voice fell, Shimotsuki Ushimura raised the two swords in his hands and aimed a cross-slash at the black dragon's huge body. The two terrifying black sword energy tore through the dark clouds and burst towards Zero. The past was before, and the present is now. Guys who want to slay dragons, times have changed. After saying this, the black dragon raised its claws, gathered the power of thunder and lightning, and blasted towards the crossed sword energy. Boom! Exploded, and the two of them exchanged blows equally, creating a huge black smoke in the air. A cold light burst out from Shimotsuki Ushimura's eyes, and he jumped up. Taking advantage of the cover of the smoke, he slashed at the black dragon's huge body with his knife. Zero's sense of haki sensed Shimotsuki Ushimura's attack path, and the huge dragon body changed its posture in the air to dodge all his offensive moves. Damn, it's like you predicted all my actions. Shimotsuki Jayamaru, who had swung his sword in the air, shook his head and reluctantly stood back on the highest point of the building. This is called seeing and hearing color haki. It's an effective combat technique that you, the natives of Wano, have ignored. But your moves are very fast, and it does take a lot of effort to dodge them, so I finally chose to fight you this way. Jiro transformed into a human form, holding a black knife in Conqueror's domineering hand, looking at the opponent coldly. National treasure Chu Shui. It actually fell into the hands of a guy like you. Shimotsuki Jayamaru recognized the black sword in Zero's hand, which was their famous sword Akasui, the national treasure of Wano country. I know it has special meaning to you, so I took it out to deal with you. Zero's eyes turned cold, and the dark red Conqueror's haki in his body spurted out at this moment, launching a fierce attack on Shimotsuki Jayamaru standing opposite like an endless wave. Shimotsuki Jayamaru was caught off guard by the sudden attack of Conqueror's haki attack and took a few steps back. Seeing this opportunity to freeze, Ja'oluo focused all his domineering energy on the sharp sword Autumn Water, and at the same time activated the power of thunder and fire to mix them together and create a very long sword force. Pure power suppression, not mixed with any swordsmanship skills. If I had to name this next move, I choose to call it Divine Cry. Zero slashed hard, and the terrifying blade cut across him. Shimotsuki Ushimura's body was cut open in the middle, and his lower body sprayed blood into the sky like a fountain. His upper body hit the bricks hard, and Shimotsuki Ushimura's eyes became unable to focus. Samurai don't feel pain. Even as the white snowflakes fell on his face and turned red, Shimotsuki Uzumaru used these words to maintain his last dignity as a samurai and accepted his death with a smile. When Shimotsuki Jayamaru's body turned completely cold, the first ray of light of the new day penetrated the dark clouds and floated behind the scorched earth. Moria stepped on the body of Koma Fox Animaru and ordered his men to rush into the Daming Mansion to complete the finishing work. Not long after, the flag representing the beast pirates slowly rose from the highest point in the Suzugo area. Jiro looked up at the sky, looking at the long-lost sun. The frost and snow behind the bell are completely over. Chapter 24 Quinn, you are so beautiful. The growth education lesson of the first warrior of all beasts. In the capital of flowers, a grand banquet was being held in the council hall of the beast pirates, and the atmosphere was very lively. The wandering girls from Wano, all dressed up in gorgeous costumes, formed a circle and danced like butterflies. Biamku would become too popular if he lost weight, so he deliberately refused to lose weight. Although they look chubby, they are actually full of muscles. Quinn, who has been practicing for 2.5 years and wears overalls, is like a dance king, leading 4 loyal backup dancers to twist his newly gained weight in the circle and sing and dance rap. At the table, Kaido, Yin, and others were drinking from wine glasses and suppressing the raised corners of their mouths. No, this occasion must be serious. I am the governor of the beasts pirates. Kaido, who was sitting opposite Quinn, silently lowered his head in order not to lose his composure in front of everyone, giving the impression that his face was darkened. Precisely because he carries this status as the governor of all beasts, Kaido usually does not laugh out of control. Jin, who was under the iron helmet, snickered silently because others could not see the true expression on his face. The other beast pirates were affected by Quinn's magical dance, laughing and swaying loudly. After the song ended, the surrounding girls slowly left the stage, dragging their long sleeves and robes, and poured tea and wine for the big bosses of the beasts pirates. Quinn wiped the hot sweat from his face with his fat hands, grinned his purple mouth, and looked at Jiro expectantly. How's it going? Brother Jiro, am I handsome? After saying that, Quinn also pretended to be serious. Great. Quinn, you are so beautiful. Jiro, the protagonist of this celebration banquet, stood up and did not hesitate to praise him. Apart from Quinn, Jiro couldn't find another fat man who could perform such a magical dance. Mhahaha. Hearing Jiro's praise, Quinn swung her arms ecstatically and ran to the place closest to her position, and sat down happily. When all the performances were over and the banquet officially began, Kaido stood up with his wine glass in hand. Now, everyone cheers to this victory achieved by our natural disasters. Kaido's majestic voice echoed throughout the hall. Cheers! For Lord Natural Disaster! Everyone in the Beast Pirates raised their glasses and sent their most sincere blessings to Jiro with joy on their faces. After the banquet was over, Jiro, followed by a large group of followers, headed towards the mansion where he lived. Entering the courtyard of the mansion, you can see Mariah squatting on the ground like a child, trying his best to piece together Shimatsuki Ushimura's body. What a wonderful piece of art! It's such a pity that Master Jiro cut it in two. It would be great if I could find a good surgeon to help me in the future. When the time comes to form a real zombie army, my fruit abilities will not be wasted. After many attempts to no avail, Moria shook his head softly and sighed. Even if you fail once, don't be discouraged. The improvement of your own strength is far more important than the development of fruit abilities. Jiro saw this scene from a distance. Fearing that Moria would become depressed like the original and would only rely on external objects, so he quickly comforted him. Okay, Master Jiro. After hearing the words, Moria turned around and spoke respectfully, but it didn't look very sincere. If you were to put yourself in Moria's shoes, you would also pay attention to the development of devil fruit abilities. After all, whether you lose to Kaido or Zero, the suppressive power brought by devil fruit abilities is obvious. It's just that Moria himself can't develop a higher upper limit of shadow fruit, so this is a wrong path. How to rekindle Moria's fighting spirit is a question worth pondering. While Jiro was thinking, a child who looked like a tiger came in. At that time, Jack, who was 5 years old, grew to an astonishing 4 meters in height due to eating the mammoth devil fruit. It was impossible to tell that he was an underage child. Jack puffed up his chest, looked around as if he didn't need a beating, and asked, "Who among you is the best at beating?" Everyone was speechless, and Jiro secretly chuckled. This Jack is truly the best warrior among all beasts. He looked like a loser when he was a child, no wonder he was so afraid of Qin and Yin when he grew up. Needless to say, it was impossible for the two of them to spoil Jack, and they probably left a big shadow on Jack's childhood. No, for the time being, we are the same as the 3 plagues of beasts. Those two always educate Jack. I can't be left behind either. After thinking about it seriously, Jiro stood up and looked at Jack with a joking look. Hey! Who are you? I can see that you are very brave. You should be the natural disaster Jiro that Brother Kaido mentioned. I am Jack of the Beast Pirates, and I am nicknamed Super Brave Jack. I just left the Beast's Pirates for a while, and you suddenly appeared and can be on an equal footing with Qin and Yin. I don't agree with this matter. Jack acted like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, and looked down at Jiro in front of him. Moria's blood pressure went up after hearing this. What little brat dares to question Master Jiro to his face? Who gave him the courage? Lord Jiro. Mariah's muscles tensed up all over his body, looking at Jack with cold eyes, waiting for the boss's permission to fight. Well, just hit him as you like, as long as you don't kill him. After Jiro said that, he turned around and left. He didn't plan to do it himself and just left the matter to Moria. How can an adult have the same understanding as a child? Jiro didn't take Jack's provocation too seriously. In the courtyard, Jack's painful wails never stopped. Mariah was originally worried that he would strike too hard and beat Jack to death, but later he discovered that Jack was a rough-skinned guy who could serve as a perfect punching bag, and he fell in love with this feeling. From then on, eating, sleeping and beating Jack became Mariah's daily routine. Moria also found the meaning of practicing physical skills and becoming stronger through this kind of pleasure of punching to the flesh. And after Jack himself experienced this kind of physical contact that could heat up the relationship, he no longer dared to make mistakes after seeing Jiro, and he was very affectionate like a big brother. It made Jiro feel a little embarrassed to be called out. And he began to miss the unruly and super brave Jack. Later, Moria even gave Jack a psychological shadow, and Jiro specially arranged for his exclusive maid Black Maria to conduct a brainwashing education before Jack was beaten every time. This prevented the future Ship King from dying in the hands of Jiro. Chapter 25, Digging Potatoes Behind the Bell, I Don't Eat Beef. The country of Wano, Queen of Bells. Due to the defeat of Shimotsuki Ushimaru, the old aristocratic system was uprooted. In addition, many people lost their homes due to the destruction of the war, and the security of the entire area was in chaos. There are samurai and ronin plundering and killing everywhere, there are hungry people everywhere, and there are homeless refugees everywhere. Despair and painful emotions are constantly growing among the crowd. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully harvesting the despair of residents after the bell. Today, the harvest of despair has reached the upper limit. The system's beep sounded. Jiro glanced at the magic armor covering his right hand and said thoughtfully, I originally planned to turn the entire Wano country into a country of despair, but I didn't expect that a resident of the Suzugo area would cause the despair can satisfy the Black Dragon for one day. Well, we can just turn the extremely cold area of Suzugo into a place of despair, and send all the future rebels who want to revive Wano country to dig potatoes here, and then dig potatoes during the harvest season. You can eat these cherry blossom flavored potatoes. The top priority is to destroy all the buildings and cotton crops left for Suzugo to keep out the cold. This place seems to be a bit urbanized. At this thought, Jiro paid tribute to digging potatoes in Siberia and at the same time had a reasonable planning concept for the development of the Suzuo area. He called on his men to implement the plan. The most critical step that needs to be implemented now is to hang up street lights on all the vampires in the Suzuo area who can still enjoy happiness. As long as you are a Wano native, you will not be allowed any privileges after entering the bell. Outside a large house, hungry people were pulling at the fence like zombies. The war burned down our home. We are now homeless and will soon starve to death. Please Master Takeda, please help us. Even if they shouted because they were so skinny, their voices would be extremely weak. There were 2 neat rows of Takeda family warriors in the house. They looked at the hungry people opposite them with the eyes of ants, and their hearts were filled with contempt. There were even people who kept scanning the faces of the hungry people with their eyes as if they were selecting goods. When they saw something they liked, they planned to take this opportunity to make it their own. Before the power system of Shimotsuki Ushimura was destroyed, the Takeda family was a little transparent behind Suzugo. After the power of the Shimotsuki family declined, as the only family that was not affected by the war, the Takeda family relied on a series of methods of making money by annexing land, taking by force, etc., and transformed into the strongest local force in Suzugo. A Takeda family retainer came out of the house, holding a big chicken leg in his hand, eating it happily, deliberately showing it to the hungry victims. When he finished eating everything, he wiped the oil off his fingers and looked around in a condescending manner. As we all know, Mr. Takeda is a well-known philanthropist from all over the country, and he despises homeless people the most. Immediately, his face turned cold again, and he said in a cold voice, "Someone, drive these guys 10 miles away." As soon as the words fell, the warriors rushed out of the house with steel swords, slashing at anyone they saw and driving the hungry people far away. "Humph, you are a pariah who doesn't have a long memory if you don't fight." Seeing those victims fleeing in embarrassment, Takeda's retainer smiled contemptuously. Unexpectedly, the next second, there was lightning and thunder. A giant dragon's hot breath fell from the sky and burned the bodies of the murderous warriors just now, turning them into charred corpses emitting black smoke. "Ah! Master Natural Disaster, what kind of wind has brought you here? Your presence has made the Takeda family shine." The Takeda retainer saw Jiro slowly walking towards here from a distance, his body hunched like a steamed river shrimp, his face changing faster than a chameleon, and he smiled flatteringly. "Weren't you still very arrogant when you faced your compatriots just now?" Jiro kicked him in the stomach and knocked him to the ground. "I also follow the rules. The Takeda residents will not allow them to make such noise. Takeda's retainer said humbly. He had no temper at all when facing Jiro, and was completely different from before. "Rules? Whose rules are you following? Who gives you the right to be superior to them?" "Behind the bell, my rules are the rules. Untouchables who don't have a long memory will become fertilizer for growing potatoes in the future. This can be regarded as giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes." After replying to him with the words that the retainer had just said when he committed evil, Jiro waved his hand and ordered his men to turn this retainer into fertilizer for the land. At the same time, he took Mariah and swaggered into the Takeda mansion. When the head of the Takeda family saw Jiro arriving, he quickly called his daughter over to entertain the distinguished guests. He also respectfully presented Jiro's huge jewelry wealth and expressed his loyalty to the beast's pirates. "I just came back from the capital of flowers and I'm still wondering. I haven't even started treating you yet. Why are all the residents outside looking so skinny? Seeing how fat your kid is, I finally understand now. I don't know if, using so much fat to make a fuel lamp can give light and heat to the beast pirates in the dark nights in the future." Jiro looked at the treasures presented by Master Takeda and was very dissatisfied. He patted his belly and smiled contemptuously. He knew that the Takeda family's wealth was far more than this amount. When Mr. Takeda heard that he was going to be hung as a street lamp, he was so frightened that his legs went weak. He quickly called his wife, dug out all the gold bricks from the wall, and handed them over. "Where's the food?" Seeing that Mr. Takeda's attitude was okay now, Jiro continued to ask patiently. "Sigh. Yes, look at my memory. You are so tired from traveling, you must not have eaten yet. Takeda Genrokuro, prepare meals for the adults quickly." Mr. Takeda had a thought in mind when he said this. The money could be handed over, but if he also handed over the stored grain, he would be left with nothing and would no longer be able to exercise his privileges. So he planned to treat everyone in the Beast Pirates away by treating them to a meal. Deliberately changing the topic and playing tricks can lead to death, Jiro thought to himself. But on the surface he remained calm and still needed an excuse to attack. Here comes the chicken soup. With a shout of joy, there was an endless stream of waiters serving dishes. There was a dazzling array of dishes, and Jello was sitting at the main seat. Come on, Mr. Natural Disaster, this is the finest beef noodles, specially prepared for you. Mr. Takeda was smart and pushed what he thought was the best meal in front of Jiro. Jiro picked up the chopsticks, picked up the thin slices of meat, and frowned, I don't eat beef. Next to him, Moria immediately understood and used his devil fruit ability to take away Mr. Takeda's shadow. The next second, Mr. Takeda smiled broadly. After experiencing this sudden change, everyone was frightened. They all sat dumbfounded in their seats like children who had made mistakes. Eat, why are you standing there? Seeing that Moria understood what he meant, Jiro took a leisurely bite of the food and asked Mr. Takeda's daughter to pour him wine. This Sakura girl has a sweet appearance and her small and exquisite mouth shows that she is very eloquent. The others were stunned for a moment, not daring to disobey the order. They all took out their spoons and desperately plucked the food in the bowls in front of them. Jiro frowned and asked in surprise, do you really dare to eat it? Moria once again understood what Zero meant, and let go of his hands to kill in the Takeda mansion. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and screams could be heard endlessly. When the beast pirates outside the mansion heard the noise, they also took action. The originally high-end and luxurious Takeda family mansion instantly turned into a hell on earth. Earthworms were chopped up, ant nests were doused with hot water, and even dogs lying on the roadside were pulled up and slapped twice. The Takeda family lady who served Jello tea and water was startled, her palms became sweaty, and she accidentally dropped the jug on the ground, causing the wine to splash onto Jello. I'm very angry now. In order to calm Jiro's anger, she quickly knelt on the ground and immersed herself in suffering. Chapter 26 Leopard Goro offers his sword, Kaido's recruitment. After a series of governance methods by Jiro, all the family power of Suzuha was destroyed, and everyone was equally engaged in a series of labor reform activities such as growing potatoes. This news spread to other places, and the other daimyo were shocked. Originally, Kurozumi Orakai was the general, but he replaced Ueno with a boss. They, the old rulers, can still enjoy privileges in their own territory. What Jiro is doing now seems to be to completely destroy these family forces and take away all their special powers. Letting them, the family samurai of Ueno, engage in productive labor is tantamount to cutting off their wealth and livelihood. So, they took the initiative to join forces. Nozomi daimyo Fujitsu Oihoki, Uzuki daimyo Hogitsu Tempura, and Hakumai daimyo Shimatsuki Yasui, these three daimyos raised their troops at the same time and prepared to resist. In order to increase their chances of winning, they decided to kill the weakest Kurozumi snake first, seize the flower capital, and then slowly expel the beast pirates. Therefore, Flower Leopard Goro, known as the hero of the Flower City and the underworld boss, became the most critical link in the implementation of this plan. It is especially important to get his support and help. Soon, they passed the news to How Goro through Ueno's unique phone bug Wisdom Snail, asking him to find a way to weaken Kurozumi Orakai's power in the flower capital, and then the inside and outside would work together to capture the flower capital. Since Hogora trusted Kanjuro very much, and Kanjuro was not weak in strength, he discussed this matter with him. In the end, he decided to use the knife sacrifice as an excuse to approach the Kurozumi snake and kill it. After Kanjuro dealt with Leopard Goro, he told the news to Kurozumi Orakai in Orakai City. Damn guy, he actually regards me as the weakest party in the alliance. Now Lord Kaido dares to do something to me in the flower capital. If Lord Kaido leaves in the future, I can't imagine what kind of things How Goro would dare to do to me. No, I have to tell Lord Kaido about this now and let him make the decision for me. Kurozumi, who had been pacing, stopped, slapped his head, and thought of a way to deal with the trouble in the near future. The subordinates quickly conveyed Kurozumi Orikai's message to Kaido. Haha, I can finally have some fun in my boring cultivation life. After this matter is resolved, I can take Zero back to Onigashima and bring Yamato out to experience the world. Kaido, who had been exercising for a long time, immediately started fighting again when he heard it, and happily said to the people around him. In the past 2 years, Kaido was shocked by Zero's growth. At the same time, Kaido also wondered whether it would be good for her growth to let Yamato experience the cruelty of war in advance. In the residence of Hana no Leopard Goro, a dozen loyal samurai sat around him together with Kanjuro. This time I ask the big snake to sacrifice my knife. No matter whether the assassination is successful or not, it is impossible to come back. I hope you can take good care of His Highness Odin and my wife. Beogoro looked around and said worriedly. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Kanjuro said with a very sincere attitude. With you here, I feel relieved. Beogorange said happily, feeling warm in his heart. Among all the retainers of His Highness Odin, Kanjuro is the most loyal and the only man who can be entrusted with important responsibilities. Big Snake City, inside the general's mansion. Kaido sat in the main seat, and Kurozumi sat on one side. Deng, deng, deng. Hearing footsteps in the distance, Kaido knew that he had to wait until someone came over soon. Holding a long sword, Haogoro walked up the long steps anxiously, his right eyelid twitching. When he first walked to the door, he saw Kaido's pair of horns sitting in the chair from a distance, and subconsciously wanted to go back. Gee ha ha ha, Leopard Goro, Lord Kaido is also very interested in the sword you want to present. The voice of Kurozumi Orikai sounded, and Hogora knew that he must not be timid at this time, so he walked in bravely. I got this precious sword by chance. Not only is it extremely sharp, but its workmanship is also very exquisite. I thought General Orikai didn't have a handy weapon, so I dedicated it to you. Leopard Goro knew that this assassination operation would not be successful, so he used his plan to bend down in front of Kaido and the two of them, and said respectfully. Present it and let me take a look first. Kaido looked up and down at Hyogoro and felt that this guy looked much more pleasing to the eye than Kurozumi Orikai, so he became interested in conquering him. Hyogoro obediently did as he was told and presented the sword to Kaido. It looks good, but I wonder how it will be used. Kurozumi, please go down and try. Let me see the power of this sword. Kaido returned the sword to Hyogoro while looking at Kurozumi Orikai with a majestic look. In Kaido's view, Kurozumi Orikai is a dispensable tool. If he dies, he can still help others take over. The best candidate is the grown-up Zero. Of course, my daughter Yamato is also good, but her current strength is a bit weak. Lord Kaido, you must not try this sword randomly. You will die if you try it. Kurozumi, the big snake, shook his head like a rattle and refused to say anything. Now that he already knows about Haogoro's murderous intention towards him, if he really wants to try it, it will be very painful if he stabs him. If I ask you to try, just try, don't talk so much nonsense. After saying that, Kaido stood up suddenly, pulled Kurozumi out of his position, and threw him in front of Leopard Goro. Well, 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 I'm really looking forward to this knife of yours. Kaido returned to his main position, looking down at Leopard Goro and Kurozumi. He wanted to observe the strength of Leopard Goro. This, is Kaido trying to borrow a knife to kill someone? Hogora, who was holding the knife, was a little at a loss for a moment, and such a possibility came to his mind. The beast pirates are no longer what they used to be, and it is natural for Kaido to be tired of the Kurozumi Orikai, which is becoming less and less useful. But killing Kurozumi Orikai was originally the purpose of Leogora's trip, so he was not ambiguous. General Orikai, How offended! After Hogoro said coldly, his whole body was wrapped in Lu Ying's domineering energy, and a dazzling purple light erupted from the blade. Hanazuki sword-style bowed down with anger. With a loud roar, Hogoro slashed at the neck of the Kurozumi snake, which was unable to react at all. Without any surprise, the ugly square head of the Kurozumi snake was chopped off and flew away. Kaido jumped up from his seat excitedly after seeing the sword skills and armament of Hogoro. These two things happen to be the shortcomings of Zero and Yamato. Good knife skills are also a good knife. Hogoro, I invite you to join the Beasts Pirates and serve as the armed haki training instructor for all the Beasts members. You won't refuse, right? Chapter 27 Oden dug up Momonosuke's grave. What a joke! I am incompatible with your beast pirates. Seeing the Kurozumi Orikai's head fall to the ground, Leogora felt that his mission had been completed, so he stopped hiding and pointed the knife at Kaido, intending to chop him down. What a pity, I have already given you a chance. After being rejected, Kaido's didn't hesitate. She held the 8 fasts full of Conqueror's domineering power in her hand, and a burst of terrifying power burst out from her body. Thunder 8 trigrams. Quickly, Kaido hit Hogoro's head with the stick in his hand. There were no surprises, it was done in one move. Beogoro rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. I heard that Zero built Suzuo into an extreme cold prison. This guy can be left to Zero to deal with. Maybe there is some way to make Leopard Goro change his mind and serve for the Beasts Pirates. Kaido picked up the body of Hyogoro and flew towards Suzuo. As for the corpse Kurozumi on the ground, he didn't even bother to look at it. Hateful! Damn Kaido! After seeing Kaido walk away, Kurozumi picked up the head from the ground and straightened it up again. The Kurozumi Orikai, which possesses the phantom beast species Yamato no Orikai, has a total of 9 lives including its true body. The experience just now only reduced his life by 1. Madam, please come to the gate of opening. I am Kanjuro Susumi. Kanjuro knocked on Mrs. Hagagoro's door. Is it Kanjuro? Come in quickly. Mrs. Hogoro heard the sound and slowly opened the door. Kanjuro rushed in and looked at her with a gloomy face. Why are you staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Looking at her with that intrusive look, Mrs. Hogoro asked with doubts on her face. At the same time, bad thoughts flashed through my heart. Kanjuro has always been an honest and good boy, so how can you doubt his motives? Ma'am, I'm sorry. After saying that, Kanjuro aimed a heavy elbow at the back of Mrs. Shogoro's wife. The latter's eyes went black and she fainted on the ground. Kanjuro picked her up from the ground, put her on his shoulders, and muttered, Hogoro loves his wife so much that he threw her into the prison of the Flower City. General Orikai may use her in the future. It's been a hard day dancing naked, and it's another day protecting the country of Wano. When Orikai and the others take the initiative to leave Wano country, people will understand and appreciate me again. At night, Kojiki Oden returns to Hogoro's home after a tiring day, dreaming unrealistic dreams. Brother Leopard. Kanjuro. Looking at the empty dishes and chopsticks on the dining table, Kojiki Oden frowned and called out. I usually leave food for myself at this time. Not even here. Then I'll go see my sister-in-law. Having said that, Kojiki Oden walked towards the kitchen in an attempt to find the wife of Shogoro, but unfortunately, his wish was not fulfilled and there was no whereabouts of Mrs. Shogoro in the kitchen. What's going on? Kanjuro, Brother Leopard, and sister-in-law aren't here. Could it be? No matter how stupid Oden is, he can still think of what happened to them while he was away. With no other choice, Oden found Leogora's younger brother, and after questioning him in every possible way, he found out that Leogora had gone to assassinate General Orikai in the morning and never came back. Kojiki Oden connected these things together and immediately deduced that Hogoro was killed by Kurozumi Orikai's conspiracy, and his wife and his retainers were all captured. Damn Kurozumi, how dare you lie to me! I killed Brother Leopard and captured Kanjuro and the others. I want him to pay with his blood. Kojiki Odin was so angry that he almost ran away, holding a knife and rushing towards the shogunate again. Because Odin came and went in a hurry, poor Kurozumi just straightened his head in the afternoon, and was chopped off again in the evening, and his life was reduced by one. After questioning to no avail, Kojiki Odin guessed that Shoguro and his family were taken back to Onigashima by Kaido. In his most difficult days, it was the Shoguro couple who extended a helping hand. Now that they are in trouble, Kojiki Odin certainly cannot sit idly by. Your Highness, idiot, go to bed. Everyone is still waiting to watch your performance tomorrow. When Kojiki Odin felt rebellious and wanted to use his appeal to pull out a group of samurai, he realized that he had become the target of everyone's criticism. Frustrated, he picked up his luggage overnight and set foot on the road back to July. I don't know if Shishi is doing well now, or if Tao Zi is taller now. Looking at the moon in the sky, Kojiki Odin couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Kojiki Odin finally arrived at Gyuri. What you see is dilapidated and desolate. A tombstone stands alone, and the grass on the grave is taller than Momonosuke. Whose dead person has his tombstone standing in this inhospitable place? Has the sea water entered his head? What bad luck! Kojiki Odin cursed and approached the tombstone with his hands on his hips. Taking a closer look, Kojiki family man, Momonosuke's grave. The bright 9 characters made Kojiki Odin's eyelids become extremely heavy. You saw it wrong, how is it possible? I also specifically told the retainers to stay in July to protect Daisy and the others. Besides, Daisy is still so young. Kojiki Odin rubbed his eyes and looked again. As a result, the 9 large characters on it were still the same ones: Kojiki family man, Momonosuke's grave. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who on earth dares to curse my Momonosuke to death? Odin punched the tombstone angrily, turning into countless powder and scattering on the ground. He was not sure yet, so he used the 2 swords in his hands to dig up Momonosuke's grave. The more he dug, the more impatient Kojiki Odin became. He prayed that he would not dig up anything, but everything was in vain. With a clang sound, Kojiki Odin dug something hard in the ground, and his heart jumped suddenly. No, something happened to Daisy. Kojiki Odin thought to himself, but he still didn't stop the action on his hands. Seeing that there was a small and exquisite iron box buried in the grave, Kojiki Odin couldn't help wiping the cold sweat on his face, looking at the grave grass beside him, and sighed, my peach is at least as tall as the grave grass, how is it possible? Contained in this little box. Whose prank is this? How hateful! Odin cursed and opened the box, and soon he became extremely dull. Chapter 28 Zaiju takes the blame for Jiro, Mrs. She is cold. Inside the iron box were not only the toys that Momonosuke often played with when he was a child, but also Mrs. Toki's hairpin and the rouge water that Kikunashi often used. These were Momonosuke's favorite things during his lifetime. Could it be that someone stole my things while I was away from July? It's very possible that Daisy will be fine. After self-deception, Kojiki Odin felt much better and slowly walked towards Odin Castle. From a distance, he could see 2 old women looking at him with contempt and disdain, chattering about some important information. Cut. Look, His Highness the Fool is back. I heard that his biological son was lost to his retainer Kikunashi. What's wrong? Didn't Ajuradaji-sama wipe out all the warriors stationed in Kuri by General Orakai? Those samurai all said personally that they accidentally killed the lost His Highness Momonosuke. This fool, Your Highness, is in the capital of flowers. General Orakai, who killed his own son, is sitting peacefully in the general's mansion. He doesn't dare to take revenge, and he still dances naked every day. If it hadn't been for the destruction of the Queen of Bells, the news from the flower capital could have spread to July, and we, including Mrs. She, would still have been kept in the dark. We thought His Highness the Fool was busy dealing with Kaido. The two old women talked non-stop, spittle fell like raindrops, which made Kojiki Odin run away with his tail between his legs. Walking into the city, Kojiki Odin was looked at with disdain by people on both sides of the street. Kojiki Odin's mentality suddenly exploded. He didn't know what was going on, why everyone was suddenly so malicious to him. But it doesn't matter, as long as his wife, children, and retainers are loyal to him, everything doesn't matter. As soon as Kojiki Odin stepped into his family's Damingfu, the guard's dog barked several times to express his disapproval. Kinemon, who was most loyal to him, saw Odin coming back and greeted him with tears in his eyes. "Your Highness Odin, a lot of things happened during your absence. At the beginning, I gave the young master to Kikuchi Cheng's care. Unexpectedly, Kikuchi Cheng lost the young master for 3 months. He didn't dare to tell us. After you left, Mrs. Shi found that the young master was missing and called Ju's Hishin to come to her. Only then did she realize that the young master had been lost by him. We searched around and found the men of that guy named Orakai in July. From their mouths, we found out that the young master has, already, sigh." As he spoke, Kinemon cried heartbreakingly and pretended to commit suicide in front of Kojiki Odin. Kojiki Odin was unhappy at first, and now he was even more unhappy after hearing the news. He first stopped Kinemon. "Hateful. The Kurozumi snake is so disgusting." Then he gritted his teeth and said. He hated Kurozumi and himself in his heart. If he had not been so lustful, Momonosuke would not have been so lustful, and would not let go of Kikunosuke, who dared not take responsibility every day, then this tragedy would not have happened. But in the end, the blame came down to the Kojiki family's lecherous genes. "Call Kikinakang over, I'm going to blame him face to face. Blame him not because of Momonosuke, but because a true samurai must bravely bear his own mistakes. Kikunokori looks like this, he is no longer a qualified samurai." Kojiki Odin said angrily. "Yes." Kinemon wiped the tears from his face and replied firmly. Soon, Kikunoke, who looked haggard, was dragged and brought to Kojiki Odin by Kinemon. "Your Highness Odin, I have endured the blame for you for so long, and now you are finally back." Kikuchi Cheng thought silently in his heart. Momonosuke was the one who took away and lost Odin himself, but in order not to destroy Kojiki Odin's glorious image in the minds of everyone, and also for the sake of the emotional harmony between Odin and Mrs. Toki, Kikunashi took all the responsibilities on his shoulders alone. Superior. Kikuchi Cheng thought he was great, and he was indeed great. It's just that Momonosuke was the one who took the blame. He actually took the blame for Zero, who was disguised as Kojiki Odin. Kikinakang didn't know that Odin was Jiro pretending to be a character, so from Kikunokang's perspective, His Highness Odin, who lost Momonosuke, should be grateful to himself. As a result, Kojiki Odin scolded Kikunashi, saying that he had no samurai spirit and was no longer worthy of becoming a retainer of the Kojiki family. This severe rebuke directly caused the already aggrieved Kikuchi Cheng to explode instantly. The great image of Kojiki Odin in his mind was gone, and he ran away with a sad face. Mrs. Shi watched this scene from a distance through the window in her bedroom. She didn't dare to go out because she didn't know if this Odin was pretending to be someone else. She also believed Zayaku's words about killing Momonosuke, but she was sensible and did not blame Zayaku, but hated the Kurozumi snake who killed Momonosuke. As long as she can kill Kurozumi, her bottom line has been opened, and she will not hesitate to pay any price. From time to time, when Kojiki Odin looked at Tianyu from a distance, he looked at him with such indifferent eyes, and his heart was broken. However, he soon felt relieved after thinking about it carefully. After Tianyushi was coaxed into his possession, he never had a comfortable day. First, he made Mrs. Toki, a weak woman, live in the pain of fear every day in the Whitebeard Pirates. Then, in order to pursue his dream, he abandoned Mrs. Toki and his mother to the country of Wano, which was poisoned by Kaido and Orokai, regardless of the ground. Roger's ship. In the end, after returning to Daxia, he danced naked every day, failing to provide any help to Mrs. Shi and the children, and even made them laugh at others. Kojiki Oden now realizes that he is not only lustful, but also incompetent. After discovering what kind of person he was, Kojiki Oden decided to numb himself by recalling the contents of his diary that he wrote every day. In it, he was beautified into a real hero. He is a great hero who does not hesitate to separate his wife and children in order to save the common people, and a hero who does not hesitate to dance in the streets in order to save the country of Wano. After thinking about it, Kojiki Oden really believes it. Humph. A true hero silently endures unbearable hardships just to protect all the people of Wano country. Loyal and reliable like Kanjuro, superb in martial arts like Kinemon, and strategist like Ashuradachi, why worry about not winning this battle? Now, let the heroes use their last blood to compose a soul-stirring epic. After Kojiki Oden recorded this in his diary, he embarked on the journey to Oni with the 7 people Ashuradachi, Kinemon, Denjiro, Reizo, Inuarashi, Kawamatsu, and Nico Viper who were willing to follow him in the end. The island seeks the path of revenge for the beast pirates. Chapter 29. There are bad guys among the samurai, and Moria is more loyal. The words were divided, and Kojiki Oden decided to go to Onigashima to open the tower. At the same time, Kaido came to the back of the bell with Leopard Goro, who was knocked unconscious with a stick. What catches the eye, apart from a large number of potato farmers, are Moria and Princess Mononoke Perona who manage them. At this moment, Moria has completely assumed the role of a farmer, holding a small leather whip soaked in iodine to serve these prostitutes. Just now, a samurai recalled the happy days when the Shimotsuki family was in power. He broke the farm tools in his hands and cried, "Ushimaru-dai, I miss you." Moria noticed him and hurried away. "Come over. Hurry up, don't be lazy." Crying? Crying counts as time. If you can't finish the work, you won't have food to eat. Moria cursed, and the whip in his hand fell like raindrops on the crying warrior lying on the ground. "No rice, no rice." Perona, who is less than 2.5 years old, is standing on the side with her hands on her hips imitating the old Den Maria. She has a fierce breast and a fierce breast, just like a small capitalist. "Lord Moria, our Wano warriors have never engaged in this kind of productive labor before." The samurai was beaten to pieces and bruised, just to show his strength as a Sakura country samurai. When Moria heard this, he had a question mark on his face and subconsciously said, "Samurai of Wano. Is it noble? If you don't do it, there are samurai who will do it." Immediately, in order to verify his statement, Moria looked at the other warriors of Wano who were working hard, and asked in a nuclear and arrogant tone, "Do any of you feel aggrieved that you are still alive growing potatoes for Lord Calamity?" A Wano warrior shook his head like a rattle and put on a flattering face. Without any grievance, it would be sweet to even dream about being able to work for Lord Calamity and the beast pirates. Other warriors just work for 14 hours a day to cope with the situation and then rest. I am different. I am sincerely loyal to Master Natural Disaster. I will work to death as long as I can't do it. 16 hours of work a day is not a lot. The samurai nodded and finished speaking, feeling good about himself and standing where he was. The other warriors looked at him with sword-like eyes, full of contempt in their hearts. "Well said." Moria couldn't help but praise. "Master Natural Disaster treats you too gently. I will use him as a role model from now on and work 16 hours a day. Also, don't you like to say something like 'I'm going to start moving before eating'? Don't forget who gave you the steamed buns and water you got today. You just work hard for 16 hours a day, but Lord Natural Disaster has to lose food to feed you warriors." While Moria was teaching the miserable samurai in front of him with a look of hatred, he was glad in his heart that he surrendered in time and became more loyal to the Natural Disaster Jiro. It seems that Lord Gerald gave Perona and Lord Moria their residence and food, right? Then don't you have to thank Master Jiro? Perona, who has always been obedient, has no ability to distinguish right from wrong. She was brainwashed by Mariah's words, and her whole heart became the shape of the natural disaster Jiro, and the word loyalty was engraved into her bones. Unknowingly, Moria, who works for Jiro, got his daughter involved. Don't listen to him, we warriors have our own pride. The warrior who cried first heard that he would have to work for 16 hours. He felt like there were ants crawling all over his body and shouted anxiously to the people around him. Good pride. If Moria could do anything, she would not beep too much. She covered Perona's eyes, drew her machete, and performed bone removal surgery on the warrior. The operation was successful and the patient no longer had any vital signs. When the other warriors saw this scene, the little resistance they had was suppressed again. Why are you still standing there? Isn't the remaining part the most suitable breeding ground for cultivating cherry blossom-flavored potatoes? Moria resisted the desire to collect the corpses and followed Master Jiro's instructions to speak to the surrounding warriors. Anyway, all the samurai in Wano are talented, and this one is no different. Kaido, who was floating in the sky behind the bell, saw this scene and was so excited that he almost got boiled. He was suffering from the inability to deal with talents like Haogoro from Wano who would rather die than surrender. He didn't expect that Kid Zero was actually an expert at dealing with talents. It was indeed a professional counterpart, and Kaido knew that his trip was not in vain. So, he carried Leopard Goro to Jiro's residence behind the bell. Ah! Mr. Kaido, you came right here, why did you bring a gift? How can I be embarrassed to accept it? Zero saw Kaido carrying something through the window and thought it was a gift for him. The fly rubbed his hands and went up to it. Kaido's face turned red when he heard this. Suddenly he remembered that he was drunk at the celebration banquet, and Zero forgot to give him the reward he promised after conquering Moria and conquering the bell. Kaido thought that Kid Zero was knocking him. Of course the gift was prepared, but it was just left in the flower capital. It would definitely be too late to go back and get it now. So Kaido couldn't help but think of a Nagashima, which he was about to leave for. Well, of course there are gifts. It's just on Ghost Island, kid, don't worry yet. After saying that, Kaido threw Hyogoro to the ground like a piece of meat on a chopping board. This guy has an extremely deep understanding of armed haki. I have a desire to conquer him. If I can let him serve the beast's pirates, the strength of the entire pirate group's armed haki will be able to reach a higher level. Kaido looked at Zero expectantly. Mr. Kaido is absolutely right. Zero looked at Leopard Goro on the ground and answered subconsciously. Of course, he who is familiar with the original work knows that the three most important teachers on Wang Luffei's road to becoming stronger 2 years later are Katakuri, the haki instructor of the infernal colors, Haogoro, the instructor of Ryu Sakura, and Kai, the conqueror's haki winding expert. Because of the obvious results, these three crash course teachers directly made Pluton Rayleigh ridiculed by netizens as a mediocre teacher. Now that Yamato has Kaido to teach her, if she can get the same kind of teachers as Wang Luffei in the future, and then get her a devil fruit that is not inferior to the fantasy beast Blue Dragon, the achievements will be unimaginable. When the time comes, Yamato's double strength will be added to his body, and he will be happy. As for subduing Baogoro, it is not impossible. In the original work, before meeting Luffy, Hyogoro was so depraved that he could easily bully even the minions. He actively worked for the beast pirates every day. As long as you find his weakness at this time, you can definitely take advantage of him. I know what to do, Mr. Kaido. As a matter of urgency, we can hand him over to Mariah for some training. If he has arrogance in his heart, we won't be able to reason with him in the future. Jiro said confidently. Well, I feel so relieved to leave this matter to you. Kaido laughed loudly, full of confidence in Zero. After Leopard Goro was dragged away by Moria, Kaido leaned down and patted Zero on the shoulder with a mysterious look. "Let's go to Ghost Island with me. The reward for you is right there." Chapter 30 Yamato wants to transform into a dragon and carry Jiraiya. Two giant dragons, green and black, soared in the sky. Out of the corner of their eyes, they caught sight of the black dragon beside them. Kaido was about to win or lose. "Boy Jiro, please stop for a moment." After Kaido said that, he flicked the dragon's tail and stood proudly in the air, comparing its body size with Zero, who transformed into a black dragon. "Damn it, Jiro, you're so big." Seeing that Zero, who had transformed into a black dragon, was obviously a lot older than himself, Kaido said with a decadent look. "As long as I can remember, I have never lost to anyone in terms of size." Jiro subconsciously replied, and then he was stunned. "Mr. Kaido, when you say big, you mean our body in dragon form, right?" "Ahaha, except for the body of a dragon, how else can you, a brat, be bigger than me?" Kaido looked up and down at Zero, as if he was still treating him like a young boy. Jiro wanted to say something, but he held back. Kaido has always regarded himself as a genius freak, which is why he values himself so highly. This misunderstanding is beneficial and there is no need to expose it in advance. "I have never seen your black dragon before. It should be a mutation of the devil fruit of other phantom beast species, but there is no doubt that the power it contains is stronger than the phantom beast blue dragon. Awakening the ability of the phantom beast black dragon devil fruit and developing the strongest dragon human form is the only way for you to become stronger and dominate in the future. It just so happens that I have recently mastered the human animal form of the phantom beast blue dragon through training, and I will have the opportunity to show it to you." Even on the road, Kaido still did not forget to teach Zero. A truly good teacher is so dedicated and dedicated. "Okay, Mr. Kaido." Zero nodded, and at the same time he also captured an important piece of information from Kaido's mouth. Kaido can already use the human-animal form of the fantasy beast Qinglong. In other words, Kaido's current strength may not be worse than Koshiki Oden. Along the way, Kaido taught him earnestly and reached the top of the Ghost Island, where he transformed back into a human form. Suddenly, a white shadow with quick movements attacked Kaido. "Thunder 8 trigrams." As soon as the words fell, Thunder Gaba, Yamato, who was holding a mini version of Hakizai, hit Kaido's chin with a stick, knocking him to the ground. "Old Kaido, is Yamato powerful?" In order to master this move, Yamato practiced for a long time. Yamato, who was still childish, put his mace against Kaido's chin and said proudly, "So, you hit me just after you mastered this move." Kaido looked at his family's big filial son helplessly, and his whole person collapsed. "What if?" Yamato curled his lips with a little pride, and then looked at Kaido. "Brother Jiro." Seeing the person he longed for, Yamato quickly threw away the mace in his hand, flew towards Jello, and wrapped around Jello's waist like an octopus. "Do you understand that you are not allowed to hit Mr. Kaido again?" Jiro lowered his head, touched a pair of small horns on Yamato's forehead with his hands, and educated him. "I know, Yamato must pay attention next time." After hearing Jiro's words, Yamato playfully stuck out his tongue and said obediently, "How dare you think of a next time?" Jiro pinched Yamato's little face. "We." Yamato responded with a playful smile. "This brat Yamato doesn't listen to me, but he obeys Jiroyan. No matter how you look at it, it looks like you have raised a daughter for Jiro." Kaido silently climbed up from the forgotten corner, looking at the two people who were so intimate. He felt a sudden surge of sadness in his heart, and the feeling of a great injustice arose spontaneously. "Forget it, let's tell Yamato the truth. I've been hiding this from her for so many years." Kaido shook his head gently and made up his mind. "Yamato, you are actually a girl. She is my Kaido's daughter." Kaido's voice sounded from behind Yamato, but at this moment, Yamato's eyes were full of Zero, and Kaido, who had a low sense of presence, automatically ignored him. "Brother Jiro, you've grown taller again. Yamato is still so short, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with you. You won't dislike Yamato in the future, right?" Yamato put her face against Jiro's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat, and she couldn't help but sigh with emotion as she was thinking a lot. During the days when Jello left, Yamato did not miss any of his daily exercise in order to grow taller, but he still could not reach Jello's height. The condescending Jiro could see the changes in Yamato's expression at a glance. With his rich experience in life, he could see that Yamato was very insecure at the moment and needed his own encouragement. "Why would you dislike it? Brother Jiro is taking care of everything, so Yamato just works hard and moves forward." Jiro gently rubbed Yamato's white hair, feeling warm in his heart. It felt so good to be loved. Then, "Brother Jiro, can you?" As he spoke, Yamato became nervous. "It's okay, Yamato can ask for anything." Jiro comforted him. During this period of time, Yamato, who was training hard, provided help to Jiro a lot, and it was appropriate to respond. "Yamato wants to ride on Brother Zero. Black Dragon, oh, so cool." When she said this, Yamato opened her arms and made dragon roaring movements with her hands. She lost her support and almost fell from Zero's body to the ground. "No problem." Zero agreed to Yamato's request and helped her realize her dream of becoming a dragon knight. Roar! A dragon roar shook the sky, and the black dragon that rose from the ground slowly landed, and its huge dragon head appeared in front of Yamato. "Jiro, you are so kind." Yamato was so moved that he sat down on the faucet. Feeling the soft touch like cotton, the black dragon slowly took off and flew over a Nagashima. Listening to the wind whistling in his ears, Yamato felt that he had become the freest person in the world for a moment, and he soon became obsessed with this feeling. "Woohoo, Yamato can also fly." The white-haired loli couldn't help but open her arms, simulating flying wings and feeling the rhythm of the wind. "Ah! Yamato, do you also yearn for the sky as much as I do?" Jiro, who was under Yamato, didn't expect that he could make the other person so happy just by satisfying a small request. If Yamato could fly, Father Kaido would no longer be able to leave Yamato on a Nagashima like this. By then, Yamato would be able to accompany Zero to more and further places. Yamato said with excitement. In the past, Yamato's biggest wish was to defeat Kaido, leave a Nagashima, and see the outside world. Now, it has become Yamato's biggest dream to go see the outside world with Jiro. As long as Yamato continues to work hard to become stronger, has the strength to protect himself, and can fly, I promise to help you realize your dream. Jiro made a promise to Yamato, and at the same time, he was mentally thinking about what fruits he would give Yamato in the future to help her realize her dream of flying into the sky. Brother Jiro is so kind. Yamato, who received Jiro's promise, was overwhelmed with happiness and felt a little elated. Zero can transform into a black dragon. If possible, Yamato also wants to transform into a white dragon. When the time comes, Yamato, who has transformed into a dragon, will not only be able to fly by himself, but he will also be able to fly with Brother Zero. While Yamato is happy to become a dragon knight, he also wants Zero to experience such happiness. Chapter 31 Odin, does he want to dance on Ghost Island? Yamato and Zero's relationship is quite good. It seems that my idea is right. When Yamato grows up, I will betroth her to Zero. We can make an engagement now and regard it as a reward to compensate the boy Jiro. Kaido looked at the two people playing happily not far away, and his heart was full of fire. He knew that his destined son-in-law was Zero. Immediately, Kaido summoned the loyalist who was responsible for delivering the information and said to him, "Inform Quinn, Yin and other codders of the beast pirates to gather on a Nagashima. I have something big to announce." "Yes." After hearing this, the royal emperor began to contact him. All of a sudden, the cotters of the beast pirates scattered all over Wano got the news. "We have something big to announce. Brother Kaido, don't you think he wants me to be the fourth disaster of the beasts?" Jack, who is currently serving as the real fighter of the beasts pirates, entered fantasy time after hearing the news. "Is there something big to announce?" Mr. Kaido is really good at predicting events. He already knew that Kojiki Oden was going to come over and fight the beast pirates on Onigashima. "It seems that I don't need to take action in advance, otherwise it may delay Mr. Kaido's plan." Yin, who was flying high in the sky, glanced at the 8 warriors on land who were trying to cross the river, and began to transform himself. "Brother Kaido, something better happen." After hearing the news, Quinn, who was tinkering with high-tech weapons, put down the work at hand, called his men, got into a chariot pulled by 2 fat wild boars, and set foot on the road to the ghost island with the dust and smoke rolled up. "Maid, it's this damn fat guy again." If the wild boar pulling the cart could speak human words, he would probably greet Quinn so cordially. Zero and Luo had been playing for who knows how long. Kaido was tired of watching, so he called his subordinates, put the table on the table, and had a nice drink. Before I knew it, the empty wine cans had piled up into a small hill. The intelligence officer standing on the top of the ghost island saw a small boat floating here from a distance. After looking carefully, he found that it was the naked dance king Oden and his idiot fans. Lord Governor Kojiki Oden and his retainers are rushing towards Onigashima. The intelligence officer discovered the danger and quickly reported it to Kaido. "Why? Oh. Oden, does he want to dance on Ghost Island? Although it can bring me some elegance, it is still too vulgar." Kaido, who was a little drunk, couldn't help but shuddered when he thought of Kojiki Oden dancing naked on Onigashima. "No, it doesn't look like a talent show. They are all murderous, and they look a bit like they are looking for trouble," the intelligence officer said hurriedly. He had long heard from Kurozumi Chanmaru and his brother that Kojiki Oden was invincible and could only be outsmarted, not defeated by force. Although there are elements of exaggeration, it is enough to prove that Kojiki Oden's strength should not be underestimated. So I panicked unconsciously. "Dare to come to us for trouble? Then fight." When the drunk Kaido heard this, he became angry and transformed into a blue dragon and flew directly into the sky. Qinglong, who was rising in the air, gradually saw things in the distance clearly. A tall man wearing a green hat suddenly stepped on the boat, took off with the help of the reaction force, and came to the territory of Onigashima. The other 7 people slowly followed and came to his rear. "Jiro, there are guests coming to Ghost Island, let's welcome them together," Kaido shouted, and Zero, who was hovering in the air with Yamato, stopped, placed Yamato on the ground, and looked into the distance. "Kaido, I will avenge Kanjuro and Leopard Goro today." There was a loud shout, and before anyone arrived, the cuckold arrived first. "This guy is quite conscious." Jiro couldn't help but sigh when he saw the green touch on Kojiki Oden's head. Immediately, the black dragon soared into the sky and stood together with Kaido. "Humph, are it just you two?" The 7 Ashuradaji and Kojiki Oden stood together and confronted Zero and the others. "Kanjuro, I have brought your share with me, just like you are by my side, fighting side by side." Kojiki Oden slowly took off the cuckold on his head and placed it on the ground, which represented that Kanjuro, who was loyal to him, was by his side. "Noisy guy. Jiro." Kaido dismissed the group of warriors on the ground, looked at Zero next to him, and shouted. The dragon's hot breath surged in his throat. "Clear." Zero understood and knew what Kaido meant. He also activated the power of fire in his body and was ready to go. Roar! Roar! 2 giant dragon roars, the blazing dragon's breath merged together, turning into a fire dragon with its head raised and moving forward to attack the 8 Kojiki Oden people on the ground. This is Zero and Kaido's father's hot breath combo. Yamato, who was standing on the ground, saw this scene and his blood boiled with excitement. This was the first time she saw Jiro truly fighting seriously. "Stand back." Kojiki Odin turned around and said to the 7 people, and then pulled out 2 large sharp knives from his waist, namely Tianyu Yuzhan, who is known as Can Cut Down Even the Sky, and Enma, who is known as Can Conquer Even Hell. Odin 2 sword-style samurai great soul. With a loud shout, the double swords wrapped around Liu Ying suddenly rose up with red air waves symbolizing Conqueror's domineering power, and the whole person turned into a meteor, splitting the fire dragon in front of him in 2. Kojiki Odin is really strong. What a pity, it's so stupid. It's too late to wake up now. Seeing that his attack was easily neutralized, Kaido, who stood proudly in mid-air, couldn't help but sigh. It's not too late, as long as we can cut off the evil dragons like you that are harming the country of Wano. Recalling his clown behavior, Kojiki Odin became angry and pointed his finger to the sky, roaring unwillingly. "Cut the evil dragon, cut the evil dragon. You warriors who are proud of slaying the dragon will eventually be bitten by the evil dragon." Kaido, who was slightly drunk, said angrily. Ever since Shimotsuki Ryoma succeeded in slaying a dragon and left an immortal legend, the samurai of Wano country have been slaying dragons at every turn. He and Zero are both dragons. Doesn't this make it clear that he intends to fight to the death with the beast pirates? Kaido has already decided to kill Kojiki Odin. It's useless to talk more, let's fight. Kojiki Odin activated the Conqueror's haki in his body, and a red wave of air hit Kaido. "Humph! You have the guts to do the same thing even though you are a trivial person. My Conqueror's haki is no worse than yours." Kaido turned into a human form, standing proudly on the top of the ghost island, glaring bull's eyes, and the black and red Conqueror's domineering energy continued to surge like a tide, resolving Kojiki Odin's attack. Continue. Kojiki Odin did not believe in evil, so he jumped up, stepping on the air as if he were walking on flat ground. He also came to the top of a Nagashima, and his body burst out with powerful red Conqueror's haki and collided head-on with Kaido. Soon, the black and red Conqueror's haki appeared around the two of them like a shield, pushing towards the opposite side without giving in. Chapter 32, Jiro beats 7. Are you the only ones with a so-called bond? We can't be left behind either. Azura Boy glanced at Conqueror's haki wrestling on the top of a Nagashima, knowing that it was not a battle at his level that he could intervene in, so he set his sights on Zero. The remaining 6 people nodded and scattered around Jiro, preparing to start the samurai group fight. "If there is no accident, no one else can hurt me except you." At this moment, Jiro's heart was like Shisui, and he looked at Azura Boy with indifferent eyes. In the past, Jiro had always beaten others in groups. Today was the first time he was beaten by a group of people. However, Jello was more than 60% sure about this battle. At this moment, Nekadog, Kawamatsu, and Denjiro, the 4 samurai with considerable strength in the original work, have not yet grown up. The remaining 2, Reizo and Kinemon, are rotten fish. As long as Kinemon does not open the lock and blood lock, that's just not worth mentioning. Only Azuradaji has a combat power that is slightly inferior to Shimotsuki Yuzumaru. If you don't pay attention to his sword moves, you may get yourself into trouble. After judging the situation clearly, Jiro decided to guard against Azura Boy and find an opportunity to defeat the remaining 6 people one by one, and then use his absolute strength to collide with Azura Boy head-on. "Damn guy, who are you looking down on?" Hearing Jiro's words, Kinemon jumped out angrily. He was the boss among the retainers, but he didn't expect to be ignored by the guy in front of him. What a shame and humiliation. It's true that a mouse is looking for a cat to visit, and it's not like it's dead. I hope your strength is as tough as your mouth. The black dragon turned around and struck preemptively with lightning speed, and slapped Kinemon head-on with its huge dragon claws covering the demon armor. Fire Fox-style sword technique. Kinemon shouted, raised the sword in his hand and stabbed the dragon claw covered with armor. Just like Danzo stabbed Susan with his sword, Kinnaman's attack not only had no effect at all, but was also knocked into the soil by the dragon's claws like a gopher, unable to move. The other 6 people reacted and were very surprised when they looked at the smoke and dust that was constantly being stirred up on the battlefield. Are these guys who can turn into dragons so powerful? Azura Boy murmured to himself. As a native of Wano, this was his first time fighting a giant dragon. I heard that this is an animal-type devil fruit ability. When we 2 brothers followed the golden-bearded captain to explore the world, there was a pineapple-headed boy named Marco who had similar abilities. The well-informed Inuarashi and Nico Viper explained. The body of an animal devil fruit user is so powerful. If Ushimura-senpai were here, he might be able to cut it off. Shimotsuki is from the dragon-slaying family. After Denjiro tried to attack to no avail, he beat his chest and said, "The Ushimura-sama you cherished so much was cut into 2 pieces by a dragon's sword not long ago." While speaking, Zero's offensive movements were unambiguous. The dragon's tail was raised, and several wind blades whizzed past, leaving horrific wounds on Denjiro's body. The lagging samurai were briefly stunned when they heard the bad news about Shimotsuki Ushimaru. Jiro seized the moment when they were frozen, dragged the thunder in the sky, covered his claws, and rushed towards Lei Zhang. Careful! As soon as Kawamatsu reacted and was about to support him, the next second the aroma of barbecue filled the air, and Reizo, who was slapped on the back by a dragon claw, lost the ability to fight, his eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground. After finishing Reizo, the powerful dragon claws directly slapped Kawamatsu on the face who spoke, blood splattered everywhere, and he was defeated with just a single glance. Only 4 of them are still capable of fighting. The black dragon hovered in the air and looked down at them. Denjiro was in very bad condition and could not fight for the time being. At this moment, Kinnaman climbed out of the soil and looked up at Zero angrily. Although there are many of them now, there is always an illusion that they are surrounded by Jiro alone. We can no longer let him defeat each one by one, let's use that move together. When their own side's decline began to show, Azura Boy realized that they could not spread their strength against Jiro. The 4 of them stood together and raised the 2 swords in their hands at the same time. This sword was forged to protect the country of Wano. With a shout, the 4 people began to fall into memories, and the past kept reappearing in their minds like a revolving lantern. "Listen up, Liu Ying means." Odin's voice floated in the ears, and the 4 people's bodies erupted with soaring air waves, which was the light displayed in the external stage of armed domineering. Is it the same memory kill as the original? These guys shouldn't be shouting about bonds or the friendship between monarch and minister. If you explode, you can increase your combat effectiveness and resolve the battle quickly. Jiro looked at the dazzling light on the 4 people and stretched out the dragon claws covering the magic armor in an attempt to interrupt the spell casting. However, the memory of the 4 samurai has ended, and Kojiki's good man's buff has been stacked on them. Odin double sword style Daowin 10 fists. 4 angry shouts, domineering light like light pollution flickered on their bodies, and slashes covering the flowing sakura exploded towards the black dragon. "Damn warrior, Jiro, let me help you." Yamato in the distance saw the sudden change in the situation and picked up his mace to prepare for support. "No, Yamato, I will face this move alone." Zero heard Yamato's words and said calmly. Immediately, he looked at the approaching killing move with cold eyes, and the whole sky was filled with lightning and thunder because of the black dragon's anger. "Boy Jiro, this is really the last time I will teach you. This move is called Thundering 8 Trigrams, you have to watch it carefully." Kaido's words also echoed in Zero's ears. "Are you the only ones who have this so-called bond? Thunder 8 Trigrams." Facing the offensive, Jiro used the magic armor covering the dragon's claws as a mace, dragging the power of thunder towards the 4 samurai who suddenly exploded. The domineering collision made the dark ghost island seem like daylight, and the dazzling light made the little Lolita Yamato unable to open his eyes. Ah! The screams were endless, and among the 4 warriors, except for the strongest Azura boy, who was still struggling to hold on, the rest of them all fainted on the ground with black smoke coming from their bodies, losing the ability to fight. With a sound of boom, the black dragon fell to the ground from high altitude, leaving a huge pit, and the entire ghost island trembled. The area covered by the magic armor on the dragon's right arm was unscathed, while the area not covered by the magic armor was stained with Madara's blood. This was the first time Jiro had lost blood in battle. As expected of the original work, it's a move that can cut down the strongest creature in Kaido's stage after all the explosions. It's really a waste of strength to follow it hard. The development of things was obviously beyond Jiro's expectation. I originally thought that we should be able to defeat them with minor injuries, but things like explosive seeds really cannot be measured by common sense, and it is inevitable that both sides will suffer losses. The biggest gain from this battle was that Jiro figured out the value of the defense power of the Black Dragon's growth attribute Despair Magic Armor. The covered part has at least 90% damage reduction. As long as it can ensure that the opponent hits the magic armor, you can use it as much as you want. While Zero sighed, Azuradaji shouted in the direction of Denjiro, who had recovered slightly. "Denjiro, help me, I can't stand up alone. The 2 of us will defeat him completely." Hearing this, Denjiro nodded and leaned towards Azura boy. It turns out that the samurai of Wano are all bullies who bully the minority. When Yamato heard their words, the little illusion he had about samurai was completely shattered in his heart, and he hated this group for hurting Zero. Chapter 33 The Ghost King's Physique Awakens. As soon as he came over, he saw Jiro grabbing Quinn and beating the samurai. "You are not allowed to hurt Jiro. Now, your opponent is me, Yamato." Almost roaring, Yamato held the mace and rushed towards Denjiro and the others. Thunder 8 trigrams. With a loud scream, and accompanied by a burst of dazzling red light, the mace swept across the abdomens of Denjiro and the 2 of them, knocking them to the ground at the end of their strength. Ding! The investment target Yamato is detected, and his determination to protect the host awakens Conqueror's domineering and ghostly physique. Congratulations to host for getting a double bonus. Conqueror's domineering purity increased, and the Ghost King's physique awakened. When the voice of the investment system fell, Jiro could feel his body undergoing earth-shaking changes. The heartbreaking pain from the sword wound disappeared instantly, and a steady stream of power emerged from deep in Jiro's body. Originally, Jiro was still wondering that he had gained double the power of Yamato but did not have a special physique. Now it seems that it is because Yamato's ghost physique has not really awakened before, so the system only strengthened the ordinary human body in front of him. Yamato's Ghost Clan's physique has awakened, and Zero's Ghost King's physique has also awakened naturally. Investment system baby, explain this Ghost King physique to me, you understand. Jiluo used brainwaves to stimulate the investment system, and the other party was immediately full of energy. After an eloquent explanation of the investment system, Jiro summarized the various abilities of the Ghost King's physique that he had obtained, and organized them into 3 major entries. King of War. As the king of the evil Ghost Clan who was born for fighting, the Ghost King will not feel pain when fighting, his physical strength is doubled, and he has the high recovery and defense capabilities of ordinary Ghost Clan. Reproduction instinct. Since the aggressive evil Ghost Clan is disgusted by the world, in order to ensure that the Ghost Clan can reproduce in adversity, the Ghost King can make the opposite S*X with whom he has a close relationship develop a sense of dependence. Bloodline of the Ghost King. The closer the descendants are to the bloodline of the Ghost King, the higher the probability of awakening Conqueror's haki. Compared to the King of War, the term reproductive instinct is a real killer weapon. After knowing what kind of physique he had, Jiro couldn't help but sigh. If we could capture Imu directly, wouldn't it save us decades of detours? As for the entry Ghost King bloodline, Jiro simply ignored it. He didn't want his enemies to threaten him with children in the future. At the same time that Jiluo awakened the Ghost King's physique, far away in July, Mrs. Shi's body suddenly trembled while she was washing dishes. The vague figure she didn't want to recall lingered in her mind. Distraught, she put down the dishes and went to the living room to take a drink to calm her mood. However, she found a note on the table left by her retainer Kikuno Kori when he left. Mrs. Shi. Even if His Highness Odin doesn't let Zyajua go to Onigashima to fight together, Zyajua will use her own way to protect the country of Wano. Zyajua has an older brother named Yizang. He went to sea with His Highness Odin in his early years and has not returned yet. I think Brother Izo may have a group of powerful partners overseas. In 3 years at most, Zyajua will definitely be able to bring them all back to Wano country to save everyone. Mrs. Toki put away the note and realized that Kikinake didn't know how to sail at all. She couldn't help but shook her head and sighed, 3 years? 3 years later will be another 3 years. Can Wano country really persist until that time? The screen returned to the Ghost Island. Jiro, who had awakened the Ghost King's physique, ignored the pain. The huge dragon rose from the ground again, even stronger than when he was not injured. Yamato, thank you. Great job. Thanks as always. Jiro protects Yamato behind him. Brother Jiro. Yamato, who was fierce just now, blushed when she heard Jiro's thanks. She enjoyed this feeling of being protected. You were so seriously injured, why do you seem to be fine? The Azura boy lying on the ground looked at Jiro, who had regained his glory, and gradually began to doubt his life. It's just a tear, it's okay. Next, feel the pain. After saying that, Jiro thoughtfully asked Yamato not to open his eyes. Because the next scene is cruel and bloody. The black dragon wreaked havoc on the entire battlefield, and every time it struck, it was accompanied by the sound of broken bones. Ouch! Azura boy and the others barked in pain. At the same time, Yin dragged Quinn and Jack to the battlefield. They all said you need to lose weight, now it's better, it will definitely delay Mr. Kaido's battle plan. At this moment, Jin was sweating profusely and couldn't help complaining to Quinn. What's wrong with being fat? Fat people don't even eat your rice. Besides, originally Jack and I wanted to cross the sea by boat, but you were too slow and took the initiative to transport us by air. You let Jack judge who to blame for this. Quinn retorted reluctantly. Jack was trembling when Quinn called him by his name. He didn't dare to answer the conversation at all. He refused to get involved in the daily quarrels between the two eldest brothers and was a quiet and good boy. Humph! Yin expressed his dissatisfaction in this way. Is it too slow? If it's too slow, let's split up. Quinn became angry for a moment and turned into Brachiosaurus mode. He fired his head to the Ghost Island like a cannonball, leaving his torso still held by Yin's dragon claws. It's much lighter. We can reach Ghost Island soon. Yin watched Quinn's head throw a graceful arc in the sky and said with satisfaction. Brother Jin, it's not that I don't want to split up like Brother Quinn, but we really don't have the talent in that area. Jack glanced at the headless Brachiosaurus beside him and quickly reminded Yin. Haha, don't be afraid. Yin glanced down at the clutching Jack and comforted him. After a while, Yin and Jack arrived at Ghost Island. As soon as they came over, they saw Jiro grabbing Quinn's head and beating the warrior. They were stunned. Mhahaha, Yin, Jiro, and I have taken care of all these warriors. We too are so awesome. Oh, Brother Jiro, please be gentle. Just after bragging, Quinn felt dizzy and quickly reminded Jiro. If it doesn't work, then don't play. By the way, this is the first time I've seen such a perverted request like yours. Jiro continued what he was doing regardless. At this moment, the Brachiosaurus was being grabbed by the black dragon and used as a weapon. It was constantly slapping the immobile warriors like a mole, giving Quinn, who arrived late, a sense of participation. For a long time, Jack held his jaw that was shocked and let out a sigh. Brother Jiro is so strong. He is like a god of war when he catches Brother Quinn. Chapter 34 Give the last dance of your life, Odin. Well, it sure works out miracles every time. Kojiki Odin, your 7 retainers can't defeat the natural disaster of our beast pirates. You are such a coward. Kaido, who was fighting against Odin, glanced approvingly at the black dragon dominating the battlefield, and then returned his gaze to his opponent. Let that guy stop now, or I won't be able to spare you. Kojiki Odin glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that Kinemon and the others were all missing arms and legs. His blood pressure soared and his eyes were blood red with anger, but it didn't help. Stop? Why should he stop if he wins by strength? Being a pirate is not just playing house. When you lose, you have to admit it. When you get beaten, you have to stand upright. Follow Roger throughout the world. Didn't he teach you this? Kaido, who was holding the Hakize, became a little stronger, and the surge of power overwhelmed Kojiki Odin, unable to move. A pirate like you who invades other countries is not worthy of mentioning Captain Roger's name. He is recognized by everyone as one piece. Kojiki Odin held 2 swords to resist Kaido's pressure from top to bottom, crushed a brick with his feet, and replied reluctantly. Being a pirate without grabbing territory? Interesting. Kaido was amused by the innocent Kojiki Odin. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he asked, "Don't you know that Roger One Piece slaughtered the country in a rage for his friends? Or do you have selective amnesia?" What? Only Roger is allowed to slaughter the country, Kaido is not allowed to occupy the country of Wano. Don't have double standards as a person, Kojiki Odin. Let me ask you, what part of Roger's bounty of 5.5648 billion Baileys is not based on his power? Without Roger's sudden action, Captain Rocks would have led us to wipe out all the real dragon worms in this world. As he spoke, Kaido was filled with anger and roared at Kojiki Odin. Back then in the Valley of the Gods, if Linlin hadn't given him the Phantom Beast Blue Dragon as the prize for the Celestial Dragon's Game of Annihilation, he would have died there long ago because of Garp and Roger. So for Kaido, neither Roger nor Garp are good things. Kojiki Odin was about to refute Kaido, but found that what he said made sense. I followed Captain Roger and killed many Marines, so he seemed to have no qualifications to educate and criticize Kaido. However, the momentum cannot be lost. It's different, it's just different. A guy like you who has no emotions and has never experienced pain cannot reason. Kojiki Odin couldn't refute Kaido's reasoning, so he started to mess around. As for why he has the nerve to say this, it's because now he is no longer a pirate, but a samurai from Wano. Of course, samurai represent justice. This is Kojiki Odin's thoughts and views. Have you ever experienced pain? Ridiculous. As a lone warrior who survived the war, no one can judge me from the highest moral point. Including you who think you are great but are actually very ugly, Kojiki Odin. In my opinion, you are only a little stronger than Kurozumi Orakai. People in Wano will remember those naked dances you performed, allowing them to release their emotions to their heart's content. As a clown, you are very successful. Kaido said sarcastically to Kojiki Odin. Because he is obsessed with exercise, he did not participate in Kurozumi Orakai's conspiracy like in the original work, so he has no good feelings towards the naive Kojiki Odin at all, and there is no psychological burden when mocking him. I'm a warrior, not a clown. One day, the people of Wano will be grateful to me. Being ridiculed like this, Kojiki Odin completely aroused his small universe. The Ryuzakura wrapped around his double swords burst out with dazzling light, and the powerful power instantly knocked back Kaido who suppressed him. Yes, that's it. Give it one last dance of your life, Kojiki Odin. As a fighting maniac, Kaido was not only not afraid at all, but also full of excitement when he saw his opponent whose domineering power suddenly surged. The ghost blood in his body boiled, and Kaido also raised his momentum to its peak. What he wants is to defeat his opponent in his heyday head-on. This way you won't leave any regrets for yourself. Odin Double Sword Style, Mogen Shirataki. As Kojiki Odin roared, the two sharp knives Yama and Tianyu Yuzhan entangled the conqueror's haki like a snake, and the eye-catching red light became the most dazzling existence in the world. Conqueror's domineering entanglement has become a must-have skill for first-class masters. Kojiki Odin once used this move to split the giant wild boar mountain god in two, and he became famous in one battle. Sure enough, can you also do this trick? No wonder he is appreciated by Newgate and Roger. His strength is really good. Kaido never hesitates to praise the strong. He raised the 8 fasts, and tangible black thunder burst out from his body. The increase in momentum made his whole body seem to have swelled in a circle. Zhang Sanchi Yinaraku. As soon as the words fell, Conqueror's haki was also wrapped around Hachisai. The black thunder burst, Kaido jumped suddenly, and blasted towards Kojiki Odin, who raised his 2 swords. For a moment, a powerful domineering shock wave tore the sky above in half, and the entire Ghost Island began to tremble because of the battle between the two. This is Conqueror's domineering duel. Yin, Jack, and other spectators looked at the torn sky, and they were all stunned. At this moment, Kojiki Odin and Kaido seem to be evenly matched. As long as one of them makes a sudden attack, the situation of the battle may be reversed. But as the people who knew Kaido best, none of them chose to take action. They just silently prayed in their hearts that the beast pirates could win this battle perfectly. Ahaha, Odin, I'm very satisfied with this battle. Although I recognize your strength, I must kill you. For a guy like you who possesses Conqueror's domineering power, you are on the opposite side from the very beginning. I don't want to make the same mistake as Captain Rocks. When Kaido said this, a frightening light erupted from his eyes, and his face gradually became ferocious. Sounds like you have a winning chance. But I'm sorry, I represent the samurai, but I am on the righteous side. Along with these words, Kojiki Odin's strong arm holding the sword was wrapped with armed haki. The light of Ryuzakura even overshadowed Conqueror's haki, covering the 2 swords. Odin dual sword style. Yama's double swords bloomed with dazzling light. Kaido, who was suppressing him from above, could clearly feel a powerful impact coming from below. The hands holding the hakize gradually began to tremble, and the direction of the battle began to go out of control. Kaido's eyes widened, and Kojiki Odin was like a meteor streaking across the sky, pushing him into the sky. Daowen 10 fists. With a roar that resounded through the sky, accompanied by a domineering color like light pollution, Kaido's body disappeared from the battlefield, and scarlet blood spilled from the sky. Kojiki Odin regained his footing on the roof and roared with a trembling voice, "It's all over." Immediately, he pointed a single sword at Zero and the others, letting Kaido's blood soak his clothes, and showed a cruel smile like an evil ghost. "Next, you pirates who are poisoning Wano country, not a single thief can escape." He actually defeated Mr. Kaido, it's unforgivable. Yin's body was burning with the flames of the Lunaria clan, and he was about to rush towards Kojiki Odin with a machete. "Hey, Yin, wait a minute. Let him be arrogant for a while longer." Zero stopped him, knowing that Kaido would not fall easily. At this moment, Kaido's contemptuous laughter floated high in the air. "Ahahaha, is this the so-called warrior who represents justice? If we win, why don't we have to kill them all like us pirates? What's even more ridiculous is that you haven't won yet. I'm really sorry. I drank a little before the war started. Thanks to you, I'm sober now. Let's continue." Chapter 35 Justice? No need to say more about the winner. Kaido. Kojiki Odin looked at Kaido, who was surrounded by black thunder, approaching him with Hachisai, and couldn't help but asked in confusion. "Why haven't we seen each other for a while? The opponent's appearance has changed. This is the human-animal form of an animal devil fruit user. It combines the dexterous and fast movement of the human form with the various natural attacks of the dragon form. The perfect combination of strength and speed, the best posture for fighting. You are the first opponent to see me in this form. In order to satisfy Odin's last question, Kaido explained patiently. Fancy, I can defeat you again. Odin two-sword style. Just as Kojiki Odin was charging up his sword energy, the corners of Kaido's mouth rose slightly. It's a little slow. Let me teach you a little lesson for what you just did. Having said that, Kaido stepped hard with his right foot, and his violently forward body left an afterimage on the spot. When Kojiki Odin reacted, the Hatsusai mixed with Black Thunder came in front of him. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Accompanied by the Black Thunder of Lightning and Thunder, Hatsusai hit Kojiki Odin's abdomen hard, and the latter's body turned into a bullet and was smashed into the sky. Hey, 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 let you also experience what it feels like to be lifted up to the sky. Kaido looked at Kojiki Odin's disappearing back and laughed with satisfaction. Wow, I knew there was something else that Kaido did not teach us. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams, faster and more powerful than Thundering 8 trigrams. Yamato looked at Kaido's transformed form, his eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Kaido was recognized by his daughter Yamato for the first time since childhood, and he was as excited as a child in his 30s. Kaido, suffer death. Kojiki Odin's roar floated in the sky, and he descended from the sky with two swords in hand, his momentum still undiminished. The teaching aids are already in place, but we need to work harder. Kaido raised his head and looked at the two sharp knives thrust toward his head. He held the handle of the Hasagi tightly with his right hand, and Black Thunder continued to explode on his body. Jundai Lai Long Shen Jun. For a moment, Kaido, who had a wide-open door in Odin's eyes, seemed to be attacked from all directions, with no blind spots to break through. Odin two-sword style samurai great soul. There was no other way. Kojiki Odin, who was constantly gliding in the air, could only bite the bullet and slash forward. The domineering collision of black and red turned into a huge shock wave and leveled the iconic building on the top of a Nagashima, a Nijiaka. The wrestling lasted for a long time, which was a great challenge to both men's physical strength and endurance. When the domineering energy was greatly depleted and the effect of adrenaline gradually faded, Kojiki Odin, who forcibly connected with Thunder Roaring 8 trigrams with his body, felt bursts of unbearable pain in his abdomen. Although he did not leave any scars on the outside like Kaido, it is certain that the kidney organs in his body were ruptured to varying degrees due to the violent impact of the domineering force. No, if you keep going like this, you will lose sooner or later. I can't hold him back. Kojiki Odin took a closer look at his opponent and found that Kaido was getting more and more courageous as the wound continued to spurt blood. His mentality could not help but be affected. The resilience of the ghost's physique and the smoothness of the phantom beast's body are not something that a mortal like him can compare to. Kaido! Kojiki Odin roared angrily, the veins on his forehead bulging, looking extremely urgent. You said it, I'm listening. Unlike Odin, who is gradually failing, Kaido in his human animal form is stable. Let's decide the outcome with one move, give us everything we have. Kojiki Odin shouted to him. That's exactly what I meant. After that, the two of them pulled away in tacit understanding and started to confront each other again. Yan Mo, Tian Yu Yuzhan, please lend me a little bit of power. Kojiki Odin muttered silently in his heart, and the two sharp knives in his hands resonated like spiritual beings. Flowing sakura emerged from the blades like no money, helping to form two extremely long swords. I've always known that the demon sword has a spirit, but seeing it with my own eyes is still a bit shocking. If the demon sword loses its master today, it will be difficult to tame it again in the future. Kaido held the mace tightly in his hand. Conqueror's domineering power surged while urging the power of the phantom beast to drag thunder from the sky. Odin two-sword style Daowen 10 fists. Great Weed Thunder 8 trigrams. Two roars sounded at the same time, the red sword energy on the left crisscrossed, and the thunder on the right fell like a spider web. The two began to fight against each other with unstoppable momentum, and they tacitly understood each other undefended, allowing the opponent's strongest attack to fall on them. On himself. Puff. The ear-piercing sound of body tearing sounded, ferocious scars were engraved on Kaido's chest, and scarlet blood flowed uncontrollably. Yama is a sharp blade. Kaido covered the sword wound on his chest with a look of disbelief on his face. My body, which had been quenched by the thunder for many years, was still cut open by the double swords in the hands of Kojiki Oden. In the face of praise, Kojiki Oden, who was suspected of being a knife stand, did not speak. He stood on the top of the ghost island with a dark face, his back to the beasts. Daddy Kaido lost. Could it be that, as the stupid-looking samurai said, are they the righteous party? Yamato glanced at the two standing on the top of a Nagashima and asked in disbelief. When the young Yamato was bored alone on a Nagashima, he would read some short novels to relieve his boredom. In the story told in the little book, no matter how powerful the villain is in the early stage, he will eventually be defeated by the party that symbolizes justice. As if in response to Yamato's doubts, Kaido slowly walked towards Kojiki Oden, who was standing still. A big hand lifted up the unconscious Kojiki Oden with his eyes turned up like a chicken. It was like showing off the trophies, letting everyone see clearly the dejected state of Kojiki Oden at this time. Justice? The winner needs no further explanation. Chapter 36 Kaido's desire to revitalize the Ghost Clan. Yamato, can Zero marry? Father Kaido won the duel. In other words, this samurai named Kojiki Oden is clearly bluffing. Yamato looked at the embarrassed Kojiki Oden and made a contemptuous face. Because of my intervention, everything is getting better little by little. Glancing at the female imp Yamato, Zero couldn't help but sigh as he released the black dragon form. Kaido first taught himself how to be domineering. He didn't know how to be stimulated, so he started to exercise hard every day, and finally defeated Kojiki Oden head-on here without leaving any regrets or stain on his character. And then, before Momosuke had time to harm the world, he ended his sinful life early. Mrs. Shi, who was lonely and sleepless, had a shoulder to rely on when she needed a shoulder the most. Now Yamato has seen with his own eyes the most powerful side of Kaido and the most embarrassing side of Oden, and at the same time experienced the battle where samurai attacked Zero. While no longer worshipping samurai, he recognized his father Kaido for the first time. The white-eyed wolf in the pirate world is going to be replaced. I don't know what kind of filial daughter, son, she will turn into who worships her, his, father's enemy. It just so happens that Yamato has the wish to become a dragon, and the phantom beast Ogakai Shingo is indeed not suitable for her. Thinking of this, Jiro couldn't help but rub Yamato's head while looking forward to the future white-eyed wolf. Hey, brother Jiro, you and Yamato are becoming more and more compatible. You also have horns on your head, and your hair is white. You are 10,000 times more handsome than Kaido. Yamato threw himself into Zero's arms, pointed at Zero's forehead, and said excitedly, I have horns on my head. Jiro touched it with doubt, and his expression instantly solidified. He looked at the pair of small horns on Yamato's head, and then at the large horns on Kaido's head that looked like horns. Could it be that I also have horns like this on my head? It's broken, I can't explain it. It seems to have turned into something terrible. Jiro wants to cry but has no tears. It would be strange if he doesn't grow horns after awakening the Ghost King's physique. Kaido, who was standing on the top of the ghost island, glanced down. When he saw the pair of horns on Zero's head that only the Ghost King's physique could possess, his eyes widened and he couldn't stand still in excitement. The top fell down, creating a huge human-shaped hole on the ground. Mr. Kaido, the injury is so serious, you should take a rest first. Yin rushed forward and helped Kaido up. Abel, get out of the way first. It's just a minor injury. I want to talk to Jiro. Kaido raised his hand to signal Yin to step back, keeping his eyes locked on Zero's face. He walked towards Zero and Yamato with firm steps. What are you doing, Mr. Kaido? This is the first time Abel has been left out by Kaido, which proves how excited Kaido has become with Zero's changes. Jiro, I have something to tell you. Kaido approached Zero and patted his shoulder affectionately, with a look of joy on his face. Father Kaido, you are not allowed to fight with me, forget it, hurry up and finish talking to Brother Zero. Yamato, who originally enjoyed having Zero touch her head, was still dissatisfied with Kaido's behavior. But when she saw the shocking scars on Kaido's body, she lost her anger. Okay, Mr. Kaido. In this way, Zero and Kaido found a relatively remote place. Let me take a closer look. It's really a genuine Ghost King's physique. I always thought you had a special physique, but I didn't expect you to be a treasure. Kaido looked at Zero up and down, with a rare smile on his face. The physique of a Ghost King? Maybe, is it very rare? Jiro was still puzzled when he said this. His Ghost King physique was given by the system and was synthesized from 2 Yamato's awakened Ghost Clan physiques. Not only is it rare, it is extremely rare. Just like Conqueror's Haki, only one among millions of people can possess it. The Ghost King's physique is something that only one person among the tens of thousands of ghosts possesses. Do you think it is rare? Kaido was obviously very excited, and his words were all emotions, without logic. It is very rare, but the bonus to combat power is not very great. It only lasts a little longer than others. Jiro expressed his feelings about using it, and he truly felt that his physique was not as good as that of a fantasy beast species. When you find out that your first-generation descendants are all ghosts born with Conqueror's domineering spirit, you will know how powerful this physique is. When Yamato grows up, I will marry him to you. Don't worry about it. When I was young, I also liked to go to Hwaja and Liuxiang. Kaido said earnestly that he saw the hope of family revitalization in Zero. I'm not afraid of Ja'Luo marrying many, but I'm afraid Ja'Luo will marry just one. It's better to wait until the world situation stabilizes. The Ghost Clan doesn't seem to be popular with the public. If he is my descendant, Jiro, I hope he will be able to stand in the sky when he is born. I don't want him to be ostracized because he has the blood of the Ghost Clan. Jiro said calmly that he did not want to become someone like Big Mom. No, I respect your choice. Once your strength surpasses mine, the Beast Pirates will be given full power to you. Kaido patted Zero on the shoulder, unknowingly associating Zero with Linlin. Compared to Linlin, Jiro has a much stronger sense of responsibility. If he hands over all the beasts to him in the future, it will probably not be much different. Haha, Mr. Kaido always remembers the scene when we first met. Zero ate the pie that Kaido drew. That was the first time I saw a young man like you. Oh, by the way. The Marines outside Wano are not purely good people. If your physique is noticed by them, they will definitely be arrested even if you have not made any mistakes. Although as long as I don't collapse completely, I will definitely save you, but it's better to be careful. Kaido suddenly thought of the tragic experience of himself and Abel being captured and studied by the world government, and quickly reminded Zero. That's it. Jiro also realized this problem, and then his eyes lit up, and he used extreme mimicry enzyme to cover up the Ghost King's horns on his head. Now, except for Mr. Kaido, no one knows that I have the physique of a Ghost King. After the two of them finished talking, they came back to the crowd again. Father Kaido, what were you talking about just now? Yamato blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at her stoic father. I will let Jiro marry you in the future. Yamato, Zero can marry me. Kaido shouted to Yamato. After hearing this, Yamato lowered his head shyly, his eyes not knowing where to look. Quinn and Yin listened on the sidelines and couldn't help but look at Jiro. Mad, they are all employees working for the boss, how can you get the group's daughter like this? After a while, the real members of the Beast Pirates came over by boat. They were basically all devil fruit users. They were the first pirates to follow Kaido and occupy Wano country. They looked at the 7 Kinemon men on the ground who were too miserable to look at, and Kojiki Oden who was completely lying flat, and then they realized that a fierce battle had just broken out on Onigashima. Kaido looked around and felt that everything that should come had arrived, so he announced the matter. The rebel Kojiki Oden and his accomplices have all been captured, and the full authority to deal with them, including Wano country, will be left to the Calamity Zero. Those who don't need help from natural disasters can stay here to repair Ghost Island. In addition, 10 days later, the Beast Pirates will hold an internal ranking competition. All real fights and big signboards must be attended. Let your strength speak for itself and decide who is the best under the Governor of Beasts. Chapter 37. Yamato wants Zero to be a softie, but how can he drive a battleship with such a low voice? Everything on Ghost Island is operating in an orderly manner according to Kaido's arrangements. Several Hyakusho Shindo used chains to cuff the samurai lying on the ground tightly, and stayed by Jiro's side to wait for him to be punished. It's just you, come with me to the Queen of Bells. Jiro waved his hand, transformed into a dragon, and soared into the sky. Hey, brother Jiro, wait for me, don't leave, Jello. Hearing the call, Jiro looked back and found Quinn, a big fat man, waving his arms and chasing him on the Ghost Island. What's wrong? Jiro asked curiously, returning to Ghost Island. I recently developed a large caliber musket. Take me with you and go to Wano country together. Quinn looked at Jiro in front of him expectantly with a smile on his face. Don't want to stay on Onigashima to repair buildings. Okay, but follow me and follow my arrangements. Jiro made 3 arrangements with Quinn, and he did not spoil him just because they were both beasts. Everything was done according to the process. Okay, when we get to Wano country, everything will be listened to by brother Jiro. Quinn nodded like a fool, he didn't want to waste time on Ghost Island. Besides, Jiro is gaining momentum now, and Quinn is not a fool, he also wants to make progress. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Jiro turned into a dragon again and flew into the sky. Quinn, the big fat man, happily jumped onto the boat where the real fighters were riding. The hull of the ship felt the sudden pressure and rocked back and forth on the sea like a complaint. Master Quinn, don't touch Lao Zi. A real fighter who was pressed down by Quinn's mountain of flesh said the most domineering words in the most cowardly tone. Jiro heard the noise coming from the boat and looked back. The next second, a cloud of flame appeared under the boat. It's too slow to take a boat, so let me drag you. I have a lot of work to do and I have a lot to do. Jiro was very satisfied with the flame cloud he created. With Jiro's strength, it would be easy to create a flame cloud to make this small boat fly. Sooner or later, I will protect Brother Zero like my father, and Yamato will continue to work hard to become stronger. After the group of people gradually drifted away, Yamato, who watched Zero and others leave on Onigashima, gave himself a breath and then engaged in high-intensity exercise. As a woman who does not give up easily, giving Jiro a soft meal is the source of motivation for Yamato to become stronger. After the bell, the Chief Overseer Moria and the little Chief Overseer Perona were sitting on the pony, drinking steaming tea. Ha! After taking a warm mouthful, every pore in Mariah's body felt comfortable. Ha! Little Perona didn't understand anything, and she couldn't taste good tea when given to her. However, after seeing Moria doing this, she followed suit. Perona, our comfortable life is given by Sir Gerald. Please never do anything that is sorry to Lord Gerald in the future. Otherwise, if Sir Gerald gets angry and becomes like these warriors digging potatoes here, he will suffer a serious crime. Moria knew the importance of education and taught little Perona every chance she got. When the punished warriors heard that Moria was using them to educate their daughters, they were ashamed and felt uncomfortable all over. Little Perona nodded obediently. Pants. A thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, as if a gap was torn in the sky, and the black dragon's huge body slowly extended from the gap, emerging in front of everyone. At the same time, a pirate ship fell from the sky. The 7 samurai and Kojiki Oden fell to the ground with the bumps, suffered secondary injuries, and fell to the ground unconscious. Ugh! This is the first time the Hyakuju Shinta have become seasick. Damn it, I'll never take Brother Jello's ride again. Quinn cursed, feeling full of resentment and not knowing how to vent it. This. Your Highness the fool also lost. It's still so miserable. It seems that Wano country is really hopeless, let's all accept our fate. When the samurai saw Kojiki Oden, the top master of Wano, lying on the ground unconscious like a dead dog, they were all heartbroken. Ding! Congratulations to host for harvesting despair. The system's prompts kept ringing, but Jiro didn't care. He looked at the faces of these warriors, trying to find Leopard Goro. In the crowd, a man with an eye-catching hair saw the embarrassment of His Highness Oden, whom he had longed for, and shed tears from his eyes in grief. Even the strongest His Highness Oden lost to them. It seems that the kingdom of Japan is destined to be destroyed by God. God's destiny cannot be violated. What's the point of my persistence? After being beaten continuously, Hogoro was as depressed as in the original work, and had no desire to resist at all. Found it. Jiro found the target and slowly approached him. Don't hurt Brother Leopard. A group of warriors panicked and defended themselves in front of Leopard Goro. Get away! The powerful conqueror's domineering energy burst out from Zero's body, instantly knocking down these obstructive minions. Just at this moment, Quinn came over with a spray gun. Jiro, here's this for you, one shot can make a big hole in this guy's stomach. With a smile on his face, Quinn handed the gun to Zero's hand and looked friendly at the disobedient Leopard Goro. Jiro raised the gun in his hand and took a look at it. He was very satisfied and said with a smile, Quinn is such a good brother. This is the plan for me, to be the #1 gunman in Wano. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea. I plan to escort Kojiki Oden and the others to the bustling city of Flower City, and use this gun in my hand to completely end the rule of the Kojiki family in front of everyone. How do you feel? How Goro? In the eyes of Leopard Goro, Zero, who looks harmless, is more terrifying than Shinigami holding a sickle. He panicked instantly. I know what you want from me, just say it, I will do anything as long as you let His Highness Oden go. Bayogora's face flushed with excitement. Crack! Jiro raised his hand and slapped him in the face, which stunned him and forced him to calm down. Why do you, a prisoner, negotiate terms with me? Please do something for me. If I feel better, I will give them a chance. After that, Jiro slapped him again, making the slap marks on his face symmetrical and allowing him to see reality clearly. After receiving 2 slaps, Bayogora found himself again. Yes, what does he, Leopard Goro, mean in the eyes of the other party? How dare he use one person as a threat? His Highness Oden has been captured. It is only a matter of time before the beasts become more powerful. Those samurai who are eager to survive want to do things for the beasts. We have to queue up. After thinking about it, he lowered the warrior's proud head. Master Natural Disaster, Bayo Wulang is willing to obey your orders. Bayo Wulang squeezed out these words from his throat with difficulty. Speak louder, I can't hear you. How can you open a battleship for the beasts with such a low voice? Jiro said impatiently. Lord Natural Disaster, Bayo Wulang is willing to obey your orders. Bayogoro used all the strength in his body and roared out. Good, very energetic. Everyone heard it too. From now on, Flower Leopard Goro will be a member of our Beasts Pirates. The 2 voices echoed throughout the potato digging site. When the warriors who worshipped Leopard Goro heard these words, they trembled and put down their hoes. We are about to fight to the death, why does the eldest brother surrender first? Bayogoro's younger brother was heartbroken. Did you hear that? Leopard Goro has betrayed the country of Wano. Now the matter is urgent, kill the traitor Leopard Goro quickly. The rest of the samurai were so indignant that even the heroes betrayed the country of Wano. All their previous persistence became ridiculous. The expression on Hogora's face, who was at the center of public opinion, was extremely ugly. He couldn't explain it at all now, and the samurai who felt deceived would definitely not be able to tolerate him. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to touch you. You exchanged your sincerity for my recognition. I will give the Kojiki family only one chance. It's just that, it's unclear whether you can seize the opportunity after being given the opportunity. Jiro untied the shackles on Leopard Goro's hands and patted him on the shoulder, with a relaxed look on his face, as if he had a chance to win. Chapter 38 Leopard Goro returns home. Odin gives Zero's diary. Thank you, Lord Natural Disaster, for the opportunity. Leopard Goro's attitude was very respectful. Haha, you quite believe him and put all your efforts into him. Come with me. Jiro waved his hand, and Leopard Goro, Moria, and others followed behind him. It's boring, I want to see a river of blood. Quinn slapped his forehead and let out a sigh. In order to give Kojiki Odin a chance, Leopard Goro swore to join the beast pirates in front of the samurai, and there was no room for turning back. First transfer them to the capital of flowers, and 3 days later, they will be executed in a cauldron. If Kojiki Odin can last for an hour in the oil pan and resist the attack of this little girl without any defense, without losing his temper in pain, I will let Odin and the others go. Jiro pointed at Perona and said to Leopard Goro, "This is a chance I gave them." Before Leopard Goro could speak, Moria, who was listening on the sidelines, couldn't hold back. As the person closest to Perona, Moria naturally knows the power of the Lingling Fruit demonic ability user. One move, Negative Ghost, can make any unsuspecting enemy become extremely passive and decadent to the point of crying for their father and mother. Not to mention, Lord Zero also wants the man named Kojiki Odin to undergo the Kamaboki punishment, which is a rhythm that not only destroys the opponent physically, but also conquers the opponent mentally. To withstand this little girl's blow without defense? Of course you can. How can I survive this 1-hour torture in a cauldron? Leopard Goro frowned and asked. Not knowing how powerful Perona was, he began to worry about the time of the Kamabo punishment. Oh? Then I won't give you the chance. You can go back on your word and return to them. Mariah, I want to eat fish. Moria, who was waiting on the side, heard Jiro's call and quickly handed over the spray gun on the table. Master Natural Disaster, what kind of joke are you kidding? How could I possibly go back on my word? Let's do it this way. Beogoro looked dejected. He knew he had no way to turn back, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and agreed. I imprisoned Kojiki Odin in the Flower City first, and asked Kurozumi to arrange for someone to treat him. I hope he will perform well in 3 days. Jiro saw that Leopard Goro was listless and said this to cheer him up. Lord Calamity, please allow me to find someone to heal Odin. This is my last unkind request. Beogoro said nervously. Are you looking for someone? The Flower City is the territory of Kurozumi Orakai. Unless you let the entire Flower City know that you are a member of our beasts pirates, no one will dare to help you at this juncture. Jiro continued to set a trap for Leopard Goro. I will let everyone know that Flower Leopard Goro has joined the beasts pirates. Beogoro said decisively. 1 day later, in the general's mansion in the Flower City, Kurozumi received information from Zero and felt uncomfortable all over. I can't eat well, I can't sleep well, and even the time I have to do things is shorter than before. No. We can't let Kojiki Odin live. After thinking for a long time, Kurozumi slammed the table and called his confidant over. Tell Kurozumi Kanjuro that Odin must not be allowed to survive. It's time for him to reveal his undercover identity. The Kurozumi family will always remember him. Kurozumi glanced at the urn of Momonosuke sent by his subordinates, and felt that he could sit back and relax after Odin died, and no one could shake his rule, so Kanjuro no longer had the need to be an undercover agent. But Lord Calamity has repeatedly said that he does not want General Orokai to interfere in this matter. If he acts rashly, he will have reason to cause trouble for us. This subordinate thought that Kurozumi had acted too hastily, and quickly told all the information he knew. Are you causing trouble for us? Even the governor of the beasts didn't take the initiative to cause trouble for us, so he's just one of the 3 plagues of beasts. It's not dead, just do as I say. Kurozumi waved his hand and felt good about himself. On the other side, while Ryogoro was looking for a doctor to treat Kojiki Odin, he actually saw his wife in the prison. I don't know what kind of experience he received, and even how Goro himself couldn't recognize him. He angrily called the captain of the prison guard. Oh! Isn't this our famous flower leopard Goro? He has become so lazy after not seeing you for a few days. I heard that you were busy digging potatoes behind the bell some time ago. Why did you suddenly change and say that you are who are the people from the beast pirates trying to scare you? The chief guard looked contemptuous and put his hand on Bayogora's shoulder casually. Because he had a hostage in hand, he expected that the other party would not dare to fall out with him. Before Leopard Goro opened his mouth to refute, Jiro's figure suddenly appeared. Just a meeting made the guard chief reincarnate. Master Natural Disaster. Do you want to destroy the alliance? The other guards asked tremblingly, but no one dared to take a step forward. I've captured Hogora's family for no apparent reason. I will settle this debt with Kurozumi Orokai slowly. As for you, you better stop talking now that you can't speak. Immediately, Jiro started a massacre, and no one of the guards present was spared. Holding his wife who was saved by Jiro, Leopard Goro felt mixed emotions in his heart. If you make the wrong choice, you may not be so lucky next time. No one is going to help you for no reason. Jiro's light words left a heavy blow in Leopard Goro's heart. After a long time, Zero's figure gradually faded away, and Hogora hugged his wife and cried bitterly, "If I had not joined the beast's pirates, I'm afraid you would have continued to suffer." It was helpless at first, but now, even if we don't want to admit it, we have indeed received a lot of kindness from him. Zero walked down the aisle and gently shook the blood on his hands. He wanted to take a look at Kojiki Odin to judge the other's recovery. At this moment, Kojiki Odin's body is covered with bandages, especially his waist, which is wrapped around and around. Has the doctor that Ryogoro asked for come again? Why did that BD suddenly think of joining the beast's pirates? Hearing the sound of footsteps, Kojiki Odin stood up from the ground with a curse. When he saw the person clearly, he was shocked. "It's you, and you're a doctor." Kojiki Odin looked at Zero with excitement. At this moment, Zero was still stained with blood, which made Odin make a wrong judgment. "Doctor?" "That's right. After all, I have an aversion to stupidity and specialize in repairing stupid people." Facing the enthusiastic Odin, Jiro felt a little surprised. "Looking at you, you must have forgotten me, right? You gave me money back then. You are such a good person." Kojiki Odin praised Zero from the bottom of his heart. Because Zero had been using the Black Dragon form when fighting on a Nagashima, Odin didn't know Zero's true identity. Odin's words brought back Jiro's memory that he had indeed given him money. "Oh, it's a pity that I am penniless now and cannot repay my debt to you. Well, I have a diary here. It is the most precious thing I have now. I am destined to give it to you, so I will give it to you." With that said, Kojiki Odin took out a diary from the middle of his clothes, patted the fibers on it, and handed it to Jiro. "Are you going to use this to repay your debt to me?" Zero asked in confusion as he took the diary handed to him by Kojiki Odin. "Ha ha ha, I don't have any money on me. If you can't afford it, just ask my wife for it. My wife's name is Tianyu, and she is staying in July. Let her pay off my debts. Kojiki Odin laughed heartily. He knew that he still had some money in his house and could easily pay back the money he owed. At the same time, he felt that Jaoluo was destined to him, so he not only gave Jaoluo the diary, but also revealed the information without reservation. I know Mrs. Shi. She is gentle and virtuous, and she also cooks good food. Jiro said sincerely. Haha, it's a pity that that's my wife. Kojiki Odin said proudly. Soon it won't be. Jiro looked up at the ceiling and said calmly. Hey, does everyone have so little confidence in me? I'm just enduring the frying pan and the little girl's attacks. I'm the strongest warrior. Kojiki Odin looked at his gradually recovering body and was full of confidence. Jiro turned and left. I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Chapter 39 Jiro writes a story and the torture of Cauldron begins. As night fell, Jiro told Quinn and others all the things to do tomorrow, and then returned to his room with Kojiki Odin's diary. Black Maria, who was holding Sakin in her arms, had been waiting for her for a long time. After seeing Jiro, she bowed slightly, clearly showing her advantages. Go down, there's no need to listen to music tonight. Jiro leaned on the chair and waved to her. The slave family knows. Black Maria's gentle voice was mixed with disappointment, and she slowly exited the room. When passing by Jiro, intentionally or unintentionally, she gently rubbed the back of his hand with the soft part. This little gesture really caught Jello's attention. Is she really a strong-willed woman? She is so anxious to grasp the future. It's a pity that I'm not 18 yet. Jiro looked at Black Maria's leaving silhouette, and estimated in his mind that she was old and would have to grow up for a while. If he wanted to eat the most delicious fruit, he had to wait until it was ripe. Not only sweet, but also juicy. After the interlude, Jiro spread the diary Odin gave him on the table. Is this diary serious? Jiro looked at the cover of the diary and couldn't help but wonder. A small book can actually permanently change the will of others. What is the secret hidden in it? With the mentality of revealing the secret, Jiro turned to the first page. The more Jiro looked, the more something was wrong. He frowned and had a solemn look on his face. The content of this book describes the noble character of samurai. If I had never seen a samurai, I would be confused after reading it. After reading it, Jiro finally understood why Yamato admired Kojiki Odin in the original work. The effect of telling stories to make children admire is the same as drawing comics to make children yearn for Germa 60SIXS battle uniform. Perhaps, I can also write a story, and maybe I can get a good little fangirl. With this thought in mind, Jiro found some paper and wrote furiously until dawn the next day, staying up all night. I didn't expect that writing would waste so many brain cells. Jiro rubbed his sore neck and put the shotgun invented by Quinn on his back. Adjust the state, and give them a little shock today. The bustling city of Flower City is bustling with traffic and bustling. A large oil pan with rising steam was placed in the center of the crowd, and hot oil was boiling in it. On the high platform next to it, 3 carefully prepared chairs are neatly placed. On the far left, Kurozumi, the big snake with a square head, looks crazy, with a look of arrogance written on his face. On the far right, Quinn is squeezing his body fat on the chair, holding a cigarette in his hand and humming a tune leisurely. The middle seat is vacant, but no one dares to covet it. I can't wait any longer. Has Lord Natural Disaster arrived yet? After a long time, Kurozumi rubbed his hands like a fly and asked Quinn urgently. Can't wait to start. Scourge told me yesterday that I didn't have to wait for him. Quinn put down the cigarette in his hand and replied impatiently. Then didn't you tell me earlier? Kurozumi said angrily. You didn't even ask me. Quinn sat in a comfortable position. Damn it! Kurozumi cursed secretly, and then he shouted to his subordinates, let the guards bring Kojiki Odin over. Yes. After the subordinate responded, he quickly went to do it. After a while, He ran over with a panicked look on his face. "General Orakai, all the guards guarding the prison are dead." "They are all dead, right?" Kurozumi's eyes widened in horror, and his palms became sweaty. As if in response to his bad guess, the bandaged Kojiki Odin slowly approached this direction. "How is that possible? Why isn't he wearing shackles?" Seeing Kojiki Odin, Kurozumi was on pins and needles and quickly got up from the chair. "Look at your hopeless appearance. Master Natural Disaster has tightly cuffed his neck with invisible chains. There is nothing more reliable than that." Quinn glanced at Kurozumi Orakai with contempt, and then said, "If Odin acts rashly here, it will be regarded as a waiver, and the retainers behind the bell will be killed immediately. That's it, it scared me. As long as he can really get out of the frying pan." Kurozumi stroked his pounding heart and returned to his seat. "Look, His Highness the Fool is coming. Recently I stopped dancing naked and started challenging the oil pan instead." The people watching on both sides pointed fingers, slandered and abused Kojiki Odin. "Orakai!" Kojiki Odin saw the person sitting on the high platform clearly and roared. At this sudden roar, Kurozumi trembled all over and almost peed. "Hey, since everyone is here, let's start quickly." Quinn saw that Moria and Perona had also arrived, and said impatiently to Kojiki Odin. "Snort." Kojiki Odin snorted, said nothing, and walked to the frying pan. Lifting his feet and stepping on the steps prepared for him, every step was unusually heavy. "Even if I saved Kinemon and the others today, where are you, Kanjuro? I hope you won't betray Wano like how Goro did." He whispered to himself silently. At this juncture, the first thing he thought of was the most loyal Kanjuro. "Bah!" The sound of hot frying meat sounded, and Kojiki Odin had already stepped into the frying pan. "Salala!" The sound of frying continued, and Kojiki Odin's entire body entered the frying pan. "Ha ha ha ha!" Kurozumi clapped her hands and laughed, and her heavy mood was swept away. With Kanjuro's preparations, as long as Kojiki Odin follows the natural disaster script and gets into trouble, it will be a 100% sure death situation. Let the timer begin. Kojiki Odin endured the pain, gritted his teeth and said to Quinn and others. "In half an hour, Perona will attack Kojiki Odin. Anyone who dares to interfere in this game within the 1 hour limit is going against the Beast Pirates and will bear the consequences." Quinn stood up from the chair and told the matter in front of everyone according to the instructions given by Jiro. "An hour. There's something great to watch now." When the onlookers in the front row heard that it took so long, they ate wild fruits leisurely and contentedly, with a completely entertaining attitude. Not far from the execution site, Jiro pointed at those insensitive guys, patted Haogoro on the shoulder and asked, "Are they the people that His Highness the Fool wants to protect?" Chapter 40 Kanjuro stabbed Odin, the clown, and the actor. "Lord Natural Disaster, don't tempt me anymore, I can't go back," Baogora said with heavy breaths. "That'll do." The expression on Leopard Goro's face was clearly visible, and Jiro knew that he was not lying. It is indeed a bit difficult to turn enemies into subordinates, but fortunately all the efforts were not in vain. As time passed by, Kojiki Odin gritted his teeth and persisted, while the crowd of onlookers was still watching the joke. "This guy is so scary. If I hadn't prepared in advance, Odin might have gotten through it." Kurozumi sat on the high platform, looking at Kojiki Odin who gritted his teeth, feeling very happy about his decision. About 25 minutes later, the loyal Kanjuro squeezed through the crowd with a dagger hidden in his long sleeves. "Kanjuro. Is Kurozumi so worried?" Jiro discovered him, but did not stop him. If Kanjuro breaks his own rules of the game, then he will have more excuses to attack Kurozumi Orakai. "Look, Kanjuro, the most loyal to His Highness Odin, is here regardless of the danger of his life." There were also supporters of Kojiki Odin in the crowd, speaking excitedly. Odin had just endured 25 minutes of high-temperature oil cooking, and his brave side was displayed in front of everyone. Some people's views on His Highness the Fool have already changed. This is the bond between us warriors. Some samurai spoke excitedly, touched by the traditional friendship between king and minister in Wano. Others were infected by this sentence, the samurai spirit in their hearts was ignited, and the direction of public opinion instantly changed in favor of Kojiki Odin. Bayogorange looked on and lowered his head silently. They're just a bunch of wallflowers. Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while. Jiro looked calm and had everything under control. Odin, who had endured the torture of Komobo, heard the calls of the people around him and opened his eyes. Kanjuro, who was thinking about him day and night, appeared in the crowd. It still hurts, I'm not dreaming. Odin thought that Kanjuro was coming to save him, which really touched Kojiki Odin. I'm very happy that you can come to save me, but I don't like that you don't cherish your own life. Kojiki Odin taught Kanjuro the dignity of a monarch in an attempt to persuade him to retreat. His Royal Highness Odin is in trouble, how can he, as a minister, sit back and do nothing? Just let me accompany you. I want to talk to you. Kanjuro pretended to have runny nose and burst into tears, making people unable to bear to refuse. Even the surrounding people were infected by this performance atmosphere, with tears in their eyes. No. Don't come over. I made a bet with the beast pirates. If you act rashly, Kinemon and the others will be in danger. Kojiki Odin said anxiously, he was afraid that the bet would end suddenly because of Kanjuro's actions. Then the oil pan that he just gritted his teeth and finally got through was all in vain. No, I don't intend to save you, I just want to accompany you and talk to you. While speaking, Kanjuro slowly took out his poison-tempered dagger and jumped into the oil pot regardless of Odin's objection. You're a guy who makes your own decisions. What exactly are you going to say to me? Kojiki Odin was so moved by Kanjuro that he couldn't help himself, and his heart felt warm. Snort. Kanjuro snorted coldly, and then his face turned gloomy, showing a ferocious expression. Of course you are speaking out of your heart. With a pop sound, Kanjuro, holding the dagger in his hand, stabbed the knife into Kojiki Odin's chest. This dramatic scene made the crowd that was noisy just now become silent, and the atmosphere was dead silent. Those guys who had just boasted about their samurai spirit and boasted about the relationship between the Kojiki family and their monarchs were blushing, and they wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into in shame. Why? Why do you want to harm me? In the oil pan, Kojiki Odin looked at Kanjuro in front of him with disbelief. He thought that everything that happened today was a dream. Ha 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 ha, Odin, you are such an idiot, you don't even understand. Why? Because his name is Kurozumi Kanjuro. Kurozumi, who was sitting on the high platform, saw this scene, not to mention how happy he was, and stood up from his seat excitedly. This big snake really has a long life. Brother Jello just wanted to deal with him, but he sent his head over. Quinn, who knew Zero's plan, couldn't help but shook his head, and at the same time felt sorry for Kurozumi. They are all fools, and they still have the nerve to laugh at others. Kurozumi is stupid and does not realize it, and is still seeking death relentlessly. Kanjuro is my right-hand man, even Leopard Goro's wife was captured by him. How is that possible? Bayogoro's eyes were splitting after hearing this, and his face turned red with anger. Thank you Kurozumi for the great assist. The situation was so frightening that Jiro took the gun he was carrying and started filling it with bullets. Now you understand, Odin, there is no way a fool like you can govern a country. Ha 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 ha, it's my Kurozumi family that wins. Good deeds and evil deeds will eventually be rewarded. The oppression of the Kurozumi family by the Kojiki family has finally paid off. Kurozumi danced happily and spared no effort in taunting Kojiki Odin. Is this what the warrior spirit is like? Is everything in our Wano country so ridiculous? The most loyal retainer killed his monarch. The Kurozumi family that is now domineering is also a victim of the weak and oppressed family back then. If you want to complain, there is no source. The wise men in the crowd shook their heads and sighed, and made a comprehensive criticism of Wano country. Thank you, Kojiki Odin, for making my life extremely fulfilling. This is the greatest performance of my life, Kurozumi Kanjuro. Death in a blazing fire is the best destination for Kurozumi, ha ha ha. In the frying pan, Kurozumi Kanjuro firmly pressed against the dagger in his hand, and his performance personality was clearly revealed. 30 minutes are up. Someone called out the time, and Perona's ability was activated at the right time. Kojiki Odin, who was already in a bad mood, became extremely negative under the influence of the ghost. I should have known, the Kojiki family was going to die. Kaido is right, I am just a clown, even an unqualified clown. I can't even deliver happiness to you. What exactly do we believe in? Even the retainers dare to stab the monarch. Kojiki Odin's extremely melancholy expression fully exposed his negative side. Stop talking! A samurai in the crowd roared. Odin's remarks today completely lifted the fig leaf, exposing the ugliest side of Wano. No, the more unwilling you are to admit it, the more I will tell you. Any warrior who is not afraid of pain, and any warrior who is not hungry are all lies. In the end, you have deceived yourself. Isn't it interesting? Will it hurt me? How is that possible? If you're not afraid of pain, try it. Hiss, ah! Kojiki Odin in the oil pan burst into heart-rending screams of pain, tearing at the hearts of every samurai present who upheld the samurai spirit. Chapter 41 Killed Odin with one shot, why did His Highness Orokai rebel? It's time to end this farce. That's how it should be according to regulations. Hearing Kojiki Odin's painful roar, Gerald drew his gun, while Leopard Goro stood there without saying a word. Senior, clear a way for me once. Jiro silently saluted Sakura's #1 gunner in his heart, and his pace became fast and firm. Quinn, who was sitting on the high platform, noticed Jiro approaching quickly and stood up from his seat excitedly. The real protagonist, the show is about to begin. He took off the glasses he was wearing, wiped them gently, and put them back on his nose, trying to see more clearly. Ahahaha, just scream, that's it. With Kanjuro, I am bound to win. The Kurozumi snake on the other side looked at Kojiki Odin's miserable state and laughed wildly. Jijijija, ga. A sudden bang, gunshot made Orokai's laughter stop abruptly, and he hid behind Quinn in a panic. There is an assassin, protect me quickly. Seeing Kanjuro's imaginative mind in the frying pan, Kurozumi's body was trembling all the time. Yes, General Orokai. Under the high platform, the samurai loyal to the Kurozumi family picked up the bright steel sword. The crowd of onlookers looked at the headless horseman Kanjuro in the oil pan, and became extremely panicked, and the scene was once chaotic. Moria seemed to have expected it, and moved Perona to a safe corner. He hoped that Perona could face this cruel world later. In everyone's sight, the gray-haired boy holding a shotgun slowly appeared. Seeing the white smoke rising from the barrel, they were extremely frightened. Everyone in Wano is using knives, so why is he using large-caliber firearms? It's noisy. When you see me, remember to lower your head. Get out of the way. Jiro scolded them for being such a rabble. It turns out to be Lord Natural Disaster. The crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed to both sides, greeting Jiro in a row. Jiro slowly walked forward while filling the shotgun with bullets. After having heart-wrenching words with Kanjuro, Kojiki Odin stared at the person in front of him with wide eyes, feeling that his IQ had been crushed. Jiro walked slowly to meet his gaze and took out a pamphlet from his arms. This is the diary given to me yesterday. In order to fulfill your last wish, I suppressed my nausea and read it. It's well written and very samurai-spirited, but it's a pity that I don't like samurai. Now, it's time to return it to its original owner. After that, Jiro threw Odin's diary away and threw it into the blazing fire under the oil pan. Kojiki Odin glanced down and smiled resignedly. What burned in the fire was not only his diary, but also all his pride as a warrior. He lost the battle, lost the game, and even lost to the person in front of him, a complete loser. You are a naive fool, but this world is cruel. I will step on your bones to go higher and further until I conquer the world. Orakai is also a fool, but he finally said the right thing. A fool cannot govern this country. After Zero left his cold words, he stepped onto the stairs leading to the high platform. He walked very slowly, but no one dared to rush him. Even Kurozumi was afraid of this young beast in his heart. It wasn't until Jiro sat in the center of the high platform that the crowd below dared to take a breath. Unexpectedly, the next second, Zero raised his shotgun and pointed it at Kojiki Odin's chest, which was stabbed by Kanjuro. Odin. According to our agreement, if you lose the game, you have to give up your heart. The atmosphere became extremely heavy, and everyone under the stage watched with bated breath. After Kurozumi wiped the sweat from his face, his shock gradually calmed down. Ha ha ha, it's really shocking. Fortunately, Lord Natural Disaster is my friend. Kurozumi laughed wildly and pointed at Kojiki Odin below and said proudly. As for Kanjuro's death, he didn't care at all. Humph. Orakai, are you the winner? Are you kidding me? In the end, it will not be you who governs this country, not even anyone from the Wano country samurai family. Kojiki Odin looked angrily at the Kurozumi snake on the high platform and roared. Immediately, he focused his gaze on Jiro's face again. More than 20 years later, the person Captain Roger is waiting for will come to Wano country and finally defeat you. Joyboy is real. In the last sentence, Kojiki Odin almost tried his best to spread the word throughout the Flower City and retain the hope of the samurai to resist. I'm not afraid of the ethereal. More than 20 years is too long. Only a fool would stay here waiting for him. Jiro put his finger on the trigger and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking confident and relaxed. At the end of the day, you are praying for others to save you. This is what a samurai is. This light sentence became the last straw for Odin. The latter pretended not to care and closed his eyes, smiling as he faced his own death. Congratulations to host for harvesting Kojiki Odin's despair. Odin. After you die, I will take care of Mrs. Shi for you. Hiri and I will watch her grow up slowly, so don't worry. You don't have to pay back the money you owe me. We're settled. Jiro's voice sounded, and Kojiki Odin's closed eyes suddenly opened and he could no longer laugh. Bang, was heard, and the open-minded Kojiki Odin did not refuse Jiro's kindness. From today on, the rule of the Kojiki family completely ends. Whoever dares to disobey should serve as a warning to others. As Kojiki Odin's body was completely poured into the scalding hot oil, the samurai shrank in fear. No one dared to stand up and object to what Zero said. Congratulations to host for harvesting despair. Congratulations to host for harvesting despair. Jiro looked down at them condescendingly, listening to the system prompts with an expressionless expression. A shotgun ruined Kojiki Odin's samurai dream. You are doing the right thing, Lord Natural Disaster said it well. Kurozumi jumped up excitedly and clapped his hands vigorously. Snort. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Jiro's mouth, and he continued to load bullets into the shotgun. Master Natural Disaster, what does this mean? Idiot Kurozumi has a question mark on his face, but he doesn't know that he is in trouble. Just at this moment, Hogora came to the crowd with a look of grief and anger, and pointed at the Kurozumi Orakai with trembling hands. That's him. He ordered his subordinate Kanjuro to capture my wife and destroy the alliance between the Kurozumi family and the beast pirates. Lord Calamity wants to make the decision for me. Leopard Goro speaks from the heart and makes people moved. Yes, Brother Zero. Kurozumi Orakai also instigated his subordinate Kanjuro to destroy our game. This is an open provocation to our beasts pirates. Quinn, who had been eating melon silently, also jumped out and spat Kurozumi in the face. Why did His Highness Orakai rebel? Zero aimed the shotgun at the Kurozumi snake's square head, smoothly and naturally. Chapter 42, One shot kills the big snake. I like to hear the truth. Being pointed at the black hole with a gun, Kurozumi was sweating a little. After all, this thing is not humane at all and treats all living beings equally. Rebellion? When did it happen? Why didn't I know? With Kurozumi's brain capacity, it is indeed a bit difficult for him to react in a short time. He was a little dissatisfied with the beast pirates, but he didn't dare to show it in front of anyone. Really unable to understand, Kurozumi tried his best to squeeze out a smile on his face, licked his face and begged Jiro, Lord Natural Disaster, please listen to my quibbles. If it's not right, please explain. I have always been respectful to you beast pirates, but I have never thought of rebelling. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Kanjuro's arrest of Mrs. Hagaguro and his destruction of the adults' game were all without my permission. The smile on Kurozumi's face became more and more flattering, and his lower body secretly made small steps in an attempt to get out of Zero's sight. Unexpectedly, the barrel of the gun pointed at his head also moved. This shotgun shot you in the head, Kurozumi, without my permission. Zero. Give you a chance to say 3 sentences and let me not kill you. Zero could continuously draw the power of despair from the Kurozumi snake, so he graciously extended the time for his craniotomy. Forward. Let me go, I'm a general. Kurozumi rolled his eyes, and words of begging for mercy came to him easily. Feeling a little familiar, Jiro frowned slightly and heard the sound of a dog barking in a daze. There's only one last chance to impress me. Well, it's just 1 sentence. Like a demon whispering, Jiro said impatiently. Damn it, is this lunatic really planning to kill the General of Wano in front of the audience? What does he think of our General of Wano? Life risk occupation. Angry as hell, Kurozumi didn't dare to show it at all. Thinking of this, Orakai suddenly had an idea and finally understood what Zero wanted. I can make you the General of Wano country, and then all the beauties and wealth of Wano country will be yours. Kurozumi mistook Zero for an easy fool like Kojiki Oden, and started deceiving him without a blush or a heartbeat. General Orakai must not do this. The samurai loyal to the Kurozumi family in the audience shouted urgently. If Orakai's regime really fell, then all their privileges would be gone. How's it going? I'm very excited. No one can resist such a temptation. Gee ha 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 ha. In order to bewitch Zero, Kurozumi opened his mouth and laughed, and his voice seemed to be mixed with magic. Bang! White smoke rose from the muzzle, and the Kurozumi snake's dirty blood spattered everywhere on the high platform. The crowd below widened their eyes, witnessing with their own eyes the Supreme General of Wano country being slaughtered. If you like to laugh so much, I wish you always smile. Zero put away his gun and took a satisfied look. Sure enough, Kurozumi, the silent snake, was the most lovable. Under the panicked view of everyone, Jiro slowly turned around and faced them. The rulers of the country always convince people with reason. Young Daoren, if you have any objections to the beast's pirates taking over all places in the flower capital and banning the rule of the Kurozumi family, you can stand up now. I like to hear the truth. When Jiro's voice fell, the entire execution venue became dead silent. The 2 fresh corpses of Kojiki Oden and Kurozumi Orakai are still bleeding and hanging. Although their brain capacity is small, they can still see it. The men in front of you like to hear the truth, but that doesn't mean they can tell the truth. At this moment, everyone was silent, and the samurai spirit of Wano country was gone. When the crowd dispersed, what happened on the execution ground spread throughout the Flower City. Some people gritted their teeth, some were dejected, but no one dared to jump out and confront Jiro. Under Zero's command, the carefully selected beast pirates methodically took over all the power departments within the Flower City. With the help of professional teams such as Leopard Goro, they are working hard to develop into a regular army. In the general's mansion, Jiro was busy ransacking his house, and Moria trotted to his side. Lord Jiro, according to reports from subordinates, the 7 unconscious warriors behind the bell have also ended their lives. Well done. Jiro nodded. They are all foolish and loyal guys, it is best to die. Immediately, Moria's face showed a look of pleading. Can you hand over the body of the strongest warrior to me? Although it's a little tattered, it should be able to continue fighting after repairing it. Like Kaido, Moria also loves his talent as much as his life and cannot bear to see his talent being buried in the dirt. As the number 1 capitalist under Jiro, Moria doesn't even want to let go of the body. I don't want to see Kojiki Oden's unhappy face. Jiro frowned slightly, and Mariah turned around and retreated gloomily. Hey, thank you and Perona for hard work today. In order to reward you, I can make an exception, as long as you don't let that thing be contaminated with any breath of life. Jiro's voice sounded, and the corners of Mariah's mouth raised slightly. Thank you, Lord Jiro. Moria turned around respectfully and said. By the way, why did you work so hard to collect the remains of Niyuan and Oden? No matter how powerful the zombies are, they are all fake. Only your own strength is real. Jiro kindly comforted him, saying that he was afraid that Moria still had not gotten over the shadow of failure and was as depressed as in the original work. Master Jiro is worrying too much. Mariah has been pulling Jack for practical training some time ago. Recently, the warriors who are guarding behind the bell have also been educating them a lot. The practice of physical skills and domineering has not fallen behind. There is no conflict between becoming stronger and organizing the zombie army. In the future, I will find a surgeon who can perform grandmaster surgeries to help. Moria will grasp the balance between the two. Moria said firmly. Since you are so confident, just go ahead and do it, and I will help find a suitable assistant for you. Jiro finally chose to believe Moria. Thank you, Lord Jiro. Moria retreated excitedly, and suddenly he thought of something. By the way, when I was collecting the corpses, I found that the corpse with the square head on the high platform was missing. Do you still remember his name? Kurozumi Orakai. Moria frowned, recalling what happened today. That guy is the Phantom Beast Yamata no Orakai's Devil Fruit ability user. He is very tough. Kurozumi is in prison now, accompanying the 2 respected elders of his family. I will go over there after I finish dealing with things here. This time, I want to find out the whereabouts of former General Kojiki Sukiyaki from their mouths. Thinking of something, Jiro looked at Moria. If you're okay, come with me. Chapter 43 Ainin? Just a stray cat without an owner. Okay, Master Jiro. Moria nodded and followed behind him. Do I still need to bring that? After realizing that the person Jiro was looking for was named Kojiki, Mariah couldn't help but glance at the shotgun hanging on the wall. He could feel that Lord Zero had a special feeling for the Kojiki family. Take it with you, a guy with a samurai spirit in his head won't be able to communicate without a gun pointed at his head. Jiro said in a cold voice. Thinking of Kojiki Oden's appearance, Moria nodded in agreement, took off the shotgun and put it on his back. Please tell Quinn, help me look at this place first. After Zero left these words to the present 100 beasts, he took Moria away with peace of mind. Although it has given Hawaji a big shock, we still can't be careless. Victory or defeat is often determined by the subtleties. The bright moon hangs on the branches, and the night is dark. The 2 of them were walking on the street when a group of men dressed as ninjas came towards them and blocked their way. The leader looked like a bald-headed and big-eared thief, and he was none other than Fu Lu Shao, the leader of the Orakai Royal Court fans. What? Do you want to accompany the rebel Kurozumi Orakai? After seeing the person clearly, Jiro asked coldly. Lord Calamity is joking. The Kurozumi family is rebelling. Naturally, we are not willing to be complicit in it. After being looked at by Jiro's cold gaze, the Lord of the Undead took effect passively. Fu Lu Shao couldn't help but feel fear rising in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. It's just that Orakai City and the General's mansion are now occupied by the adults of the Beast Pirates. We people have nowhere to go, so we plan to come here and seek a job. Fu Lu Shao nodded and continued. Before meeting Zero, Fu Lu Shao originally planned to do something for Kurozumi Orakai during the night, but after talking to Zero in person, the open-minded Kanjuro, the broad-minded Kojiki Oden, and the always smiling Kurozumi, their tragic situation today lingered in Fukuro Shao's mind, and he took another look at the shotgun. The black muzzle made me suddenly feel that loyalty was nothing, and I immediately followed my heart. Please, Lord Natural Disaster, please take me in. The rest of the ninjas in the imperial court bowed and said in unison. You are worthy of being a wallflower, and you will fall to whoever is strong. If I remember correctly, you were originally from Kojiki Skiyaki. Jiro looked down at them condescendingly. Master Natural Disaster, that is all in the past. The ninjas of the imperial court were so ashamed that they didn't know how to answer. After following Kojiki Skiyaki for more than 10 years, Skiyaki was imprisoned, and following Kurozumi Orakai for several years, Kurozumi Orakai was also imprisoned. The bosses all look miserable, but you have been safe and sound. You are the natural boss, how dare I take you in? Molia, I don't want to see them. Jiro waved his hand and asked his subordinates to deal with the Orakai Royal Court fans, just in time to see if Moria's recent strength has really grown. Yes, Master Jiro. The Morian didn't say many ruthless words. After covering his fists with armed haki, he rushed towards a ninja and completely eliminated him with just one face-to-face. A bloody massacre broke out, with limbs and arms broken off. In a short time, the Orakai Royal Court fans turned into cold corpses on the ground. This scene shocked the red-clothed ninja Ainin, who was hiding in the tree to observe the situation. She bit her red lips tightly and almost screamed out in fear. Lord Jiro, there seems to be someone in the dark. Moria, who stepped on Fu Lu Shao's broken arm, sensed the situation nearby and said with a frown. Maybe it's a stray cat without an owner. Don't worry about it, but if she actively asks to be taken in by me, she can be considered a good pet. Jiro said lightly. Obviously, Jiro has also discovered Ainin hiding in the tree. At this moment, Ainin is in his youth, at the peak of his appearance, with a slim waist and plump buttocks. She is indeed a pretty beauty. The most important thing is that she is a charming female ninja who also masters the skill of ripening. Okay, Master Jiro. After listening to Jiro's words, Moria understood that the person in the dark was as weak as a little tabby cat and could be manipulated at will, so he no longer struggled with this matter. After a brief interlude, the two continued to the prison in the flower capital. Ainin, who was hiding in a big tree, looked nervously at the 2 zeros below, not daring to move. After Jiro and Luo passed by, she patted her chest that was rising and falling and took a deep breath. That guy actually said I was an unadopted stray cat and still wanted to be my owner. Even if I fall from this tree and die, or get hit by a carriage that suddenly rushes forward while walking on the road, I still can't be his pet. Aaron muttered to himself angrily. Immediately, she looked at the corpses of Yuding Fanzong and others, and smiled coldly. The guys who betrayed General Skiyaki finally got what they deserved. I originally thought His Highness Odin was the savior of Wano country, but I didn't expect that his performance in the Kamabi torture today was so humiliating, and he died without any dignity that a samurai should have. The one who can really save the country of Wano is His Highness Skiyaki. Ainin said to herself that as a former member of the imperial family, she was very loyal to Kojiki Skiyaki. When Kurozumi took advantage of the situation to seize power, she ran away angrily, severing ties with the imperial court fans, and looking for a monarch who could truly save the country of Wano. Originally she thought Kojiki Odin was the one she had to wait for, but today's facts poured cold water on her. Kojiki Odin, acting like a clown in front of the natural disaster of beasts, is definitely not the monarch who can save the country of Wano. To save the country of Wano, we must rely on His Highness Sukiyaki. Unfortunately, His Highness Sukiyaki has been murdered by the Kurozumi snake. Aaron continued to talk to herself, and then her brows suddenly frowned. What did that man just say? To say that General Sukiyaki was imprisoned means that His Highness Sukiyaki is not dead yet. Aaron finally realized this problem and cried out in disgrace. No, I want to follow them. That man will definitely go find Sukiyaki Dano. Your Highness Sukiyaki is the one who can truly save Wano country. I must rescue him at all costs. After Ainin finished speaking, she patted her plump breasts and felt a heavy sense of mission. Chapter 44. Don't feel uncomfortable in a hurry, because it will be worse later. The capital of flowers, inside the prison. 2 men, 1 woman, 2 old men and 1 young man, the talkative members of the Kurozumi family were all neatly handcuffed by sea stone chains. I knew I wasn't plotting rebellion. It turned out that everything was an excuse for the natural disasters of beasts to dominate Wano country. Ah, hateful. Damn Scourge Zero. Kurozumi the big snake was roaring hysterically. If it hadn't been for the 2 seniors Mu-chan and Chan-wan who had just enlightened him, he might still have been kept in the dark. Even though the head grew back, the fact that the brain capacity was small still did not change. Kurozumi still felt guilty about Zero at first. Your Majesty Orakai, save your energy, even if you scream, the natural disasters of the beast pirates will not come. Brother and sister Kurozumi tried their best to comfort her. Although the children were a little stupid, they were obedient after all. They didn't want to see Kurozumi, the snake whose devil fruit ability was suppressed by Kailashi, break his own throat and die of exhaustion in prison. I don't care, damn natural disaster Jiro. Kurozumi, the big snake, continued to roar without mercy. Zero took away everything from him. He finally defeated Kojiki Odin once, but in the end he lost so completely. How could the big snake be willing to do this? At this moment, there were footsteps outside the cell. Jiro and Mariah walked in. Hey, that guy with his mouth open and howling, I heard you're looking for me. Zero took the shotgun from Moria's hand, opened the cell door, walked in and stuffed the gun barrel into the Kurozumi snake's mouth. Whoa! Smelling the smell of gunpowder from his mouth, Kurozumi shook his head like a rattle, as if his parents were dead. You just greeted me very well. I'm very touched. I plan to treat you to a bullet. We'll see you in the next life. Jiro put his finger on the trigger. No, Lord Natural Disaster. Kurozumi Chanmaru quickly spoke in panic. Even if you want to kill Kurozumi, you have to untie the sea stone chain on him. He is bound by the sea stone. If you shoot him, you will kill him. Orakai has a long life, so you can save it and kill him slowly. Killing him with 1 shot would be boring. Chanmaru treats Jiro Xiao with reason and affection. He always thinks from the other person's point of view in an attempt to save Orakai's life. Kurozumi didn't know that everything Chanmaru said was for his own good, so he squinted at Kurozumi Chanmaru with a vicious look that chose others to devour. Unexpectedly, the next second, Kurozumi's face was full of fear. I didn't let you speak. Zero pulled out the shotgun from the Kurozumi snake's mouth and aimed it at the head of Laodin who just spoke. There was a bang gunshot, and blood splashed on Kurozumi's body. This shot made the eloquent Chanmaru shut his mouth forever. Kojiki Odin used brute force to break through the barrier, but Zero relied on means to easily resolve it. Lord Natural Disaster, please spare my life. I can be a cow or a horse for you. Seeing that Zero was not joking, Kurozumi begged hurriedly, just like the civilians he had bullied in the past begged him. Evil people need to be punished by evil people. A holy mother like Odin will never be able to deal with someone like Orakai. You have no value in being an ox or a horse for me. But Kurozumi does. After Jiro said this, he turned his attention to the haggard old woman. You killed my brother, kill me too, there is no way I can do anything for you. Kurozumi said sadly. She and her brother had been working together for so many years and had tricked so many people, so they just accepted that they fell into the hands of a ruthless man like Jiro. I didn't intend to kill you in the first place, but you said so. These words of Jiro made Kurozumi completely emotional. But before I kill you, I think I'd better kill Kurozumi Orakai first. By the way, you don't want Kurozumi to lose his life because of your stubbornness, right? Then, Zero pointed his gun at Kurozumi Orakai. Senior Mu-chan, please, I'm still young and I don't want to die. You'd better agree to work for Lord Natural Disaster. Kurozumi pleaded with tears in her eyes. Humph, come on. The thing I regret most in my life is assisting you, Kurozumi Orakai, to become the general of Wano. Seeing the helpless appearance of the big snake, Old Bidden, Kurozumi and Mu-chan were so angry that they gritted their teeth. If she hadn't heard that Orakai was killed in the bustling city of Flower City and no one collected the body, she and Chanmaru wouldn't have gone out rashly and ended up in jail. What do you want to do? But I have a condition. Then let His Highness Orakai go first. Kurozumi's tone was cold and she discussed the terms with Jiro. Kurozumi nodded vigorously in gratitude. Someone is planning to negotiate terms with me again. Jiro waved his hand and slapped Kurozumi to the ground, sending his newly inlaid gold teeth flying more than 10 meters away. Let me ask you where Kojiki Sukiyaki is being held. You don't have the same strength and status to negotiate terms with me. Zero stepped on Kurozumi's chest and said lightly. Feeling uncomfortable being stepped on, Kurozumi had no choice but to tell Jiro exactly where Sukiyaki was being held and where the cell key was hidden. Immediately, she took a breath and said resignedly, the old slave has only one merciless request in the end. I hope Lord Natural Disaster can keep the Kurozumi family's fire and prevent the Kurozumi family from being exterminated. Okay, I get it. If you dare to lie to me, the entire Kurozumi family will suffer a great crime. After saying this, Jiro asked Moria to break her neck, giving her the last dignity and leaving a whole body. To keep the fire, this is actually a considerable concession made by Mu-chan. In other words, the Kurozumi snake can be killed, as long as the clan is not exterminated. Lord Natural Disaster, Senior Mu-chan has said everything he needs to say, you can always let me go. Kurozumi said coquettishly. Even if the two seniors Mu-chan and Chanmaru died because of him, there was no sadness at all, only fear for Jiro. I don't plan to kill you yet, but I'd better stop talking now that I can't speak. Moria will cut out his tongue first. After Jiro gave the order, he walked out of the prison. Behind him, Kurozumi screamed like a snake killing a pig. Ainin, who was lurking nearby, heard the wail of the culprit, Kurozumi, and had a vague illusion that Zero was seeking justice. Following the route they got from Mu-chan, Jiro and Moria found the place where Kojiki Sukiyaki was imprisoned, with Ainin, a follower, following from a distance. With the sound of the cell door opening, Kojiki Sukiyaki, who was playing with the beautiful girl doll he made when he was bored, stood up in a panic. General Sukiyaki has really paid so much for the country of Wano. Looking at the embarrassed Kojiki Sukiyaki, Zero said in a playful tone. Who are you? Why do you know who I am in this place? Oh, I know, you must be the retainer sent by Odin to deliver the good news to me. Kojiki Sukiyaki said excitedly. The Kurozumi family has long since stopped taking care of this dungeon, and the person in front of him said that he had paid a lot for Wano country, so he must be his son's subordinate. I think it was Kojiki Odin who defeated Kurozumi Orakai and took him back to be the general of Wano. What a great guy! Kojiki Sukiyaki thought happily. Jaoluo said something bad to him, but he thought he was praising him. There is no good news. I only have one bad news and another bad news to tell you. Which one are you going to listen to first? While Zero was shocked by the unique brain circuitry of the Kojiki family, he followed his lead and said, "Is there a difference?" The smile on Kojiki Skiyaki's face solidified, and his heart skipped a beat. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The first bad news is that your son Kojiki Odin is dead. Jiro said lightly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kojiki Odin is still young. Kojiki Skiyaki held his head and roared, and the beautiful girl dolls hidden behind him were scattered on the ground. Don't feel uncomfortable in a hurry, because it will be worse later. Jiro was afraid that Kojiki Skiyaki would accept the bad news of his son's death, so he quickly comforted and said, "Your grandson Momosuke is also dead." Chapter 45 Conquering Anin and Tricking Skiyaki into Blacksmithing. The sudden two pieces of bad news made Kojiki Skiyaki paralyzed and lying on his side in pain. Now you know how uncomfortable it is. As a former general of the country of Wano, I was unwilling to make progress every day and played with these broken dolls all day long. It is precisely because of the incompetence of your Kojiki clan that we are in today's troubles. Jiro crushed the dolls on the ground and lectured them in a contemptuous tone. Nonsense, I didn't. I was just imprisoned here, so I made these things. As if his tail was stepped on, Kojiki Skiyaki jumped up and down, frowning and roaring at Zero. What are you yelling at? Tell me again. I wouldn't mind sending you father and son on the road together with the same gun. Zero took the shotgun from Moria and pointed it at Kojiki Skiyaki's neck. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. With the shotgun pointed at his neck, Skiyaki raised his hands in fear, and his eyebrows that were frowned just now danced, looking extremely funny. Mariah, who was standing at the door of the cell, couldn't help but smile when he saw how quickly Skiyaki's attitude changed. The men of the Kojiki family are all lawless idiots who only understand their situation and position when a gun is put to their head. Anna looked at Mariah standing at the door of the cell from a distance, and judged that this was where General Skiyaki was imprisoned, and slowly followed him. In the cell, with the help of a shotgun, Kojiki became obedient and patiently listened to Zero's teachings. I heard that you have the talent to forge swords, so I want you to make weapons for the beast pirates. But I don't want you to leave this cell. After all, you are used to it. Jiro said calmly, without putting down the gun in his hand. After a long education, Kojiki Skiyaki understood the current situation of Wano country and the identity of the person in front of him. Yes, of course. Inyuko's sword Amahahazan and the demon sword 2nd generation Kaiditsu are both made by me. If the materials are sufficient and appropriate, I can create a fast knife of good quality. Kojiki Skiyaki nodded like a fool. He was afraid of death and wanted to live too much. Humph, remember your future identity, Tenguzen Hitoru of the Beast Pirates. Your son is a clown, and you are the clown among clowns. I will find someone to make a Tengu mask and weld it on your face. Jiro summed up the ridiculous first half of Kojiki Skiyaki's life in just a few words, and explained his fate in the second half of his life. This Mr. Natural Disasters arrangement will allow me to find my wife in the future. Kojiki Skiyaki frowned and said, Odin and Momonosuke are both dead, and the Kojiki family cannot live without an heir. Skiyaki also wants to give Kojiki Hiri another uncle while he still has energy. Aren't those broken dolls you were playing with just now your wife? Isn't it okay to make another one now that my wife is gone? Zero seized the opportunity to belittle the former Wano general again. Kojiki Skiyaki, who was humiliated to the point of complete indignity, turned red with anger, but when he saw the gun in Zero's hand, he finally put his tail between his legs and behaved like a man. I endure it. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. Kojiki Skiyaki silently thought. He regarded this as lying on the fire and tasting courage, but he was destined to taste courage and suffer for a lifetime. As if he guessed what Kojiki was thinking about Skiyaki, Zero called Mariah. Take away his shadow. If you don't obey, you can make him disappear at any time. Jiro said coldly, if you want to deal with unknown people, Moria's ability is too convenient. This is why he was eager to conquer Moria in the first place. Yes. After Moria responded, he took out the shadow cutout from his trouser pocket and slowly walked towards Kojiki Sukiyaki. Kojiki Sukiyaki, who was squatting on the ground, took a few steps back in fear. "Raise your butt a little higher to cover the shadow," Moria said to him in a commanding tone. Kojiki was about to refuse this unreasonable request, but when he saw the gun, he finally complied. With the cooperation, Moria quickly pulled the shadow out of Kojiki Sukiyaki's body. The latter had never seen such a scene before and sat on the ground trembling in fear. "As long as you take one step out of this cell, your body will be reduced to ashes," Moria threatened him seriously. "People who have been deprived of this kind of shadow will disappear when exposed to sunlight. In fact, it has nothing to do with the house." Outside the cell, the morning sun had risen, and Moria was just enough for him to give it a try. Immediately, Moria dragged Kojiki Sukiyaki's right foot out of the window. As the sun shone, he didn't even feel the pain, and Sukiyaki's right foot disappeared. Seeing this scene, Kojiki Sukiyaki's heart was beating fast. After being completely deceived, he vowed never to leave this cell and worked hard to build weapons for the beast pirates. Very good, very energetic. After hearing Sukiyaki's oath, Jiro couldn't help but boast. "I will help transform it and turn this place into a place suitable for living and a suitable place for blacksmithing. As long as you stay here honestly and don't do those sneaky things behind my back, I guarantee that you can spend the rest of your life safely and peacefully." After hitting Kojiki Sukiyaki several times, Zero didn't forget to give him a sweet date at the end, so that he could work for the beast's pirates without any distractions and build as many 21 quality weapons as possible. Quick knife. "Okay, Master Natural Disaster." At this point, Kojiki accepted his fate and bowed his head to Zero. Jiro felt that the dust had settled, so he took Moria out of the cell. Unexpectedly, a female ninja suddenly attacked, and it was a nin. There was no fancy fight. Jiro used the most unpretentious attack moves to defeat her. As a stray cat, if you attack people randomly, you will be punished by your owner. One of Jiro's big hands clasped Ainin's arms and wrists behind his back, brought his face in front of her, and glared at her like a master. "Humph! Release General Sukiyaki now. You're such a bad person." Ainin resisted hysterically, and her constant tossing made her breasts shake, allowing Ja'Aluo to experience what it meant to hit someone with the ball. The difference in strength was too great, and Ainin's best efforts to resist were only in vain. "You want me to let him go?" "Of course, but you might as well stay. I've probably been single for a long time, so I'm really angry." Because it was impossible for Sukiyaki to go out, Jiro negotiated terms with Ainin. "In other words, of course you can trade my freedom for General Sukiyaki's freedom." Ainin, who was brainwashed by the loyal king of Wano, agreed without saying a word. "Then, from today on, you will follow me. Now, just like the Kojiki family warriors carved the Kojiki family crest on their backs, I will also brand the logo representing Zero on your back." Chapter 46 One shot turns Sukiyaki into a rootless person, and Ainin returns to his heart. "Can you please be gentler? I'm afraid of pain." Ainin bit her red lips lightly, her eyes were covered with mist, and she let the skirt of her clothes fall gently, revealing the elegant curve of her back. "You'd better be accommodating. After all, this is my first time painting on someone's back. Don't move around, otherwise it will be bad if you scratch your little face." Jiro grabbed Ainin's shoulder with his left hand, and gestured to him with a ninja sword in his right hand. Hearing that he might scratch his face, Ainin became very obedient and did not dare to act rashly. Jiro was also unambiguous, treating Ainin's back as a jade stone to be carved, and carved patterns on it. "Hateful. I just finished my big talk last night, saying that I would never be conquered by him. I didn't expect that I would break my promise today to save General Sukiyaki. I just hope that General Sukiyaki will regain the country of Wano, so that all the sacrifices made by Ainin will be worth it." While Aaron lamented that he had not escaped the law of true fragrance, he also placed all his hopes on Kojiki Sukiyaki. Red blood flowed along the blade, and the corners of Jiro's mouth slightly raised, and then he activated the power of the fire element to continue burning the wound on Ainin's back. A mark will remain on Aaron's back forever. I hope one day I can make you proud of what you're carrying. Jiro stroked Ainin's back, looked at the dragon pattern that symbolized his identity as a natural disaster, and said firmly. What he was thinking about at the moment was the fact that Ace and others carried tattoos representing the Whitebeard pirates, and were proud to call them their father. How is that possible? Isn't this shameful enough? Ainin pulled up his shirt to cover the pattern on his back, and said shyly and angrily. If you think so, then there's nothing I can do about it. But speaking to the monarch in such a tone will indeed lead to punishment. After you fulfill your wish, you can give him a good education. Jiro curled his lips, turned around and made room for Ainin, indicating that she could save Sukiyaki. If you don't break your promise, I won't break my promise either. I'll accept anything. Ainin said resignedly that she didn't care what kind of punishment Jiro would give her, she just wanted to leave with General Sukiyaki as soon as possible. Then I'll put you in the Flower Capital's prison later and torture you severely. After all, those guys from the Kojiki family have made me very angry lately. Behind Ainin, Jiro's voice came. As she rushed towards the cell where Sukiyaki was held, there were faint tears in the corners of her eyes, but her mood was extremely joyful. As Ainin broke into the door, Sukiyaki, who could not change his habit of eating shit, was frightened and once again put the doll in his hand behind his back. Don't be afraid, Your Majesty Sukiyaki, Ainin will take you out of this place now. With tears in his eyes, Ainin looked at Sukiyaki, the former general of Wano country. Ainin. Seeing the person in front of him clearly, Sukiyaki's eyes widened, and the next words he blurted out were beyond Ainin's expectations. I didn't expect that after so many years of seeing you, you have grown from the little girl back then to a coquettish and beautiful woman. A female ninja. Kojiki Sukiyaki, who had not eaten pork for many years, looked at the beauty who appeared in front of him with a very aggressive look. That squinting look was no different from Momonosuke's. Your Majesty Sukiyaki, now is not the time to care about such things. The residents of Wano are in dire straits, waiting for you to save them. Aren said urgently. She had given everything she had to see Sukiyaki, but she didn't expect to receive such a reply, which made her feel a little chilled. Ainin, don't worry, I will definitely save them. But before I save them, I have a question, General. Are you married? Sukiyaki looked up and down Ainin's figure, his wrinkled face full of wretchedness. Without. Aren said in disbelief, her voice gradually became smaller, and her belief in saving Wano country was slowly disintegrated. No, that would be really great. I am now ordering you as the former general of Wano country to marry me here. When the Kojiki family revives Wano country, you will be the wife of this country. Don't hesitate. As a member of the royal court fans, it is your honor to give birth to children for the Kojiki clan. Sukiyaki no longer hides his intentions, he can't wait any longer. Now that the large Kojiki Odin is no longer available, Sukiyaki plans to practice the trumpet. And the Ainin who suddenly came to my door was not only young and beautiful, but also loyal to the country of Wano. She was simply the best candidate to be his wife. It was precisely because she knew that a ninja was a ninja who was foolishly loyal to Wano country, so Kojiki Sukiyaki lied to her that she would save Wano country in the future. In fact, Sukiyaki, who had his shadow taken away, had been frightened by Jiro for a long time, and planned to live here in secret for the rest of his life. Save Wano? He can't even save himself. The things I carry on my back make it impossible for me to marry the general. You'd better leave here quickly and find a way to save this country. Aaron said anxiously. On the one hand, she is now regarded as Zero's private property, so how can she be the wife of the General of Wano? On the other hand, what girl doesn't have a child? She doesn't want to face a bad old man every day. Humph, what can you carry on your back? It's obviously an excuse to betray Wano and look down on me, a general who has lost power. With just a few words, Sukiyaki branded Ainin as a traitor and tried to take advantage of him by relying on his own identity. Aren wanted to cry but had no tears, and was filled with sadness and grievance. After giving everything he had, he was still accused of betraying the country of Wano, just because he didn't agree to his boss's unreasonable demands. You go out and save the country of Wano. I'll think of a way to beg that man. Aren could only vaguely express his helplessness. Man! Sukiyaki was furious after hearing these two words, and he suddenly felt a deep sense of crisis. As if his things were taken away, Sukiyaki couldn't accept it, so he simply exposed his ugly side and showed off the traditional arts of Wano. Back then, Odin kidnapped good girls every night to build a harem. They refused at first, but in the end they all succumbed to Odin. I think I can do it too. Kojiki Sukiyaki keeps approaching Ainin, planning to use force. Ainin slowly backed away and found many dolls behind Sukiyaki. For the first time, he recognized the true face of the person in front of him. Just as Ainin was debating whether to take action directly, the window was suddenly opened, and a man stepped on it with one foot, pointing a shotgun at Kojiki Sukiyaki's lower body. Sukiyaki, I can only bully my pet, you have crossed the line. The person who spoke was none other than Jello. He knew what kind of virtues the Kojiki family had, so he never left them too far. Lord Natural Disaster, please spare my life. This shameless woman seduced me first, it's none of my business. In Aren's distracted sight, the man he once admired most knelt at the feet of the man he hated most now, saying the most unconscionable words. Everything was so ironic. Crack! Sukiyaki slapped Lauwen, who got up from the ground and crawled at Jiro's feet again, trying to survive. You look like a dog now. But in front of me, you Wano generals are no different from dogs. Zero patted Sukiyaki's old face, destroying the country of Wano to nothing in front of Ainin. Lord Calamity is joking, I am no longer a general of Wano. I am the Tengu Mountain Hitosu of the Beast Pirates. Well, of course I don't dare to say that you are wrong. After all, Tengu is also a dog. Sukiyaki has a shy old face and knows that there is hope only when you are alive. As expected of a clown from the older generation, he really made me laugh. Ask Nin's opinion on whether to kill you or not. After all, you just scolded her. In order to make Aren understand that the status of being his subordinate is even higher than that of the general of Wano country, Jiro said this. Ainin, please, I didn't treat you badly back then. Sukiyaki, who was kneeling on the ground, looked pitifully at his former subordinate. You are Toru Tenguyama of the Beast Pirates, and I will no longer be Ainin of Wano country. You and I will cut off all grievances and completely clean up our relationship. Anin said in despair, and then looked at Jiro respectfully. Master, give him a chance to live. Okay, but you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape the living penalty. Destroy that thing, it will be a disaster sooner or later if you keep it. As Jiro finished speaking, the shotgun bullets came out. Kojiki Sukiyaki covered his bleeding lower body and let out a heart-rending scream. Put the world on mute and you can hear the sound of something breaking. Chapter 47 Give Mrs. Shi and others a home, the key to saving the day. After completely burying the Kojiki family with one shot, Ninja, who had lost confidence in Wano country, was imprisoned by Zero in the Flower Capital prison to undergo severe torture. As expected of Ainin, he successfully convinced me with his words. After this severe torture, Jiro himself was very tired. Fortunately, efforts are directly proportional to rewards. Jiro, who has the physique of a ghost king and the physical strength of a fantasy beast species, has gained Ainin's admiration and her loyalty. When Quinn found out that the enemy subordinate Jiro had subdued this time was a beautiful ninja, he was a little jealous. He also admired Zero's methods. First, he made Odin look ugly through the Komabi torture, and then told Sukiyaki that the Kojiki family was dead, and while forcing him to join the beast's pirates, it also inspired him to want to practice the trumpet. Then she bets with Ainin, allowing her to face the ugly face of Sukiyaki. At the critical moment, she heroically saves the beauty, and finally achieves the goal of capturing the heart of the beauty. Brother Quinn, stay here and work hard, and help me guard the flower capital with Moria. Brother will find you a sister-in-law. Jiro, who was standing on the small bench, patted Quinn on the shoulder and drew him a pie skillfully. In fact, it is not a big deal, because Jiro is about to conquer the July area where there is no daimyo, and by the way, he will visit Mrs. Shi, whom he has not seen for a long time. Perhaps out of conscience, Zero left the Kojiki family completely bereft of heirs and decided to take the initiative to take in the helpless Mrs. Shi and her daughter, providing them with a shelter from the wind and rain in troubled times. While protecting them, give them a home. Brother Jiro, what are you talking about? Is it reasonable for you to go out alone to be happy and leave us in the Flower City? Quinn frowned and said, feeling a little angry with Zero in his heart. They were both the three plagues of beasts, and Quinn felt like he was being treated like Moria's little brother by Zero. Why is it unreasonable? Isn't Yunv Street in the capital of flowers? I'll let you take care of it for a while. The corners of Jiro's mouth raised slightly, knowing that Quinn would not be able to resist such temptation. After all, that's where their dreams began. Mhahaha, Brother Jiro can go to July without any worries. It is my duty, Quinn, to guard the Flower City for the natural disasters of beasts. As long as I, Quinn, am here, there will be a flower capital dominated by natural disasters of beasts. Quinn changed his face faster than flipping through a book, and picked up the shotgun that Zero used to end Wano country's third-generation general from the table, with loyalty written all over his face. So, good kidneys. Please also take care of your body. Jaoluo didn't say much anymore, turned into a giant dragon and flew into the sky, embarking on the journey to July. Just as Jiro thought, Quinn's first order after receiving the authorization was to tell the women in the brothel that no one was allowed to leave work early tonight. Although Jiro looked down on these promiscuous women, Quinn loved them. The country of Wan, July. Because Kojiki's retainers were completely extinct and there was no one to govern him. Banditry flourished again in the Kuri area where there were many outstanding people. Groups of robbers robbed homes and houses, passing through like locusts passing through the border, leaving not a grain of rice for the ordinary people who did not know how to use martial arts. The kind-hearted Mrs. Shi couldn't bear to see the misery of the people, so she took the initiative to take in those poor people and take care of their food and wealth. Due to Mrs. Shi's obstruction, the efficiency of the robbers in searching for wealth was greatly reduced, so they held a meeting to discuss how to deal with this matter. Although we were once the subordinates of Ajuradaji, after His Highness the Fool defeated him, the boss of Ajuradaji abandoned us, accepted the recruitment, became Kojiki's retainers, and followed His Highness the Fool. I heard that the Flower City is occupied by the beast pirates. Even if I don't know the specific situation, I can infer that His Highness the Fool has failed, and the Ajuradaji boss may not be able to come back. Wait, there is no need to stick to that old relationship anymore. Tonight, we will expel Mrs. Shi from Odin Castle, and we will be the new owners of July. When the time comes, I will serve as the daimyo of July, and each of you will be promoted and become rich. The burly warrior sitting in the first position picked up the bowl of wine and spoke to everyone in the court with great pride. The other thieves stood up one after another, raised the bowl of wine, drank it all, and then threw it to the ground, agreeing with the new boss's decision. It was getting late, and the bandits marched toward Odin Castle in a mighty manner according to the prepared battle plan. They used the human sea tactic to push open the door of Odin Castle and rushed in swarm. Mrs. Shi heard the noise, comforted the frightened Kojiki Hiri, picked up the saber hanging on the wall, and walked out of the door with firm steps. "What are you doing? Why do you want to break in here suddenly?" Facing powerful enemies, Mrs. Shi's eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger, glaring at them with neither humility nor arrogance. The people in Odin Castle who had been protected by Madame Shi shrank their necks and did not dare to stand up, leaving Madame Shi, a female class, to face the thieves who were surrounding them. "My relatives far away in the flower capital said that something unexpected has happened to His Highness the Fool. The buildings in Julai Daming Mansion are so tall, but only you and your daughter live there. This makes the brothers who live in thatched huts behind me very jealous. Mrs. Shi, out of respect for you, I don't want to do anything. Please, mother and daughter, please move out of here." The leader of the thieves had already figured out the situation in Odin Castle and said confidently. "Without His Highness Fool, without the protection of Kojiki's retainers, Mrs. Toki, a weak woman, how can she protect this house? Is it just the group of shrunken turtles behind her who were once protected by her and dare not stand up? He grew up here. It's impossible to leave here." Mrs. Shi said firmly. "Humph, it's impossible? Come on, grab it, smash it." The leader of the thieves gave an order, and the weak Mrs. Shi was pushed away. The Daming Mansion was in chaos, and the sound of breaking things could be heard everywhere. Kojiki Hiri, a little girl dressed in rags, was hiding in the corner, curled up in fear, praying in her heart that someone could stop these thieves. Those civilians who had been favored by Mrs. Shi fled with their heads in their hands, changed positions, and continued to avoid. "Recognize the reality, Mrs. Shi. A weak woman like you is helpless with a child, and it happens to be in chaos. If we hadn't respected you, I'm afraid you wouldn't have any bones left to be eaten tonight." The leader of the thieves looked at the poor Mrs. Shi, shook his head and sighed. "So, Hiri and I still want to thank you." Mrs. Shi smiled sadly, with crystal tears running down her cheeks. She recognized the leader and had helped him before. "Do you still want to rely on them?" The bandit leader pointed at the people who had been helped by Mrs. Shi, who shrank their necks and remained silent in shame. For a moment, Mrs. Shi suddenly no longer missed this place. At this moment, a strong wind blew, and a man's voice came from afar. "I just said that most people in Wano are useless idiots who always like to wait for others to save them." The little lowly Hiri, who was immersed in grief, wiped her tears with her little hands, hoping to see more clearly. As if grasping the only light in the darkness, he stared intently at Jiro, who was dressed in white and walked slowly towards here. Chapter 48. "Madam, Odin still owes me 10 gold coins and hasn't paid back yet." "Who are you?" the leader of the thieves asked in horror. For some reason, he didn't dare to look directly into Jiro's eyes. "The person who took your life." The sharp sword Chu Shui was unsheathed, the leader of the thieves fell to the ground, and there was a lot of filth and blood in the courtyard. "This is Kiashui, the national treasure of Wano country. How did it get into his hands?" Mrs. Shi saw that Jiro was not dressed as a Wano warrior, and felt that he was full of mystery, so she stared at him intently. At the same time, Jiro's Ghost King physique took effect, making Mrs. Shi, who had had an intimate relationship long ago, unable to help but want to get closer again. "Ah!" The little Lolita Hiri was shocked at first when she witnessed the bloody scene, and then she thought it was cool to use a knife to kill the leader of the thieves who bullied them. Looking at Jello's face, Kojiki Hiri, who is a good-looking person, could tell from the first glance that Jello must be a good person. The combination of the two planted a small seed in Kojiki Hiri's heart. "Hey, if you beg me, I can help you kill all these thieves." Under the horrified eyes of all the thieves, Jiro slowly walked towards Mrs. Shi, gently rubbed her hair, and waited for her answer. Kojiki Hiri in the distance watched Jiro staying with his mother, feeling uncomfortable for a moment. "Need not. I, Tianyu, never ask for help from others. Mrs. Shi said coldly, but the temperature of her body continued to rise. The aura of the Ghost King's physique on Jiro took effect, making her want to throw herself into the arms of the person in front of her. You will beg others, you are lying. Jiro, who knew Mrs. Shi very well, left a meaningful word and then turned his attention to the others. For some reason, Tianyueshi's face suddenly turned red. When someone tells me a way to die more comfortably, it also cheers me up. After all, it's boring to kill one by one. Jiro glanced over the faces of these standing and trembling thieves one by one, and said in a lazy voice. The passivity of the Lord of the Undead makes weak opponents act extremely useless in front of Gerald. As Gerald said, killing them is meaningless. Sir, give us a way to survive. We didn't know that Mrs. Shi was the person you wanted to protect, and we would never dare to do so again. The thieves knelt down and begged for mercy and for their lives. When the people around heard what the thief said, they took another look at Mrs. Shi's green hair and somewhat understood what was going on. It seems that Mrs. Shi is not as good as we thought. The black paper was stained with ink spots, but they didn't care. But if a white paper as well known and loved by everyone as Mrs. Shi is stained with ink spots, it will be extremely eye-catching. Regardless of the truth or not, they are not afraid to speculate with the greatest malice. After all, Mrs. Shi is beyond the reach of people like them. When Mrs. Shi heard this, her face showed an expression of nonsense. I don't have it. Humph, old-fashioned bridge. I thought you could say something that would make me happy. It's better to just kill him. After saying this, Jiro raised his sword and started a massacre. Soon, the garbage in the courtyard was cleaned up, but the smell was a bit pungent. If I could have the same power as him, then these thieves who destroy the house would not dare to bully us anymore. Kojiki Hiri, who was hiding in the house, was shocked by the bloodshed. At the same time, he became interested in the power that can control other people's life and death for the first time. Unknowingly, Kojiki Hiri gradually darkened. You killed so many people without blinking an eye. Tianyueshi's pupils widened as he looked at the extraordinary-looking young man in front of him. Are you shocked by this? If you knew who I killed with a gun the day before yesterday, you would be even more surprised. Ji Luo smiled, with an extremely relaxed expression on his face. He planned to tell Tianyueshi the truth he believed in. I once thought that after gaining power, I would become a great hero who protects everyone. Later I discovered that people always blame the people who protect them without knowing what they are doing. What kind of person deserves to accuse me? So I chose to do whatever I want. Jiro continued to add, Your Highness, the fool will never understand this truth. If Kojiki Odin wasn't so stupid, he wouldn't have let you end up like this. Jiro sighed. Tianyueshi remained silent after hearing this and lowered his head. Sir, you are such a good person. All the thieves in July have been killed, now we can rest assured. The people of Wano who had been protected by Mrs. Shi came out of the corner and thanked Jiro for his kindness. Don't worry. I'm not a good person. The thief from July is dead, then you have to worry about me. Tell me how you want to die. Without me, you would have been killed long ago. Jiro raised his head high and looked down at them. Can you not die? They want to cry but have no tears. If you don't want to die, I have an idea. I got so much blood on my body to save you. As long as you can let this green-haired lady take a bath with me, I will consider letting you go. After saying this, Jiro walked slowly towards Daming Mansion. He already knew the layout inside well and quickly found the bathtub where Mrs. Shi usually bathed. As expected, those people outside were begging Mrs. Shi. It's just a bath, and you won't lose a piece of flesh. But if you don't want to, Mrs. Shi, the rest of us will lose a piece of flesh. After being begged for a full quarter of an hour, Mrs. Shi stood up tremblingly and accepted her fate. It's not easy to send her away. If there was nothing between the two of them, that man wouldn't protect her. He's such a framer and still builds a chastity memorial. When the guys who were respectful to Mrs. She just now saw that they had achieved their goal, they immediately changed their faces and complained viciously. On the other side, Tianyu Shi gradually couldn't feel the temperature of the scalding pool water, because her body temperature was even hotter, like a steam girl, with heat rising from her body. Don't be so nervous, just wash slowly. Jiro's tone was very slow, as if he regarded this as an easy and normal thing, and signaled Kojiki not to put too much pressure on him. This shared bathing was a kind of enjoyment for Ji Luo, but for Tianyu Shi, every minute and every second was a kind of torture. She was afraid that she couldn't control herself and would do something wrong accidentally. After a while, Jiro looked at the sky moon that was shining like a hibiscus in front of him, and asked him, "Don't you know why I want to bathe with you?" Tianyu Shi remained indifferent and remained silent, covering her beautiful body under the warm water. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. The man in front of her was most likely lusting after her own body. A man and a woman live alone in the same room. Since you and I both know it, why don't we take the initiative? Jiro rested his arms casually and looked at her expectantly. "My lord, I am not that kind of person," Tianyu said coldly, while taking a few steps back from the body buried in the warm pool water, trying to stay away from the confident man in front of her. "Are you so indifferent to your creditors?" "Madam, Odin still owes me 10 gold coins and hasn't paid back yet. Although this is not a large amount, you who were robbed should not be able to take it out now. According to the customs of your Wano country, how will those who cannot pay their creditors repay their debts? If I remember correctly, they usually..." "Madam, you don't want Hiri to repay her father's debt like other wandering girls in Wano country, do you?" Zhao Luo said that he could have directly used his strength to take the plunder, but he had the excuse to follow the rules and hoped that the other party would take the initiative to cooperate. After all, in the original work, those high-ranking officials in Wano country who were defrauded of all their wealth by the courtesan Xiaozi also ended up selling their daughters. Chapter 49 sees the future. Hiri wants to be Zero when she grows up. Come, use the most common way of Wano to repay the debt, and take the initiative to seize the future. As Tianyu Shi panicked, the sound of water splashing in the bathtub was endless. When all the dust settled, there was much less hot water in the bath, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that a fierce battle had taken place here. After Ji Luo took a shower, put on his clothes and left, Tianyu was left alone here to think about life. At this moment, her feet seemed to be entangled in seaweed, and her body was very heavy, unable to leave even half a step. Why? Why did it feel like I was possessed for a moment? Why couldn't I refuse him? This is the only question left in Tianyu's mind. Unaware of the effects of Jiro's Ghost King physique, she began to question her own character, without feeling any resentment towards Jiro in her heart. Jiro came into the chaotic hall, leisurely took out a cigarette from his pocket, dropped it with his hand, and held it in his mouth. The next second, little Lolita Hiri, who didn't know why Jiro was smoking, ran over with a box of matches in her hand. "Sir, fire!" Kojiki Hiri stretched out his little hand and looked at Zero with admiration. "Very nice. I know your name is Kojiki Hiri, right? A very cute little girl. If one day you can call me by another name, I will be even more excited." With Hiri's help, the cigarette was lit, and Jiro touched her little head with satisfaction. "We." Hiri laughed happily as the hero who saved them touched her head. "Sir, Hiri also wants to become as powerful as you." After a while, Kojiki Hiri plucked up the courage and asked Zero. She was eager to make progress. "Do you want to have power?" Jiro put down his cigarette and leaned down to look at her. "Yes, Hiri never wants to let what happened yesterday happen again. No one can bully Hiri after she becomes stronger. At the same time, Hiri must also use her strength to protect the people she wants to protect." Kojiki Hiri, who experienced what happened yesterday, quickly gave an answer. She knew that Jiro would definitely be able to give her what she wanted, status and glory similar to that of Anwaran. I don't think you have the determination. Jiro glanced at her and said calmly. As long as you can accept me as your disciple, I am willing to do anything. Kojiki Hiri's gaze was extremely firm, which reminded Zero of those villains who had the unyielding belief of becoming stronger at all costs. Simply, Jiro imitated those big villains and said to him, if you swear to God that you will never betray Lord Jiro, I will accept you as my disciple and give you strength. I, Kojiki Hiri, will never betray Lord Zero. Raihi put his 4 fingers together and swore to the sky. Okay, once you are a teacher, you will always be a father. Remember, my name is Jiro. Send my name wherever you can, and all your problems will be solved. If you are worthy, I will try my best to help you improve your status and make you admired by thousands of people. After saying this, Jiro himself felt that he was too good to Hiri. There is nothing wrong with accepting the descendants of enemies as disciples. Garp even accepted Roger's son as his grandson. Sure enough, Kojiki Hiri clenched her fists and couldn't help herself with excitement. As expected of Master. It's like seeing my heart and knowing that what Hiri wants most is glory and status. Kojiki Hiri respected and admired the man in front of him even more. Come, this is my own biography, which records my glorious achievements. I hope you can read it carefully and understand the spirit of it. Jiro took out a carefully bound booklet from his body. This was a diary written for himself according to the level of Odin diary. The story inside is purely fictional, but it captures the excitement of children's desire to become heroes, and the writing surpasses Kojiki Odin by more than 100. Well, Hiri will not disappoint Master's expectations. Kojiki Hiri said solemnly, taking the diary from Jiro's hand and holding it in his arms. Just after opening the first page, Hiri fell into it. I believe that in the near future, just like Yamato dreams of becoming Odin after reading Kojiki Odin's diary in the original work, Kojiki Hiri will also dream of becoming Zero after reading Zero's diary. In the distant flower capital, in the courtyard of Calamity Zero, the devil fruit phantom beast species Oka Shinjin, nicknamed White-Eyed Wolf by Haimai, hangs on a fruit tree out of thin air. We all know that the devil fruit of the phantom species will choose its owner, but who will this devil fruit end up with? Hiri, I wonder if your filial piety will deteriorate in the future. Jiro looked at the cute back of his inexplicably good disciple and said with some longing. Just when Jiro was about to find a place to sit and rest and slowly finish smoking the cigarette, he found the letter pressed in the gap. It was the letter that Ju's Heishan left for Mrs. Shi to read before he left July to find Yizang to move reinforcements. Jiro picked it up and opened it. There was an annotation written by Mrs. Shi on it, 3 years and 3 years. That is to say, within 6 years at most, around 1505 in the Hainan calendar, Whitebeard will know in advance about Kaido's occupation of Wano country. No wonder only the 7 heroes of the Scarlet Sky participated in the battle on Ghost Island. It turned out that Kikuchi Cheng went out to spread the news. 6 years? Sooner or later, we will become enemies with the Whitebeard pirates. This matter is no small matter. In these 6 years, I will make the beast pirates stronger, win over more allies, and let Newgate, who loves his son, consider the consequences of launching a war. After knowing the content of the letter, Jiro's eyes were filled with fire, and the Ghost King's blood continued to boil. Chapter 50 Tianyoshi's heart begins to change, and the internal ranking battle of the beasts will begin. Happy time always passes quickly, and the 3 days go by in a blink of an eye. Under the aura of the Ghost King's physique, Tianyueshi was unwilling to refuse Jiro's kind care. When it was time to part ways, Jiro decided to be a little more honest. Actually, I am a member of the Beast Pirates, codenamed Calamity Zero. I hope you can remember this name. The fool you met when you were ignorant can no longer come back. In this cruel world, there are wild beasts everywhere that choose humans for food. Weak little sheep like you cannot stand without protection. My yard is very big. I would like to invite you to come and have a look. If you are willing, you can be one of the hostesses. You can wash and cook for me and also help me with some complicated official affairs. In return, you and Hiri will no longer have to live such a miserable life. Jiro said gently to Tianyu in his arms. Are you, from the Beast Pirates? As a force that is hostile to each other, how can I be your assistant and do your laundry and cooking? Tianyu, who knew the identity of the person in front of him for the first time, frowned and retorted, and at the same time, the beautiful longing that had just risen was suddenly shattered. Ah! Could it be that the meal I ate yesterday was cooked by Hiri? If that's the case, then I really have to congratulate you for having such a considerate little cotton-padded jacket with such excellent craftsmanship. If I invite Hiri to sit at the Beast Pirates headquarters, I believe she won't refuse. Ji Luo smiled as warmly as the wind, but Tianyu shuddered when he was hugged by him. You used this method to bully me again. Tianyu was so anxious that she almost dropped her little pearl. She felt very aggrieved. Since marrying Odin, she is no longer the time traveler who once happily wandered the river of time. Now she is more like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. People slaughter. She didn't want to live like this anymore, and it was impossible to go back and start over. Okay, if I don't bully you like this in the future, I might find another way. Faced with Tianyu's begging for mercy, Jiro still maintained a playful attitude. Please, I want to be alone. After Jiaoluo brainwashed her like this every day, Tianyu also felt like she was being tricked into getting married by a scumbag. Some regret meeting the man who left her when she needed a shoulder the most. If you figure it out, you can go to the flower capital to find me at any time. Of course, I will come back to visit you from time to time. After all, no matter what, I don't want to be the kind of guy who disappears for years. Jiro sighed with some regret, then he stood up and jumped, turning into a black dragon hovering in the sky, and embarked on the road to the flower capital. As Tianyu watched Jiro leave, her heart could not be calm for a long time. After a long time, she planned to ask Hiri for her opinion. It turned out that Kojiki Hiri was holding a diary and shouting happily, Master Zero is so powerful, Hiri will become a person like Master Zero in the future. Similar words. The evil consequences left by Kojiki Odin in the original work are returned to him intact here. On the other side, Jiro has arrived in the Flower City and rescued Quinn. An aspiring young man who has set his ideals free, from wandering the women's street. I told you to exercise moderation, why didn't you listen? Jiro looked at him with hatred. Hehe. Just take a night's rest and don't delay the internal ranking battle of the Beast Pirates the day after tomorrow. Quinn, whose body was completely hollowed out, said with some confusion. By the way, during the time you left, Moria and I also fought off a wave of samurai coalition forces. The strength of the three daimyo seems to be just that. After we leave the flower capital, Moria should be able to defend it alone. When Brother Jiro takes over the leadership, we will let our hands go and liquidate them completely. Thinking of something, Quinn gained some strength, grinned at Jiro with a purple mouth. Unknowingly, Quinn, who was also a member of the Three Disasters, put his identity below Jiro. Waiting until dawn the next day, after Zero arranged the specific matters, he created a cloud of flames and dragged Quinn and other beast cotters who were sitting on the pirate ship, and once again launched a wave of precise drops on Onigashima. Yamato, a white-haired Lolita who was training hard while wielding an iron rod, heard the noise, wiped the sweat from his face, and was the first to appear in front of Jiro. Yamato has worked hard enough, but it's a pity that he still can't grow taller as fast as Brother Jiro. The white-haired Loli who threw herself into Jiro's arms furrowed her pretty brows and complained rather sadly. There's nothing wrong with growing up a little, and being small is quite cute. Jiro pinched Yamato's cheek gently and looked at her gently. Unless the age can suddenly increase, how can Yamato's wish to grow taller quickly be realized? Maybe, relying on devil fruit to transform the body like Warrior Jack, so as to achieve the effect of rapid growth in height, is also a feasible method.